Chapter 1612. Yang Jian. Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva side as well. The orthodox Taoism had backstabbed him from the very beginning. After discovering that the so-called Earth Queen's land was transformed by Yang Jian, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva, and other top experts of the Buddhism sect understood. At the start of the war, they felt that the orthodox Taoism had already seen through the trap of the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. Moreover, everything ultimately came down to strength. When Yang Jian revealed his true form, everything became clear. The direct lineage of Taoism was playing along. Even though he knew it was a trap, he still took the risk to use the only chance to obtain the celestial slashing sword. In the end, he successfully gathered the 4 celestial slaying swords and recreated the celestial slaying formation. Yang Jian didn't die, and he even transformed into the Earth Queen to confuse us. That's only one aspect. The Dipankara ancient Buddha shook his head. The key is the great sage, heaven's equal. If that wasn't the case, the Western Pure Lands would still have a higher chance of getting Mahamayuri to help. Even if the orthodox Taoism still had Yang Jian, Suamingzhang, and the others, they still had to face other experts. Although it's a pity, in the end, everything comes down to strength. Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled bitterly. It's just that we are not as strong as others. Tao Lord Lu, you wasn't the only one who used his trump cards. The immortal slaying flying saber, the 7 arrows nailhead book, and the Fushi zither. The ancient Dipankara Buddha and the other great figures of the Buddhist sect had also paid a hefty price. Looking at where Mahamayuri had left, the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not forget that the blessed lands of the White Lotus still had a Buddha Sarara. Let's go. The emotions in the eyes of the ancient Buddha disappeared, and he regained his calmness. Today's matter is just the beginning. The situation will change greatly in the future. Namo Amitabha. The Buddhist bandis chanted in unison and disappeared into the void. Compared to the resentment and helplessness of the other clans, the atmosphere in the Tishita Palace of Lihin Heaven was very different. Yen Zhaoga let out a long breath. Ever since he first learned that the immortal slashing sword had fallen into the hands of the immeasurable heavenly lord almost 50 years ago, his heart had been tightly wound. It was only at this moment that he could finally relax. The rest of the people around him had similar expressions on their faces. Everyone looked around the hall of the Tishita Palace and said to the great Taoist Master Shendu, "May I meet the Grand Supreme Elder?" It's not that I want to neglect you, fellow Taoists. Without the Grand Elder's decree, I can't make a decision on my own. Great Taoist Master Shendu answered apologetically. Yang Jian smiled and said, I've been in Tishita Palace all these years. I haven't been able to meet Grand Supreme Elder. Fairy Yun Shao said calmly, I've never seen the Grand Supreme Elder either. That's a pity. The group of people felt a little regretful. Then they thanked Yang Jian, Fairy Yun Shao, and the great Taoist Master Shendu. It's all thanks to you guys working together this time. Otherwise, the outcome would definitely be different. The 3 of them shook their heads. We're all on the same path. There's no need to be so polite. Today's matter concerns the fate of our Taoism, so we naturally can't stay out of it. With today's success, the situation will be very different from before. Fairy Yun Shao said, However, we can't let our guard down. Otherwise, our years of hard work might go down the drain. As he spoke, he looked at the pitch-black 6-soul banner. The 6 tails of the banner were now empty. There were no more names. Even if the Grand Supreme Elder didn't make a move, the existence of the immortal extermination formation would allow the orthodox Taoism to have the confidence to fight against the other major forces to a certain extent. They could even fight against Tao realm bigwigs. The immortal extermination formation couldn't harm the Tao realm bigwigs, like the Amitabha Buddha, Maitreya Buddha, Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, Eastern Monarch Tai, and Mahesvara Heavenly Devil. However, No matter if it was the Western Pure Lands, blessed lands of the White Lotus, Immortal Court, Astro Mountain, Starry Seas, or even the 9 underworlds, they would all feel their scalps go numb when facing the #1 killing formation in history. However, there was a problem within this. Without the 6th Soul Banner and Fushi Zither to fight against the Tao ancestors head-on, the other Tao ancestors could still join forces to break the formation and obtain the sword. Hence, the Immortal Extermination formation could only ensure that it would be effective at the moment it suddenly descended. In other words, one chance to attack. However, the conflict between the other major forces was who would bear the losses caused by the Immortal Extermination formation's attack. This gave the Orthodox Taoism a chance. This was the reason why Yan Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others worked so hard to obtain the Immortal Extermination formation. After the Great Calamity, the environment of the Orthodox Taoism's direct lineage would be completely changed. The Immortal Extermination formation is often left in the Tishita Palace. I'm afraid Grand Old Master won't like it. The great Taoist Master Xian Du looked at Fairy Yun Shao and the incongruent's Divine Mother. I might have to trouble the two of you in the future to carry the Qingping sword and control this formation to transform into the endless void. This was something that couldn't be avoided. Only in this way could they maintain their deterrence at all times. However, it was inevitable for the sword-wielding person to drift in seclusion all year round and become one with the void. Fairy Yun Shao nodded and said, "We can take turns. Senior Apprentice Sister Wudong is injured now. I'll do it later." The incongruent's Divine Mother, whose aura was still weak, nodded. "Thank you, Yun Shao. Although there's no name on the 6th Soul Banner, the outside world doesn't know if a new name will be written on it." Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, "Other than that, I'm afraid they're even more uncertain about the Elder Lord's thoughts." Although it was difficult for the Orthodox Taoism to make an accurate judgment, the advantage of being part of the 3 clear lineage was that as long as the Elder Lord did not object, it could be taken as a tacit agreement. It could be said that it was a bluff, or that it was a fox borrowing the tiger's might. At the very least, this tiger skin could still be used as a flag, only they still had to be careful. As such, the group of people would hide in the Lihan heaven. It was not good. Only when good steel was used on the blade and used at the crucial moment would it have the greatest value. For example, the Immortal Extermination formation this time. Our Taoism was extremely glorious in the past. Now that we're at a low point, it's also in line with the heavenly Tao. Yang Jian smiled and said, "After the low point, there should be a peak. Now that the dawn has appeared, we still need to unite. Then the future can be expected." Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but grin when he heard that. Just like what Yang Jian had said, before the Middle Era, Taoism was really powerful. Before the primordial heavenly devil opened the heavens, he fought with the primordial heavenly lord for the position of primordial beginning and lost. After the heavens were opened, he was suppressed by the primordial heavenly lord. During the primordial era, the 3 sovereigns created and ruled over the myriad races. However, the Lord of Tao and Virtue preached to the world, allowing the human race to obtain great fortune and stand out, leading the masses. While the human race still worshipped the 3 sovereigns, their martial arts followed the Lord of Tao and Virtue and Taoism's 3 clear lineage. The first Tao realm bigwig to perish, the creation heavenly devil, was slain by the Lord of Numinous treasure. From the primordial chaos before the creation of the world, to the primordial era when heaven and earth were first formed, the 3 clear Grand Masters had never suffered any losses. It's good that our ancestors were rich. However, as the saying goes, every dog has its day. Remember the mobile version, M. Chapter 1613. In the chaotic era before the creation of the creation world, and in the primordial era when the creation world had just been created, the battle was much more intense and cruel than it was now. Not only did many primordial life forms and connate overlords perish, but even Tao realm mighty figures perished. The Taoism's three clear grandmasters were able to occupy a powerful position in that era. It was evident how powerful they were. Later on, during the primordial era, Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and other major powerhouses joined the Taoist sect one after another, creating a golden age for the sect. Even after the Great God Conferment War and the Tao sect's internal strife, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was still created. As for the three clear patriarchs, they had all transcended at the end of the ancient era. However, it was also because of the transcendence of the three clear Grand Masters that the boundary between the upper and middle epochs was a watershed that Taoism's situation was no longer as strong as before. From the beginning of the Middle Era to the current era's great calamity, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Taoism had gone through a process of extreme prosperity and decline. Afterwards, whether they would continue to sink or fall into oblivion would have to depend on Yen Zhaoge and the other successors. Today, the celestial slaying formation was successfully completed, and it could be considered as officially opening the door to the revival of Taoism. In front of them was no longer a glimmer of hope that made people tremble with fear, but a real light. However, whether this light would become brighter and brighter, or if it was just a fleeting appearance, would depend on what would happen next. But no matter what, today was a historic day. Even the two Tao ancestors, as powerful as the creation, Heavenly Fiend and Emperor, she will die. We still have to guard against arrogance and rashness. Fairy Yun Shao said as she looked at the Fuxi zither in the great Taoist master Xiandu's hand, which had all its strings broken. Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips, sighing unceasingly within his heart. Up until now, there were a total of 2 Tao realm great beings that were confirmed to have fallen, both of them dying in the archaic Great Era. The first was the creation heavenly demon, and the second was Emperor Shi, one of the immemorial 3 sovereigns. Speaking of which, the 3 pure ones of Taoism had been domineering for a period of time. Logically speaking, the other Tao fathers would naturally be wary of them and join forces against them. However, time and fate were different. There were people who attracted more hatred than them. Previously, the Khanate Fiend Tao stood against everyone and was suppressed by the 3 pure ones of the Tao sect, the 3 primordial emperors, and the second ancestor of the Buddhist sect of the Western sect. Later, Emperor Shi became the target of public criticism. The most orthodox Fuxi innate divination art was long lost, but even today its name was still resounding. As the most powerful Tao realm cultivator in divination, Emperor Shi was destined to be feared by everyone. It was true that he couldn't completely calculate the past and future of the other Tao fathers, but just a little bit of prying was enough to incur hatred. There was also competition when one transcended the Tao realm. Emperor Shi, who was skilled in calculations, thus became a public enemy in the eyes of the other Tao fathers. According to legend, other than Empress Hua and Amit Ba, even the Eastern Emperor Tai, one of the 3 ancient sovereigns, had participated in the siege against Emperor Shi. Although Emperor Shi could calculate everything in the world, he was also a cultivator of the Wei realm. He had his own specialties in this area. Even if he was inferior to Emperor Shi, the difference was not that great. Under the joint attack of everyone, Emperor Shi still fell in the end. The Fuxi zither was broken just like that. It passed through many hands, first falling into the hands of the Eastern monarch Tai, and then into the hands of Tao Lord Luya. In the end, it was traded to Yang Jian. It was put to use in today's battle. No matter why Taoist Lu Ye traded the Fuxi remnant zither to us, this treasure played a huge role in our success. Yen Zhaoge sighed. The 6 soul banner could stop 3 Tao ancestors at once, but it couldn't stop the same person 3 times. The 4 strings of the Fuxi remnant zither couldn't stop 4 Tao ancestors at the same time. However, when facing one person, it could continuously sound 4 times. It was precisely because of the existence of these 2 treasures that the orthodox Taoism could obtain the immortal ending ancient sword without any Tao ancestors present. After that, they even managed to escape unscathed. Now that all of the zither strings were broken, the Fushi zither no longer had any miraculous properties. It was just like an ordinary broken zither. However, Yanjiaoga and the others still bowed towards the Fushi zither. After that, please keep this treasure in the Tashita Palace and let it return to peace. Thinking about how the Taoism's 3 clear grandmasters had participated in Emperor Shi's death, and how the Fushi remnant zither had helped Taoism take a decisive step forward, Yanjiaoga and the others felt complicated. Other than the Fushi zither, the 6th soul banner can only be refined by the Tao ancestors. For us, unless the Elder Lord takes action, we can't count on it for now. After a while, Yang Jian said. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga understood what he meant and smiled bitterly. Although we managed to block Mahamayuri, there are many repercussions. For a long time, the great sage equaling heavens wouldn't be able to reappear. It might take more than 10 years, or even 100 years. Even if we could manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body, we wouldn't be able to fuse with the earthly essence stone for a long time. Everyone shook their heads and sighed upon hearing his words. Yan Zhaoga spread his palms apart. Although it's not like Taoist Lu Ye's nailhead 7-arrow scripture, which can only be used once per epoch, the interval between uses is still extremely long. We can't count on it for now. Fortunately, we have the immortal extermination formation. Moreover, our opponents suffered even greater losses. On the contrary, we've gained a lot. After saying that, Yan Zhaoga turned his head to look at the southern extremity longevity emperor. Taoist Gao, it's been hard on you. The southern extremity longevity emperor smiled faintly. He opened his sleeves, and a silhouette jumped out. It was Gao Han. Gao Han held a gourd in his hand. Purple, white, and golden radiances flickered within the gourd's mouth. They were none other than Taoist Lu Ye's immortal slaying flying saber, and the 3 treasures jade scepter that temporarily sealed the immortal slaying flying saber. Facing Yan Zhaoga's seemingly smiling expression, Gao Han said honestly, this Gao was merely taking a risk. After all, there were too many bigwig experts present. My success was purely due to luck. Furthermore, I have to thank the young Heavenly Lord for showing mercy. Everyone within the Heavenly River was engaged in a fierce battle. During the most intense moment, they couldn't take care of anything else. Gao Han sneaked into the Heavenly River and didn't approach the actual battlefield. Instead, he hid by the side and saw the immortal slaying flying saber falling into the Heavenly River after the 3 treasures jade scepter fell. After the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation was completely destroyed by the immortal extermination formation, Gao Han took the opportunity to retrieve the gourd. In the end, the Heavenly River was swept away by the immortal extermination formation. Naturally, Gao Han fell within the immortal extermination formation as well, under the southern extremity longevity emperor's protection. He was brought to the Lihin heavens. You've truly put a lot of effort into this. Yan Zhaoga's gaze moved between the southern extremity longevity emperor and Gao Han. The North Star Emperor was also looking at the southern extremity longevity emperor. However, his gaze remained calm, and he only let out a soft sigh. The southern extremity longevity emperor retrieved the radiance from the gourd's mouth, which transformed into a jade scepter that flickered with 3 colors. This treasure holds great significance to me. Please forgive me and let me have it, the southern extremity longevity emperor said. Other than that, I won't take anything from you. As he spoke, a 5-colored radiance surfaced in front of him. After the radiance retracted, a pearl appeared. It was heavy and vast, as if a universe was hidden within. It was clearly a sea-calming pearl. Chapter 1614. The 3 treasures jade scepter was the personal treasure of the jade, clear, primordial, heavenly lord of primordial beginning. After the primordial lord of heaven transcended, it was kept in the hands of the jade, clear successors. After the great calamity, Taoism declined and the world was no longer the same. Under the southern extremity longevity emperor's search, the Triratna jade scepter reappeared in the world. Afterwards, he had also made use of this treasure when establishing the world beyond worlds. However, due to the pressure from the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the immortal court, this treasure ended up in the hands of the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor himself, as well as Gaohan, Lingqing, and the others who had left the world beyond worlds with him, were all attempting to retrieve this treasure. Previously, when Sua Mingzhang ascended to the grand heavenly realm and Yan Zhaoga split the world beyond worlds into two, Gaohan and Lingqing had attempted to help the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor retrieve the three treasures jade scepter. Unfortunately, they failed in the end. Now that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor finally had a chance to retrieve the three treasures jade scepter, he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. However, he was not the one in charge of today's big battle. There were many important things that he could not decide with just a word. Although it would not cause others to fall out with him, it was better to avoid conflicts that could be avoided as much as possible. Gao Han sneaked into the Milky Way to wait and secretly search for treasures. This was not open and above board. The incongruence Divine Mother was gravely injured, while Yan Zhaoga and Gao Qingxian were the controllers of the Immortal Extermination Formation. If not for Gao Han, the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber and the three treasures jade scepter would have fallen into Yan Zhaoga and Gao Qingxuan's hands. Due to the relationship between Xiao Junhuang and Xue Chuqing's lineage and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Yan Zhaoga might not be able to keep the three treasures jade scepter for himself. However, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han obviously wanted to have a 100% chance of retrieving the treasure, which was why they took the initiative to attack. In exchange, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had to give Yan Zhaoga an explanation. The current Yan Zhaoga, Feng Yinsheng, Yan Di, Su Fei, and the others behind him were undoubtedly worthy of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's attention. The Sea Calming Pearl was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's compensation and apology. At the same time, he did not keep the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber for himself. Instead, he handed the gourd to Yang Jian. This was within everyone's expectations. Without Tao Lord Lu Ye's secret technique, no one would be able to activate the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber. Even if they obtained it, no one knew when they would be able to figure out how to use it. However, no one wanted it. Even if the facts had proven that this precious treasure was no longer Yang Jian's absolute counter, it still more or less posed a slight threat to him. If someone schemed and was determined to obtain the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber, what would Yang Jian think? As for Yang Jian obtaining it, Yang Jian's own strength was formidable. If he could not do anything to an opponent, the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber would most likely not be able to take it down. Lu Ye's treasure seems to be fated with me. Yang Jian now had some experience in dealing with the Immortal Slaying Flying Knife. The further he went, the less afraid he was. However, he did not refuse and took the gourd with a smile. Then Yang Jian also opened his palm and took out a sea calming pearl that was flashing with 5-colored light. I'm either staying in the Tishita Palace or wandering around. I have no plans to reopen my cave abode. This sea calming pearl is useless to me. I'll give it to someone who needs it, said Yang Jian with a smile. He looked at the incongruence Divine Mother. Divine Mother, you've been severely injured after obtaining the Immortal Extermination Formation for our Taoism. You should focus on recuperating. Regardless of whether you're recuperating after opening up the universe or educating the future generations to bring glory to the prime clear lineage, this treasure will be useful. The Dipankara ancient Buddha had lost 6 sea calming pearls in the heavenly river. These sea calming pearls were not sucked into the Immortal Extermination Formation along with the heavenly river. Before that, the 6 heavenly venerables of the Tao sect, Yang Jian, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Feng Yinsheng, Sua Mingzhang, the great Taoist Master Xiandu, and the great Gaochen Emperor, each had 1 pearl. The North Star Emperor had cast aside his previous enmity and rushed over to help. However, he had lost the Triratna Rui scepter. Furthermore, it was not lost to his opponent, but to his fellow Taoist. It was inevitable that he would feel depressed. However, when he obtained the Triratna scepter, he had a complicated relationship with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The current him was like the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor back then. The grudges and entanglements between them were difficult for bystanders to distinguish. To him, obtaining a sea calming pearl was considered a consolation. The Tao sect had successfully obtained the immortal extermination formation and benefited as a whole. The North Star Emperor was no exception. I naturally can't use this sea calming pearl. Great Taoist Master Xian Du saw that the goddess incongruence had accepted Yang Jian's sea calming pearl. After thanking her, he took out the sea calming pearl that he had obtained and said to Fairy Yin Shao, "Fellow Taoist, you can use it to reopen the 3 immortal island lineage as a foundation." Fairy Yin Shao did not act pretentiously. She took the pearl and fell into a daze under the 5-colored light. The original owner of the 24 sea calming pearls, the mighty figure of the prime clear Jie sect, Zhao Gongming, had always called Fairy Yin Shao brother and sister. After Zhao Gongming died, the 24 sea calming pearls fell into the hands of Taoist Randang, who is now the ancient Buddha Randang. Looking at the sea calming pearl, Fairy Yin Shao could not help but think of her brother. In the end, she sighed softly and said, "I'm the only one left on the 3 immortal island. Senior sister Wudong is recuperating. I'll bring the immortal slaying formation into the void first. After senior sister Wudong replaces me, I'll consider reopening the 3 immortal island." Hearing her words, everyone felt that it was a pity. In the past, there were 3 goddesses, Yun Shao, Qiong Shao, and Bai Shao of the 3 immortal island. Now, only Fairy Yin Shao was left. After the great calamity, the heavenly court's divine palace collapsed. Some people obtained their freedom, while others lost their lives completely. Fairy Qiong Shao and Fairy Bai Shao had both perished during the great calamity. The 3 Shao fairies were as close as one person. Fairy Yun Shao was naturally sad when she thought of her 2 deceased sisters. The matter regarding the immortal vanquishing array should not be delayed. After I make some arrangements, I will leave. If there are any other matters, I will need your help, fellow Taoists. Fairy Yin Shao quickly composed herself. Everyone said in unison, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Yen Zhaoge also kept the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's sea calming pearl. The pearl's mysteries were hidden, and it didn't seem very eye-catching. However, it still felt extremely heavy when he held it in his hand. If the sea calming pearl completely released its power, it would be much heavier. Compared to the 24 pearls, 1 sea calming pearl seemed rather weak. However, it was a treasure. The 5-colored radiance was dazzling, making it hard for others to guard against it. If the sea calming pearl were to fall, most people under the heavens wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. They couldn't do anything to Suo Mingzhang because he was too strong. Besides, the sea calming pearl wasn't only used for combat. If the space within was released, a layer of heavens would be manifested. Just by calculating its size, it would be even larger than the awakened sky cosmos. At the same time, the myriad things within could be reborn, and many resources could be produced. After some adjustments, it could be self-sufficient. It was often said that the Dipankara ancient Buddha had 24 heavens and 24 blessed lands. This was how it came about. Feng Yinsheng obtained 1 sea calming pearl, and Yen Zhaoge obtained another one. This was extremely significant to the awakened sky cosmos. Moreover, Yen Zhaoge's personal gains from this battle weren't limited to this. Chapter 1615. Taoist Randang lost 6 sea calming pearls, which were obtained by the 6 Tao sect's grand heavenly immortals who participated in the battle in the heavenly river. Feng Yinsheng had also obtained one, adding on the other pearl that Yen Zhaoge had obtained from the Southern Longevity Emperor. They now possessed 2 sea calming pearls. Apart from the sea calming pearl, Most of the other treasures that were scattered in the heavenly river were sucked into the immortal extermination array when it rolled the heavenly river. The power of the formation was extremely ferocious. Once the sword light grinded, these treasures would not be spared. Still, Yanjiaoge was rather meticulous in controlling the formation, as he did his best to preserve these dead objects, other than Gaohan, the immortal slaying flying saber, and the 3 jade jewels. All the treasures within the immortal extermination formation had temporarily entered Yanjiaoge's pocket. The heretic, grand, heavenly immortal, the percussion, heavenly lord of the immortal court, was in charge of the 9 Bends Yellow River formation to restrain the immortal extermination formation. In the end, he died tragically under the immortal extermination formation without any chance to resist. He died without a complete corpse, completely wiped out by the sword chi. However, most of percussion, heavenly lord's personal belongings were kept. Putting aside the other items, there was a sky ascension drum that was of rather outstanding quality. It was a grand heavenly immortal artifact. Although there were many drawbacks to breaking through the origin heavenly tribulation as a heretic cultivator, it did not have much of an impact on the level of weapon forging and weapon manipulation. Although the percussion heavenly lord originated from the heretical Tao, he was still able to fully unleash the might of a grand heavenly immortal weapon. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to use it. Inspecting that heaven ascension drum, Yanjiaoge nodded to himself. Most of the top-notch cardinal treasures and grand heavenly realm immortal armaments that existed in the world today had their origins in history. New grand heavenly immortal artifacts born after the great calamity were very rare. Sua Mingzhang had ascended to the golden immortal realm for over 100 years, yet he was still empty-handed. Even though he could display his strengths without a weapon, it didn't mean that he didn't need it at all. The biggest reason for this situation was the lack of raw materials. Since ancient times, talented people had appeared in large numbers. Many treasures could only be chanced upon, but not sought. It was already a miracle for one to appear once, and it was very difficult to hope for it to appear often. From a certain perspective, Yanjiaoge felt that this could actually be considered a good thing. After all, while it was difficult for the heretics to give birth to a grand Luo, it was still easier than orthodox Taoism. Under the situation where their artifact forging and artifact manipulation skills were unaffected, if they had sufficient materials to support them, the heretics would be able to make up for the disparity in strength between them and the orthodox 3 clear lineage with the help of a tremendous amount of treasures and immortal artifacts. Of course, if that was the case, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race wouldn't sit idly by. The percussion Heavenly Lord's Heaven Ascension drum was one of the few grand firmament immortal artifacts that were born after the great calamity. Now that it had fallen into his hands, Yanjiaoge was also in a very good mood. Of course, what made him feel even better was the other weapon room. The Black Cloud's Immortal's primeval hammer. This was a treasure whose power was almost comparable to Heavenly Lord Guangqing's flipping heaven seal. It was extraordinary. During the ancient era's investitures of the Gods' War, Heavenly Lord Guangqing himself and Master Qijing and the other jade clear bigwigs had suffered losses due to this treasure. The Black Cloud's Immortal became famous because of it. Among the demon immortals of the prime clear Jia sect, his reputation was even above that of the Qiu Shou Immortal, the Golden Light Immortal, the Spirit Tooth Immortal, and the Feathered Wings Immortal. Facing Mahamiri, the Black Cloud's Immortal and the Primeval Hammer weren't shameful when they were struck by the 5-colored divine light. Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light was simply too tyrannical. After that, the great sage equaling heavens broke free from Mahamiri's 5-colored divine light. Along with him, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the 9-headed bug, and the others also escaped. At the same time, the primeval hammer that escaped from the 5-colored divine light was lost in the heavenly river. Due to the urgency, the The Black Cloud's immortal wanted to seize the immortal extermination formation, while the great sage equaling heavens and Mahamyuri were fighting. In the end, he was slain by Yen Zhaoge within the formation with the immortal extermination sword. When the immortal extermination formation swept the heavenly river, the primeval hammer was sucked into the formation. Just like the Heaven Ascension drum, it became Yen Zhaoge's spoils of war. Compared to the Heaven Ascension drum, the primeval hammer was more effective in combat. If a grand virtual immortal took it, he could use it against a grand heavenly immortal. These two items could be immediately converted into cash and unleash their might. Other than them, Yen Zhaoge had other spoils of war. However, he had to carefully consider how to use them. Under the immortal extermination formation, the virtuous splendor Buddha perished. Not even his Saraira was left behind. Unlike the percussion Heavenly Lord's Heaven Ascension drum and the others, the virtuous splendor Buddha's personal treasures were kept in the blessed lands of Buddhism. They perished together with his golden body. However, the other fallen Buddha, the Buddha of sandalwood merit, was beaten to death by the monkey with the golden cudgel. He didn't perish under the immortal extermination formation. As a result, the Saraira was left behind. In comparison, the yellow wind monster was killed by Feng Yunqing's sneak attack, while the Black Cloud's immortal was killed by Yen Zhaoge within the immortal extermination formation. As a result, the yellow wind monster's corpse was relatively intact. The Black Cloud's immortal's body was slashed by the formation's sword chi. Although it was severely damaged, many parts of his body were still preserved. These were all precious treasures. A great demon's entire body was filled with treasures. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. Many precious treasures, raw materials, were located here. Looking at the yellow wind monster's corpse, Yen Zhaoge could still clearly feel the chilly wind. Using this to refine treasures, he couldn't guarantee that he could refine a treasure capable of activating the Samadhi divine wind. However, it wouldn't be difficult to refine a treasure capable of stabilizing the wind. As for the Black Cloud's immortal's original form, the golden bearded turtle fish, it was a great demon in the water. Even if it was riddled with holes by the sword chi, causing a lot of its vitality to leak out, its water form's essence chi was still abundant. Although these items didn't seem to be of immediate use, to Yen Zhaoge, their value might even be above the chaotic origin hammer and Heaven Ascension drum. There was no other reason. Many of Yen Zhaoge's ideas were only on paper. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Now that he had more and more treasures in his hands, he could try putting many of his ideas into practice. Of course, the biggest gain from this battle was still the immortal extermination formation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Taoism's situation after the Great Calamity had changed. From today onwards, the three clear lineage could live openly and develop themselves. The group of Taoism heavenly lords no longer had to hide in the void and drift all year round like in the past. Instead, they could open up their own cave abodes and move freely. Under the Tao realm, the conflict between the three clear lineage and the demon race, Buddhism, 9 underworlds, and other forces still depended on their own strength and plans. Life and death were up to fate. However, the threat of the Tao realm bigwigs had been greatly reduced. However, someone had to control the immortal extermination formation and hang it in the void as a deterrent. As the prime clear lineage, the incongruence Divine Mother and Fairy Yin Shao took up this heavy burden and cooperated with each other. The incongruence Divine Mother was now recuperating from her injuries. Fairy Yun Shao was in charge for the first time. Only when the incongruence Divine Mother recovered her vitality would she replace her. After greeting everyone, Fairy Yin Shao immediately set off. Since the Elder Lord was not seeing guests for the time being, the others discussed the future matters and kept their sea calming pearls. After bidding farewell to the great Taoist Master Xiandu, they left the Lihan Heavens to Shita Palace together. After exiting the palace, Yen Zhaoge looked back and pondered. Chapter 16:16. Yen Zhaoge looked at the board with the words Tishita Palace written on it. After pondering for a while, he followed the others and exited the Lihin heavens. They descended from this wondrous immortal realm and re-entered the void's boundless outskirts. Do you feel anything special? Feng Yunsheng asked Yan Zhaoge via sound transmission. Having paid attention to Yan Zhaoge's actions just now, she knew the reason without needing words. After meeting the great sage equaling heavens at the foot of the Five Elements mountain, Yan Zhaoge started suspecting if he was related to the Elder Lord. Now that he finally had the chance to visit the Tishita Palace in Lihin Heaven, it was a pity that he did not get to see the Elder Lord. I don't feel anything special, Yan Zhaoge replied via sound transmission. Feng Yunsheng was stunned. Nothing special. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself. That's right, there's nothing special about it. It's just that it's strange. Feng Yunsheng nodded in agreement. After thinking for a while, she said, the great Taoist Master Xian didn't seem to be acting strange when he saw you. The great sage, Heaven's equal, had actual contact with Lao Jun, so he could see things for me that others couldn't. Yan Zhaoge said. However, his contact with the Elder Lord isn't as close as the great Taoist Xian Du, right? Either there's something fishy about it, Feng Yunsheng guessed and said, or is the great Taoist Master Xian Du pretending not to know? Yan Zhaoge nodded and glanced at the southern extremity Longevity Emperor. This person is also very suspicious. He calmed himself down. Let's stop here and observe for a while longer. Everyone left Lihin Heaven and said their goodbyes. Yang Jian also left the Tishita Palace this time. He seemed to have something to do. Taoist brother, please wait for a moment. This Yen has something to ask you. Yan Zhaoge called out to him via sound transmission. All right. Yang Jian's expression did not change as he left. After a while, he circled around, meeting up with Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yan Di, Su Fei, and the others. There was already no one else around. Why are you looking for me, Zhaoge? Yang Jian said while smiling, I wonder what the meaning of your name is? You're taking advantage of me. Yan Zhaoge looked at Yan Di, who could not help but shake his head and laugh. The others all laughed as well. I grew up in a lower world from a young age. My hometown there was known as Yanzhou. The people there were bold and heroic, with many people who sang sorrowful songs. Therefore, my father gave me my current name. Yan Zhaoge said smilingly, Please forgive me, Taoist brother. Yang Jian smiled and said, Speak, what do you want to ask me? The vast freedom, Heavenly Devil, assisted the Amitabha Buddha in obstructing the East Sovereign. What do you think about this? Yan Zhaoge retracted his smile and asked slowly. Yang Jian also straightened his expression. It seems that you already have a guess. Fellow Taoist, you must have the same suspicions as us, Yan Zhaoge said softly, connecting this to the immortal exterminating sword that year. Could there be a connection between the two? Around 50 years ago, Yan Zhaoge and the others searched for the immortal exterminating sword. In the end, they discovered that the immortal exterminating sword was already in the Tishita Palace. Yang Jian transformed into the earthly deity of the Queen of Earth and used the immortal slaying sword to attract the attention of others, while he went to the hollow jade temple to retrieve the hollow jade glazed lamp. In the end, he relied on the hollow jade glazed lamp's light to exchange for the Fushi remnant zither from Taoist Luya, and used it to fight for the immortal extermination formation. In the past, Yan Zhaoge and the others didn't disappoint Yang Jian and successfully obtained the immortal exterminating sword. However, according to Yang Jian, the immortal exterminating sword wasn't always in the Tishita Palace. In reality, during the Great Calamity, after the Lord of Broad Accomplishment perished, the immortal exterminating sword that was originally in his possession ended up in the hands of the 9 underworlds. Only after the 9 underworlds made a deal with the Tishita Palace did the immortal exterminating sword belong to Taoism. The specific situation was handled by the Xuandu, great Taoist. Even Yang Jian didn't know the details, but he had his own guesses. The vast freedom, heavenly devil, personally visited the Tishita Palace. The items that could be exchanged from the Tishita Palace were limited. If he wasn't sure previously, the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court were able to convince the vast freedom, heavenly devil, to help them in this war. The price that they offered was definitely not small. Connecting the two, one's imagination would naturally run wild. There were many deals that could convince the 9 underworlds, but there were only a few deals that could convince the vast freedom, heavenly devil. The supreme heavenly devil and Su Fei said in a deep tone, the faceless heavenly devil, Yan Zhaoga, Feng Yinsheng, Yan Di, Yang Jian, and the others remained silent. The devils originally had 6 devil ancestors. However, the grand, clear heavenly lord of Tao and virtue and the Western Amitabha Buddha used their great abilities and wisdom to snatch 2 of the positions. As a result, the 3rd ancestral devil became the lord of Tao and virtue's incarnation, the grand heavenly devil, while the 4th ancestral devil became the Amitabha Buddha's incarnation, the faceless heavenly devil. Incarnations weren't clones. Strictly speaking, the 2 devil ancestors weren't actual existences. From Yan Zhaoga's perspective, it would be more appropriate to say that they were the incarnations of the Lord of Tao and virtue and the Amitabha Buddha, just like how Taoist Juani first transformed into the Subhuti Grandmaster and then into Buddha Sakyamuni. However, there were countless profundities within, which outsiders couldn't understand. In the past, there were people who suspected that the Supreme Elder Lord of Tao and virtue was the incarnation of the Supreme Heavenly Devil after the Lord of Tao and virtue had transcended. However, after the great sage equaling heaven's confirmation, they knew that this wasn't the case. When the 9 underworlds wanted the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil, it wasn't because they wanted the Lord of Tao and virtue, the Supreme Elder Lord, and the Amitabha Buddha to vacate their positions. The positions were already occupied. As long as the Elder Lord and the Amitabha Buddha were still alive, the 9 underworlds wouldn't be able to have 2 more Tao ancestors. However, they could take back the authority that belonged to the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil. Even if the 9 underworlds took back the authority of the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil, they wouldn't be able to summon the true 3rd and 4th devil ancestors. However, it was still very meaningful. 12 devilish heavenly formation. Yan Zhaoga muttered to himself. Yang Jian said, that's right. The 9 underworlds sought the authority of the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil for the 12 devilish heavenly formation to restore the prestige of the devils, as well as to seal the primordial heavenly devil. As the name suggested, the 12 devilish heavenly formation was a formation laid down by the 12 devilish heavenly devils. With 6 Tao realm bigwigs and 6 pinnacle grand heavenly immortals working together, the strength of the formation was shocking. However, from the looks of it, this legendary, terrifying formation could only exist in theory. Even if the primordial heavenly devil broke out of the seal and the doomsday heavenly devil descended into the world, the creation heavenly devil was only left with its shell, while the supreme heavenly devil and the faceless heavenly devil weren't truly born. Even if the formation was laid down, it wouldn't be able to unleash its full might. The 9 underworlds wants to make use of the formation to help the primordial heavenly devil break out of the seal and trigger the doomsday heavenly devil's true birth. Yan Zhaoga pondered. That's the most probable outcome. Yang Jian said, the 9 underworlds laid dormant and never gave up on finding an opportunity to rise up. However, they still have a long way to go if they want to achieve anything. Yang Jian paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, since ancient times, the various forces had been secretly observing the 9 underworlds' actions. The opportunity that the 9 underworlds yearned for was also a chance that many others were waiting for. Chapter 16:17. A chance that many people are waiting for. Yan Zhaoga repeated his words. He and the others looked at each other and said in unison, "A chance to ascend to the Tao realm? A grand heavenly immortal, demon race great sage, or blessed lands Buddha would have the chance to ascend to the Tao realm. The closer they got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. Not only would they have to break through, but they would also have to face their competitors. From a certain perspective, the competition of the great Tao and the competition of fortune didn't exist in harming others without benefiting oneself. Harming others would definitely benefit oneself. If one's chances were lesser, one's chances would be greater. In other words, having fewer competitors would increase one's chances. In the past, due to the uniqueness of the Maitreya Buddha's lineage, he could have easily succeeded the Tathagata Buddha and become the new blessed lands of Saha's master. However, after being scammed, he could only change his path and transform the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. This matter had far-reaching effects. Although the future Buddha, also known as the Maitreya Buddha, ascended to the Tao realm and stabilized the fate of the blessed lands, it also caused chaos. Many Buddhist Bantis perished, and many Buddhist Bantis left to join the Western Pure Lands. Yen Jiaoge speculated that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's birth, which triggered the chaos of the Heavenly Court's divine palace after the Great Calamity, was the result of a Taoism Heavenly Immortal's advancement. In the end, he succeeded and transformed into the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, ascending to the Tao realm and becoming a Tao ancestor. However, the calamity that affected the entire Great Thousand Worlds was the start of it. Most of Orthodox Taoism's lineages suffered from the calamity and only recovered their vitality today. All Tao ancestors were born earlier. After confirming that the Tathagata Buddha was Taoist Junti's incarnation, it was confirmed that only the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha had achieved the Tao ancestors' position after birth. Among the grand heavenly realm pinnacle experts, which of them didn't yearn for the Tao realm? At this stage, even if they cultivated the same Tao art, everyone's path of ascending to the Tao realm might be different. However, other than their own efforts, it also depended on luck. In this world, such a huge fortune was limited. For example, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha to gather faith power using humanly essence stone. It was already a rare occurrence. It was impossible for a third person to appear. As for the two of them, they influenced each other and became mortal enemies, fighting each other to this day. Different people, different paths, but in the end, they might have to fight for the same opportunity. More often than not, a fortuitous encounter could only create one person. 9 Nether. Feng Yunxing took a deep breath. While the demons were busy plotting, the others had never forgotten about them. It was just that the time had not come yet, and everyone was still in the stage of laying out their plans. Isn't it like killing pigs during the New Year in the secular world? When the pigs are fattened up, they can be slaughtered during the New Year, and then the whole family will have a fat year. Yen Jiaoge smiled. Yang Jian also laughed and shook his head. It looks like it, but this wild boar has rough skin and tough hair. It's extremely strong and its fangs are sharp. It could turn around and stab a person to death at any time. Feng Yunxing didn't laugh. She thought of Jian Shanhua and herself. There were already signs of an impending catastrophe. Under the power struggle of many parties, no one dared to say that they could grasp the situation, nor could they say that they could predict the outcome. In this great calamity, what role would she play? What would be the final outcome? In this scheme of the 9 underworlds, the ones who acted included our Taoism seniors, right? Yen Jiaoge turned and looked behind him. The Tishita Palace of Lihan Heaven was so high that it was difficult for those who were in the boundless void outside the realm to find their bearings. However, this action of Yen Jiaoge's was very obvious. The 9 Nether used the immortal slaying sword to exchange for the authority of the Taishang demon. The Grand Supreme Elder did not comment on it and left it to the Great Master Xian Du to handle. In the end, the Great Master Xian Du agreed to the deal. If a general wishes to take something, he must first give it. This principle was the same for 9 Nether and those who wanted to make use of nine nether to accomplish their own good deeds. For example, in the transaction between the Western Pure Lands and the nine underworlds, they used the faceless Heavenly Devil's authority to exchange for the great freedom Heavenly Devil's assistance. Not only was it for this fight for the immortal execution array, but it was also to pave the way for what was to come. Therefore, when the Tao sect sought the immortal extermination formation and the four immortal extermination swords, the great freedom heavenly demon of the nine underworlds brought the immortal extermination ancient sword to the Tishita Palace. If Taoism kept the Taishang demon captive, the nine nether wouldn't be able to move, and the other parties wouldn't have a chance either. Opportunities needed to be created by everyone. Giving others a chance was also giving oneself a chance. Everyone was well aware of this. While they had a tacit understanding, they were also on guard against each other. As for who would succeed in the end, and who would be sacrificing for others, it would depend on their own luck and methods. Obviously, the great Master Xian Du understood this logic and did the same. Although he was the Elder Lord's disciple, he still had to compete with others if he wanted to ascend to the Tao realm. It's not just one person, and it's not purely for the Nine Nethers plan either. They're just acting according to the situation, said Yang Jian. Yen Zhaoga nodded. That's right. Everything is intertwined, and everything is intertwined. An opportunity will appear in the midst of chaos. Didn't the orthodox Taoism rise again because they were constantly searching for opportunities in such an environment that affected all directions? If Taoism could really gain another Tao ancestor, the meaning would naturally be different. Are you also calculating this plan, Taoist? Asked Yen Zhaoga. Yang Jian shook his head. I've embarrassed myself. My path ahead is still a little blurry, and I haven't completely sorted it out. The opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm is most likely not in the Nine Nethers plan. However, if we can really gain another Tao ancestor, I'd be happy to see it happen. Although his strength was extremely strong, it didn't mean that he was prepared to ascend to the Tao realm. It was normal for people's situations to be different. Yen Zhaoga's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at Feng Yunsheng and pondered. Nine Nether. To them, they might still be far away from the Tao realm. However, this tribulation was closely related to them. Not only Feng Yunsheng, but also Nie Jingxin, the Elder Lord's attitude, is equivalent to going with the flow. He didn't go against the great Master Xian Du's intentions, but he doesn't intend to create a new Tao ancestor for Taoism. Yan Zhaoga retracted his thoughts and looked at Yang Jian. He doesn't seem to care about whether the nine underworlds could establish the 12 devilish grand formation, whether the primordial heavenly devil would break out of the seal, or whether the doomsday heavenly devil would descend. Yang Jian said, "The Elder Lord's thoughts are hard to predict, whether he agrees or not. It wouldn't be surprising even if he rejects it. Taoist brother, you haven't made your preparations yet. May I know who's already prepared and waiting for the final step?" asked Yen Zhaoga. Among the people, the one who prepared the earliest should be the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yang Jian answered, after the end of the ancient era, during the middle era, the Dipankara ancient Buddha should have already reached the final step of the grand heavenly realm. He only needed an opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm. However, this one step was the difference between the grand heavenly realm and the immortal realm and the Tao realm. They were two completely different concepts. I've heard others mention that the Dipankara ancient Buddha had spoiled the Maitreya Buddha's Tao path, causing the Maitreya Buddha to have no choice but to change his path, asked Yen Zhaoga. Chapter 1618. What happened to the Maitreya Buddha was indeed related to the Dipankara Buddha. After a short pause, Yang Jian continued. However, if I'm not wrong, this matter involves the game between several Tao ancestors. We can't blame it all on Dipankara ancient Buddha alone, but he definitely can't get away with it. Yang Jian smiled. The Dipankara Buddha didn't leave the Western Pure Lands for many years to prevent the Maitreya Buddha from finding trouble with him. Previously, the Dipankara Buddha personally went out to search the awakened sky cosmos with the sea calming pearl and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. It was also because the orthodox Taoism's resurgence was too strong. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race reached a certain degree of tacit understanding and compromise to suppress the orthodox Taoism. With such a background, in addition to the immeasurable heavenly Lord pestering the future Buddha after he obtained the humanly essence stone, the Dipankar Buddha was able to act so openly. Now that the immortal extermination formation was involved, the Dipankar Buddha didn't need to be so cautious anymore. After all, the vast freedom heavenly devil obstructed the Eastern Emperor Tai and helped the Amitabha Buddha. From the looks of it, if the Maitreya Buddha followed the right path and took over the Gautama Buddha's position, he would have blocked the Dipankara Buddha's path to the Tao realm, said Yang Jian. That's why he had to take action back then. Yendi frowned. However, even if the Maitreya Buddha's path was destroyed, the Dipankara Buddha couldn't replace him. Xue Fei guessed. Destroying the Maitreya Buddha's path might only be one of the conditions for the Dipankara Buddha to succeed. It doesn't mean that he could replace him. However, if he didn't do it, he wouldn't have any hope. Of course, there's also another possibility. That is, Maitreya Buddha took revenge and blocked the original path of the Dipankara Buddha, causing the Dipankara Buddha to wait until now to change his path and seek opportunities related to the 9 underworlds. Although there were many guesses, it didn't change the fact. The Dipankara Buddha had already reached the pinnacle of the grand heavenly realm during the Middle Era. His strength might be inferior to the great sage equaling heavens, Mahamayuri, Yang Jian, and the others. However, he was undoubtedly the existence closest to the Tao realm. As long as he could take that step, he would be in a completely different world and have a completely different fate. After suffering for so many years, one could imagine how much importance the ancient Dipankara Buddha placed on this opportunity that concerned the 9 underworlds. Apart from Dipankara ancient Buddha, Uncle Master Xian should only be 1 step away, said Yang Jian. Great Taoist Chuandu, what did you exchange that Shakyamuni Sarira for with the Dipankara ancient Buddha? Yen Zhaoga asked with interest. They were already aware of that deal. Therefore, he was not surprised when Mahamayuri appeared. The great sage, Heaven's Equal's true body had to undergo the baptism of Mahamayuri's 5-color divine light before it could fuse with the earthly essence stone and return to its peak state. However, it would be best if he didn't run into Mahamayuri. While it was a good thing for the great sage equaling Heaven's true body to return to his peak, there were too many repercussions. In Yen Zhaoga's mind, it would be better if he could decide the time himself and seek out Mahamayuri alone in the future. However, it was impossible for everything in the world to go as one wished. There were priorities, and when it was time to act, one had to act decisively. Since he had already taken action, Yen Zhaoga was naturally concerned about what the great Taoist Master Xian had gained from it. In the past, other than the ginseng fruit tree, Zhen Yuanzi also possessed a top-notch treasure, said Yang Jian. Upon hearing this, Yen Zhaoga and the others understood. Earthly scripture? According to the legends, it was the prenatal layer of creation that was born alongside the heavens and earth when the world was created. Throughout the ages, the earthly scripture could be considered as one of the top-notch treasures. To be precise, it's half of the earthly scripture. Yang Jian explained, the earthly scripture was destroyed and only a fragment was left. Dipankara ancient Buddha used this treasure to exchange for the Shakyamuni Sarira in the Tisha Palace. Yen Zhaoga nodded and fell into deep thought. Zhan Yuanzi was one of the top-notch bigwigs among the Taoism loose immortals in the past. He was one of the top-notch bigwigs in Taoism. After the Great Calamity, he disappeared without a trace. He was considered as one of the candidates for the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. However, after the battle for the immortal extermination formation, his suspicions had lessened significantly because of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation. Although Yun Xiao Fairy was there, she didn't transmit any more formations. For the immeasurable Heavenly Lord to be able to control this formation, he was most likely a bigwig of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. After all, others might not be sure, but Yan Zhaoge was very clear that the Divine Palace's martial repository had been completely destroyed at the beginning of the Great Calamity. Now that he knew that the earthly scripture was damaged, Jin Yuanzi's disdain for it decreased further. However, he still couldn't eliminate his suspicions. Previously, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others had seen the figures fighting within the white jade door. It was very complicated. Perhaps only the people involved knew the truth. Does the great Taoist Xuandu have to use the earthly scripture fragment to ascend to the Tao realm? Yan Zhaoge pondered. Although I'm not sure what senior apprentice uncle Xuandu plans to do, he seems to be waiting for the 9 underworlds to make a move with the earthly scripture fragment. Yang Jian said, although senior apprentice uncle Xuandu has always kept a low profile, senior apprentice uncle Xuandu has walked ahead of many others. Not only did he have a fortuitous encounter, but he also had his own reasons. Yan Zhaoge and the others nodded. The great Taoist Xuandu has obtained the Lord of Tao and Virtue's legacy. He's truly admirable. Yang Jian continued. Other than the Dipankara ancient Buddha and senior apprentice uncle Xuandu, Taoist Lui should be more or less done with his preparations. He used the Fuxi Zither fragment to exchange for the fire seed devilish spirit within the jade illusory glazed lamp, said Yan Zhaoge. Previously, he had suspected that the fortune Yang Jian wanted to exchange for with the jade illusory glazed lamp might not have landed on the Dipankara ancient Buddha. In the end, he was right. The fire seed devilish spirit within the jade illusory glazed lamp originated from the jade clear Taoist sect's early years of subduing devils. After sending the 3rd fire devil of that generation to perish, they accidentally harvested it and kept it within the lamp. This was something that Taoist Lu had always wanted. Archaic, demonic transformation. Ancient Tao, medieval, ancient Buddha. Yan Zhaoge had already understood the logic behind it. Taoist Lu is going to walk on the devil's path again in this era. The other party was the essence of earlier heavenly fire. If he wanted to transform into the devil's path, only the authority of the 3rd fire devil of the 6 great supreme devils could bear it. Yang Jian said, that's right. Taoist Lu is planning to do so. According to my deductions, he would most likely find a suitable body for the 3rd fire devil's reincarnation. Then he would make other plans. Perhaps he would secretly tamper with the reincarnation ritual, or he would simply take over the body. As one of the oldest grand heavenly realm experts in this world, Taoist Luya, who was born during the earlier heaven, was even more ancient than the original 3rd fire devil. Yan Zhaoge and Yang Jian didn't doubt that Taoist Luya, who had been planning for so many years, would have his own unique methods. Of course, the 9 underworlds wouldn't just sit by and watch. Only it was still the same old saying. Giving others a chance was also giving oneself a chance. It wasn't unimaginable for both sides to reach a tacit agreement and trade. Yan Zhaoge and the others were thinking about this. What could they obtain from this tribulation? Chapter 1619. If one were to target the 9 underworlds, the timing would depend on the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge pondered. However, the others could try to obstruct the 9 underworlds in order to buy time for themselves. Everyone's more or less prepared. Now is the time to act. If the 9 underworlds are prepared and we aren't able to obstruct the 9 underworlds people, we wouldn't be able to make it in time. Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, of course, not being able to make it in time didn't mean that they had to stay out of it. There was an old saying, unable to accomplish anything, but capable of ruining everything. Those who were not prepared could totally obstruct and destroy those who were prepared. Otherwise, if the other party succeeded, they would have to face another Tao ancestor. There was no such thing as harming others without benefiting oneself. As long as one harmed others, it would definitely benefit oneself. Even if one didn't gain anything this time, they could still plan ahead and prepare for the next round. The intensity of this tribulation wouldn't be inferior to the battle for the immortal extermination formation. In fact, it might even surpass it. From a certain perspective, the Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others weren't only satisfied with splitting the immortal extermination, 4 swords. They were also trying to increase their strength and solidify their foundations, which would increase their chances of winning in the upcoming battle for the Tao realm. Tao Lord Lu still has to search for a suitable body for the Devil of Fire to reincarnate. This isn't something that can be predicted. Yen Zhaoge stroked his chin. However, before the Great Calamity, or even before this era, he should have already been planning for this. He should be able to make it in time. Yen Di said plainly, perhaps he or the 9 underworlds will start this round. Either Tao Lord Lu was prepared and waited for the 9 underworlds with the others, or the 9 underworlds was also prepared and waited for Luya with the others. Comparatively speaking, the former was more likely. It might be a long wait. Yang Jian smiled. It's not impossible for some changes to happen during this period. Other than the Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Xuandu, and Tao Lord Luya, is there anyone else who reached the final step of the grand heavenly realm? Yen Zhaoge thought for a while and asked, how many Buddha Sariras does Mahamiri have now? Did he manage to gather all of them? Yang Jian explained, according to Uncle Xiandu's words, there should be a total of 5 Buddha Sariras. I'm not sure how many Mahamiri has, but it's definitely not all of them. During the war, Mahamiri and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles had communicated with each other through sound transmission, so no one could hear them. Therefore, Yen Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others did not know how many Sariras Mahamiri possessed, not knowing that the future Buddha possessed one. However, the ancient Dipankara Buddha still relied on the relic to exchange with Mahamiri in order to fight for the immortal extermination formation. It could be imagined that after today, Mahamiri would definitely not be able to gather enough relic. Otherwise, with Mahamiri as a competitor, the ancient Dipankara Buddha would have a headache first. As Buddhist bigwigs, it's very likely that they're fighting for the same opportunity, and both of them will fall on the 9 underworlds. Yen, Yang. Under 2, Tao Lord to the Yang Jian worlds. The Buddha God, all worlds. Yang Jian said, not many people know about the details. Such matters are usually kept secret. Due to everyone's attention, some information leaked out. No one would wish for the path they had painstakingly planned to be destroyed by others. Their future would be filled with nothing but hopelessness. For such matters, it was best to keep a low profile. Unfortunately, this was everyone's focus. It wasn't something that could be kept low profile. Not mentioning all sorts of divination. Just one person's preparation and searching for some necessary items would be able to easily see through it. However, everyone still had to force themselves to continue. They couldn't give up on eating for fear of choking. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. No matter what, someone from Taoism is just a step away. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Even if that's the case, it's still unknown when this great tribulation and opportunity will arrive. Yang Jian said, before that, all we can do is continue to endure hardships and accumulate strength. Otherwise, when a fortuitous encounter arrives, it would only be for the benefit of others. At that time, we'll suffer a calamity and only have regrets left. After the 3 clear lineage obtained the immortal extermination formation, their situation changed greatly. They now had the confidence to stabilize themselves. However, they had to be cautious if they wanted to progress further. After all, no matter if it was the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Mahamiri, or Tao Lord Luya, they might have the support of a Tao ancestor. The 9 underworlds, which everyone wanted to take a bite out of, at least had the freedom, heavenly devil. It wasn't a pushover. As for the Elder Lord, he might not stand up for the great Taoist Yen do if it was a real problem. It wouldn't really disappear just because it didn't exist. Thank you, Taoist, for dispelling my doubts. Yen Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Yang Jian. May you succeed. Thank you for your blessings. After bidding farewell to Yen Zhaoge and the others, his figure disappeared by the void. Yen Zhaoge and the others continued their journey. After walking by the void's boundless outskirts for a period of time and observing their surroundings, Yen Zhaoge and the others stopped by a universe. "Let's do it here." Yen Zhaoge nodded towards Feng Yunsheng. "Keep your sea calming pearl for now." Feng Yunsheng answered, "All right." Yen Zhaoge took out the southern extremity longevity emperor's sea calming pearl. The pearl was incomparably heavy, and it flickered with 5 colored radiances. Compared to the past, the heavens and earth are different now. Yen Zhaoge took a deep breath, and the profundities of the heaven-opening scripture, Grand Commencement Divine Finger and Dragon Han Tribulation scripture manifested simultaneously. The 5 colored radiances on the pearl were unprecedentedly dazzling, and they continuously expanded towards the surroundings. As the radiances flickered, the sea calming pearl also started expanding. The heaviness of a universe became more and more obvious, causing one's heart to palpitate. Under the continuous expansion, the 5 colored radiances gradually disappeared, and the sea calming pearl itself also disappeared. Only space continued expanding, suppressing the void outside. Within this universe, many empty spaces suddenly appeared, and the entire place was filled with darkness. As Yen Zhaoge activated his heaven-opening power, the darkness was dispelled, and an extremely dazzling radiance was born from within. The chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind followed closely behind the radiance, and continuously surged forward. Within the cosmos, layers upon layers of unstable space appeared like boiling water. Then they popped like bubbles, and more bubbles floated up. Under Yen Zhaoge's control, the chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind quickly calmed down and regained their calmness. The changes within the cosmos void stabilized, and it had its own rules. Then specks of starlight lit up, and stars of their own were born. While it couldn't move, it was an existence even more vast and majestic than the awakened sky cosmos, and it spanned across the void's boundless outskirts. It was grand and aboveboard. Chapter 1620. Within the boundless void's outskirts, a brand new grand cosmos was opened up. Yen Zhaoge let out a long sigh and looked at the cosmos formed by the sea calming pearl. A look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Feng Yunsheng, Yen Di, Su Fei, and the others by his side. After the great calamity, the heavens were destroyed, and all creations were overturned. Us Taoism's descendants suffered a huge calamity. Today, we finally welcome a new beginning. He smiled and said, "Let's call this new starting point the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven." The others looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Gao Qingxian temporarily stayed in the Tishita Palace and served the incongruent's Divine Mother, who was recuperating. Everyone present was of the Broad Creed Mountains lineage. After hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, the past surfaced in their minds. In the past, when the Broad Creed Mountain had just left the 8 Extremities world's lower realm and attempted to head to the world beyond worlds, their first stop was the Royal Reed Sea. That place's name originated from one of the Taoism's 36 heavens, the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. It was recorded in the World Beyond Worlds records. To the Broad Creed Mountain, the Royal Reed Sea was a brand new starting point. Now a new chapter had begun here. The impregnable pass is as tough as steel. "Now we're stepping forward," said Yen Zhaoge emotionally. As space warped, another vast cosmos gradually manifested. It was the awakened sky cosmos. Previously, Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone had left and returned to the awakened sky cosmos. After contacting Shui, Chuqing, and the others, they gathered at the awakened sky cosmos. After expanding into the awakened sky cosmos, many of the pill hall's original functions were weakened. Now that we have the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the pill hall can be more relaxed. Yen Zhaoge said, "However, it's still not the time for us to be complacent. We shouldn't get carried away. For safety's sake, let's let the pill hull continue drifting outside. Feng Yunxing said, with the immortal extermination formation, other forces wouldn't dare to oppress us Taoism's descendants. We have the confidence to compete or trade with them on equal grounds. However, correspondingly, other forces would pay more attention to us. In fact, we might even attract the Tao ancestors' full attention. With the pill hull hiding within the void, it's no longer safe. That's right. All the rules have to be overturned. Yan Zhaoge smiled. The necessary caution is still necessary. Still, we can begin advancing. The awakened sky cosmos and the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven drew closer to each other. The formless boundaries of the two cosmoses started to come into contact with each other, pushing and repelling each other. However, they gradually formed something like a door that connected the two cosmoses. The various worlds in the awakened sky cosmos began to show signs of migration towards Zhu Luo's royal reed heaven. As Yan Zhaoge presided over the ceremony, his heart jolted slightly. "It's Taoist brother Qin Gaochen," said Feng Yunxing. As Yan Zhaoge and the others turned their heads, they saw that a brand new universe was currently being established in a faraway place amidst the void's boundless outskirts. The source was the same as the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven, the sea calming pearl. Ever since the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds were invaded and occupied by the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court, the North Star Emperor had also rebuilt the universe. Moreover, not only could this universe be used to nurture new Taoist talents, it could also become Emperor Gaochen's new cave abode. Currently, Taoism's heavenly immortals could already exist in the world. They no longer needed to drift and sleep with the void's outskirts. After the goddess of Wudong's injury stabilized, and she recovered some essence energy, she would naturally use the sea calming pearl in her hand to open up a new universe and a new Tao field. Apart from replacing Fairy Yin Shao to take turns to support the immortal vanquishing array, she could stay in her new cave abode or walk in the world. The Cloud Sky Fairy was in the same situation as the Incongruent's Divine Mother and the North Star Emperor. When it was the Incongruent's Divine Mother's turn to be on duty, she would rebuild the three Immortal Islands foundation. Previously, although Feng Yunxing didn't need to hide within the void, she still had to conceal her aura and hide within Yan Zhaoge's right pupil. Now, there was no problem for her to walk alongside Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge turned his head and smiled at Feng Yunxing. They turned their heads to the other side. There, flames suddenly lit up within the void. The boundless sea of flames seemed to have illuminated the surrounding universe. Even the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven, the awakened sky cosmos, and the North Star Emperor's newly established cosmos were dyed fiery red. A tall, short-haired man walked out of the sea of flames and arrived in front of everyone. He was the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhang. Senior Suo, Taoist Suo, Yan Zhaoge, and the others greeted him. After returning their greetings, Suo Mingzhang said, "I'm here to receive Jun Huang." "Senior Suo, please follow me," said Yan Zhaoge. Then he brought Suo Mingzhang into the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven. The group traversed through the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven's cosmos and arrived at the sky beyond skies. When they arrived at the broad Creed mountain range's bright connection valley, they saw two Tsanghua divine trees, one tall and one short, standing between the heavens and the earth as if they were reaching the heavens. The moment Suo Mingzhang stepped into the sky beyond skies, the taller Tsanghua divine tree suddenly bloomed with white flowers amidst its blue branches and leaves without any warning. The flowers looked like a snowflake. As the flowering tree swayed without any wind, the melodious sound of wind chimes resounded within the bright connection valley. Suo Mingzhang appeared under the tree and looked at the Tsanghua divine tree in front of him. He opened his palm, and snowflake petals fell onto his palm. The short-haired man remained silent. He stood on the spot and didn't move for a long time. Yan Zhaoga and the others, as well as Xue Chuqing, who rushed over from the broad Creed Mountain's main peak, stood silently by the side and looked at the two towering divine trees. After a long time, Sua Mingzhang turned around and nodded towards Yan Zhaoga and the others. Then, with a wave of his hand, a halo enveloped the taller Tsanghua divine tree and brought it away, disappearing from the sky beyond skies. He exited the sky beyond skies, left the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven, and arrived at the void's outskirts. Then he took out his sea calming pearl. Then this sea calming pearl stood side by side with the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven and the North Star Emperor's cosmos. It formed a brand new universe, which was spread out within the void's outskirts. Sua Mingzhang entered it and tapped on a bubble that hadn't stabilized yet. The bubble expanded. Clear air floated upwards to form the sky, while turbid air sank downwards to form the ground. A brand new world was formed. The tall Tsanghua divine tree rooted itself into the ground once again. Sua Mingzhang sat in a lotus position under the tree. He raised his head and looked at the divine tree's gently swaying branches and leaves. His gaze was lonely and distant. The Taoism's three great universes were opened at the same time. They were spread across the void's outskirts, boundless outskirts, and could be seen from afar. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of various parties. One after another, powerful auras appeared from afar and silently observed the scene. However, no one stopped or interfered. In fact, no one even came close. After losing the immortal extermination formation, it won't be the same anymore. Within the Astro Mountain Starry Sea's grand essence heaven, atop the ancient Fusang tree, Taoist Lu Ye didn't move after receiving the news. Instead, he shook his head, unlocking the golden lock and releasing the flood dragon. The group of great demons in front of him remained silent. Chapter 16:21. In the grand essence heaven, on the Fusang divine tree, Tao Lord Lu Ye shook his head. The great demons in front of him were silent. The face of the leader, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, was so dark that it seemed as if it would drip water at any moment. Between him and the other Tao sect martial artists, it was not only a competition between their respective backgrounds and forces, but also a personal grudge. His only son, Falua Zi, perished under the incomplete immortal extermination formation laid down by Yan Zhaoga and the others. All these years, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge, but he had never been able to do so. At this moment, the newly established Tao heaven was right there in the open. However, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles needed to think twice before acting. In response to Tao Lord Lia's sigh, he felt extremely stifled, but all he could do was remain silent. After a long time, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles said, "I'll go to the central blessed lands of Saha and see if I can exchange for that Buddha Sarira from Maitreya Buddha. While the great sage equaling heavens is strong, he isn't the real him. The three clear lineage might not be able to continue manifesting his true form." The rock's voice was hoarse and ferocious. "No, for a very long time they won't be able to manifest the true body of the great sage equaling heaven. Mahamiri's strength is so great that even I admit my inferiority. However, while the three clear lineage does not have the great sage equaling heavens, the others are not to be underestimated." Tao Lord Lu Ye sighed softly. "If I let Yang Jian go and fight Mahamiri one-on-one, even if he's no match for him, I'm afraid the outcome will not be decided in a short time. I don't have the immortal slaying flying saber to restrain him for a long time." Lu Ye shook his head. This lad is indeed extraordinary. Although the previous battle was just a flash, I can see that he is gradually finding a way to deal with the immortal slaying flying dagger. The more he fights, the more fearless he is. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' expression was as calm as still water. After a moment of silence, he said, "If it's just my brother, he might be alone, but if there are others helping him, the situation will be different." If not for the fact that we were pressed for time, it would have been impossible for the three clear lineage to succeed in obtaining the immortal extermination formation. He said slowly, without the immortal extermination formation, the three clear lineage wouldn't be able to withstand the encirclement of many sections. The existence of the immortal extermination formation had completely changed the situation of the Dao sects. But on the other hand, it was more of a deterrent. This was especially so for the Dao Fathers, forming a tacit agreement to restrain each other. From a certain perspective, this restriction was mutual. It was the same for the Dao Ancestor and the Immortal Vanquishing Array. If Dao Realm experts didn't interfere, then those below Dao Realm would have to depend on the experts' abilities. Before coming here, I contacted the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit and the others to return. Dao Lord Luya said calmly. If Randang is smart, he'll make the same decision. The war between the central blessed lands of Saha and the Immortal Court is unavoidable. However, no matter what happens in the future between us and the Western Pure Lands, it's best for us to temporarily stop the war. As for the three clear lineage, it's still too early to say. Let's observe for now. Hearing Immortal Luya's words, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles expression darkened. However, he did not say anything. As the group of demons conversed, a dark cloud passed through the vast starry sky of the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and landed in the Grand Essence Heaven. The dark clouds that blotted out the sky shrunk when they entered the Grand Plainness Heaven. They first headed towards the plains of Chestnut, and a moment later, they left the plains of Chestnut and descended towards the Fusang Divine Tree. As the dark clouds retracted, they stopped on the tree trunk, facing Dao Lord Luya, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and the other great demons. Amidst the hazy clouds, a tall figure with a lion's head and a human body appeared. What was even more terrifying was that the person's body seemed to have 9 lion heads. The lion heads were ferocious, but they weren't ferocious. Their auras were orderly and they stood tall. However, the 18 lion eyes flickered with sanguine radiance, as if they were 18 deep and ice-cold pools of blood. He was the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit, the 9-headed lion under the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord. After the great calamity, the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord, suffered a tribulation, while the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit managed to survive and entered the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. He had been living in seclusion for years and had only recently come out of seclusion. Previously, he didn't participate in the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation. Instead, he led a portion of the demon race and continued fighting against the Western Pure Lands, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Unbreakable Vajra, and other Buddhist Bantis. Now that the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation had come to an end, the situation had changed, and the war between the demon race and the Western Pure Lands had temporarily come to an end. Thus, the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit led the other great demons and temporarily retreated to the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. Taoist Nine Spirit, have you completed your mission with the Eastern Monarch? Asked Dao Lord Luya. The Grand Sage of Nine Spirit, who had a lion's head and a human body, replied, That's right. He looked at Dao Lord Luya, then at the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Are you going to stop the war with the Western Pure Lands and join forces against the Orthodox Taoism? It's still too early to say how we're going to treat the three clear lineage. Dao Lord Luya said, however, at least for the time being, we shouldn't be tangling with the Western Pure Lands too much. We just have to keep an eye on the Immortal Court and the central blessed lands of Saha. As he spoke, Luya smiled. In any case, if we don't interfere, and the Western Pure Lands doesn't interfere, the central blessed lands of Saha will definitely gain the upper hand. The Grand Sage of Nine Spirits figure seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds. No matter what decision you make, I won't mind. However, don't count me in if the Orthodox Taoism is in trouble. This old man has no intention of getting involved in either side. It's just that the lives of a few of my grandsons were lost in the hands of traveling Monk Sunday. He became the victorious fighting Buddha and is currently in the Western Pure Lands. This old man wishes to take revenge for my grandson's deaths. So I came out of the mountains to make a trip. Tao Lord Luya shook his head and said, "It's fine. Taoist Nine Spirit, please go ahead. Farewell." The nine-headed lion's figure vanished into the dark clouds and flew away from the propping mulberry tree. After the grand sage of Nine Spirit left, Luya's expression remained calm. He looked at the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other great demons and said, "Keep an eye on the three clear lineage, but don't act recklessly." Although the great demons, including the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, were unwilling, they knew that the current situation wasn't stable and needed further observation. After hearing Tao Lord Luya's words, they nodded and dispersed. Tao Lord Luya sat on the tree branch and closed his eyes in deep thought. After a while, he opened his eyes. The golden crow sage appeared and stood beside him. "Send this to the three clear lineage," said Tao Lord Luya as he took out a scarecrow. An arrow was nailed in between the scarecrow's brows. Its blood had dried and turned black. Wudong knows the method herself. This can help her recover faster. Help me pass a message to her. "I have something that she's interested in," said Tao Lord Luya as he handed the scarecrow to the Golden Crow Sage. The Golden Crow Sage received it respectfully and flew away from the propping mulberry tree. Tao Lord Luya smiled and muttered to himself, "Since things are different now, I can't judge people with my old standards. I have to be more prepared." At the same time in the Western Pure Lands, within the Dipankara Ancient Buddha's Pure Land, the Ancient Buddha was conversing with the Bodhisattva Guanyin, the unbreakable Vajra, the victorious fighting Buddha, and the other Buddhas. "Right now, the three clear lineage is in a more comfortable situation than us," said the Dipankara Ancient Buddha. Chapter 16:22. In front of the Dipankara Ancient Buddha, numerous Buddhas stood with different expressions. After hearing Dipankara's words, the Buddhist Bhantes nodded silently. With the immortal extermination formation, Orthodox Taoism had the confidence to contend against the other factions. They no longer had to hide and struggle passively. They could now advance and retreat freely. They could either defend or attack, turning from passivity into initiative. They could take the initiative to advance, and they could continue hiding and slowly develop. They were unlike the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. In order to develop, they had to expand their territory, increase their population, and accumulate faith power. Conflicts with other factions were unavoidable. As they walked the same path, they were the most direct competitors, as well as the best targets for each other. War could also consolidate and gather faith and incense. From a certain perspective, the two heretic heretics would engage in a large-scale war every 100 years. Even if the final victor could not be determined, it was still necessary. Due to various reasons, if the war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus entered the decisive stage, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race would not sit idly by. The orthodox Taoism that had been struggling to survive in the past could now reap the spoils of war after obtaining the immortal extermination formation. Compared to the Western Pure Lands and the demon race, the orthodox Taoism was much more at ease. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. The indestructible Vajra Buddha said, "Previously we were too lenient towards the three clear lineage. Now that we can't get rid of them, even if we were to ally with the demon race to deal with them, we would have to hold back." Whether they were willing or not, the current orthodox Taoism was already a colossus on the same level as the Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. Even if a few factions worked together to destroy such a colossus, they would have to pay a certain price. The problem was who would bear the price. Not a single faction would be able to do so. Even if they did not perish along with orthodox Taoism, they would not be able to withstand the attacks of the other factions if they were to face a huge blow to their vitality. At the end of the day, their clans were enemies with each other. We were too greedy and wanted to obtain the complete immortal extermination formation. We ended up nurturing a tiger. The Dipankara Buddha admitted his mistake. I have yet to see through the 3 poisons of greed, aversion, and obsession. The indestructible Vajrabuddha shook his head. You're being too serious, ancient Buddha. It's just that we need to control the conflict between the immortal court and the White Lotus heretics. Otherwise, we'll only give the 3 clear lineage more opportunities to take advantage of. We should just wait for the 9 underworld's tribulation to end before we fight against the demon race and purge the heretics. However, the immortal court is still too weak against the White Lotus heretics. The group of Buddhist venerables put their palms together and chanted softly. The Dipankara ancient Buddha also sighed and smiled. It's a late start. It's already commendable to be where it is today. Buddha Guanyin Bodhisattva Buddha, said, Ma, Buddha, my Buddha, and said, the Bodhisattva Guanyin said, fortunately we have the green lotus flag to defend against my Buddha. However, we still have to be careful. The slightest mistake could cause the situation to collapse. Like the yellow almond flag, the green lotus flag could also defend against my Buddha's 5-colored divine light. However, as the defending side, they had lost the initiative. Against others, he could still cope with the changes by remaining calm. But against an expert like Mahamayuri, the slightest carelessness could lead to a complete collapse in a very short period of time, not giving his opponent a chance to react. Since they know that we have the green lotus flag, my Buddha wouldn't be able to do anything to us. The White Lotus heretics wouldn't waste their chance so easily. The Dipankara Buddha said, although the immortal court is weak against the White Lotus heretics, it wouldn't be easy for my Buddha to find an opportunity if they're cautious and focused on stabilizing themselves. However, we have to pay attention to the 3 clear lineage. They will continue to stir up trouble. The Dipankara Buddha looked at the Buddhist Bhantis before him. The great sage equaling heaven's true body won't be able to reappear within a short period of time. However, we have to pay close attention to Yang Jian, Sua Mingzhang, and Feng Yunqing's movements. Yang Jian didn't need to say much. Excluding the great sage equaling heavens, Yang Erling was currently Taoism's strongest, overarching heavenly immortal. Even if he wasn't as close to the Tao realm as the great master Xiandu, his individual strength was still superior. Against my Buddha, the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. Among the active experts, he, the great sage equaling heavens, and my Buddha could be considered as the top 3 experts beneath the Tao realm. Previously, during the battle for the immortal extermination formation, Sua Mingzhang forcefully resisted the Dipankara Buddha, who possessed the 24 heavens sea calming pearl. His name shook the world once again. Only 100 years had passed since he ascended to the grand heavenly realm. As for Feng Yunsheng, she had only ascended to the grand heavenly realm for around 50 years. However, she was already unafraid of the likes of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and Yuan Hong. She had practically replicated Sua Mingzhang's legend. What was more noteworthy was the fact that with her strength, not only was she proficient in ambushes and assassinations, but she was also proficient in them. As such, her threat level would increase exponentially. Most people would have to pay extra attention to her and be on guard against her. Other than the 3 of them, Yen Zhaoga and his son had also ascended to the grand virtual realm, said the Dipankara Buddha. The Buddhas of the blessed lands said, you don't have to remind us. We're all aware of it. The Dipankara Buddha nodded silently. Will the immortal court take the risk and attack the 9 underworlds? Asked the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. The 9 underworlds, evil devils, could be enlightened as well. The Dipankara Buddha, Taoist Luya, great Taoist Xiandu, and the others had a tacit understanding with the 9 underworlds. They would give each other a chance and wait for the final moment to arrive to fight for the greatest opportunity. However, the immortal court had no such need. Although the 3 clear lineage is no longer a pushover and the 9 underworlds is more of a taboo, if we don't help them, the immortal court would have no advantage against the 9 underworlds. The Dipankara Buddha smiled. As for the 9 underworlds, we still have to be careful. The indestructible Vajrabuddha said, while you, Taoist Luya, and the others have made arrangements. We still have to prevent the 9 underworlds from taking advantage of the situation. The 3 clear lineage is a good example. The Dipankara Buddha said, "You're right. I'll be careful." After discussing for a while, the group of Buddhas took their leave. The Guanyin Bodhisattva watched the victorious fighting Buddha's silhouette disappear. Then she turned around and looked at the Dipankara Buddha. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. "I know what you're thinking. If we can't eliminate them, we shouldn't make them our enemies." The Dipankara Buddha said, "Although the conflict between the 3 clear lineage and the immortal court is almost irreconcilable, if the timing is right, we can use the 3 clear lineage to help us. At the very least, we can try to make some deals like Mahamayuri did." He let out a long sigh, which was similar to Taoist Luya, who was far away in the Astro Mountain starry seas. The situation is different now. It's not that easy to suppress the 3 clear lineage. We have to change our methods. Chapter 16:23. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at the Bodhisattva and said with a smile, "It's not appropriate for me and the others to show up. I'll have to trouble you to interact with us and the 3 clear lineage. I hope there's a suitable time." The Bodhisattva shook her head and sighed before leaving. The Dipankara ancient Buddha watched her leaving silhouette and retracted his gaze after a while. 18 glowing, 5-colored pearls appeared in front of him. Looking at the sea-calming pearl that was missing a quarter, the ancient Buddha shook his head and smiled. Then he kept the pearl. Sitting on the lotus, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's expression was calm. His gaze no longer fluctuated. His eyes were slightly closed, as if they were extinguished. No matter if it was the Western Pure Lands or the Astro Mountain starry seas, they all remained silent after receiving the news of the 3 clear lineage establishing the Taoism myriad heavens. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus that had been actively suppressing the orthodox Taoism didn't make any noise. The 3 new Tao universes swaggered about and existed openly in the void's outskirts. However, the other forces seemed to have ignored this fact. Compared to thousands of years ago, when the Taoism universe, the world beyond worlds, and the roving jade heavens were established, they experienced a long and bloody battle. In the dark times that the orthodox Taoism had experienced after the Great Calamity, they had paid an immeasurable price to finally be able to find a stable place to settle down and develop. After all, there were very few hidden and stable places like the Jade Spring World. Most of the time, the people of Taoism would struggle to survive within the cracks. People like Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson lived in seclusion. Even if no one went to suppress them, it was obviously impossible for them to develop and spread their lineage. Immortal realm experts, with their cultivation, would naturally be fine if they were to leave the mortal world. However, the selection of successors and the nurturing of successors couldn't be separated from the mortal world. Only with sufficient population could a small number of outstanding geniuses emerge. Only with sufficient stability in the middle and lower levels could they continuously produce new blood. Today, the orthodox Taoism lineage no longer had to worry about such issues. Sua Mingzhang, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the other Taoism heavenly lords didn't have to continue drifting within the void's outskirts. They reopened their abodes and lived here peacefully. At the same time, it also meant that more martial arts inheritances would be passed down, more people would be born, and more human worlds would be established. From then on, the Taoist martial artists could walk in the endless void of the outer realm. Although they were not without scruples, they did not need to hide like stray dogs and worry about being besieged and pursued. There were more resources and more treasures. Whether or not they could compete with the other factions was another matter. At the very least, they could openly compete with others with their own abilities. He no longer had to worry about enemies of a higher level appearing all of a sudden, but he didn't have any big shots backing him up. No matter how high he was, he could not be a Tao realm mighty figure. In the past, the biggest embarrassment of the Tao sect martial artists was that they did not have a Tao ancestor who could stabilize the situation. Although it still did not exist, the immortal execution formation had changed the situation. The overall situation was indeed different. Seeing Suo Mingzhang taking away the Tsanghua divine, tree formed by Shao, Juanhuangslu, Yan Zhaoge, and the others were filled with emotions. Now, everything was the expectation of the predecessors of Taoism, like Shao Junhuang after the Great Calamity. One couldn't reach 1,000 miles without taking small steps. It was precisely because of the efforts of generations after generations that the glimmer of light finally grew stronger. In the end, it turned into the sun rising from the east and started dispelling the darkness and coldness. Yan Zhaoge opened his palm, and an indistinct radiance rose up. It gradually expanded and turned into a huge wheel of light. After the radiance dissipated, a black iron wheel appeared on Yan Zhaoge's hand. There were 12 holes on the wheel. It was the great netherworld wheel. The huge black iron will continuously rotated. Currently, the Tsanghua divine tree that was left in the bright connection valley had countless blue flowers blooming without any signs. The blue flower petals floated down like fine snowflakes and landed on the black iron wheel. Yendi also extended his hand and tapped lightly. A red radiance appeared on his fingertip. The red radiance expanded and enveloped the bright connection valley. This red radiance originated from the immortal trapping sword. Yendi intercepted it and kept it with him. The dark red radiance transformed into a curtain, presenting an eternal scene. A man in purple and a woman in white stood side by side with their backs facing Yan Zhaoge and the others. The man in purple held the sword in his left hand, while the woman in white held the sword in her right hand. Her left hand was linked with the man's right hand. Other than the back view in front of Yan Zhaoge and the others, they could also see the man and woman looking at each other. They revealed half of their faces and smiled. That was the final back view of Yendi's parents, Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian, as recorded in the immortal trapping sword. The sword Buddha in the scene had already been eliminated by Yendi, leaving only his parents. Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian had sacrificed the Jade Cauldron's corpse and the immortal trapping sword. As a result, their remains weren't left behind. Yendi could only build a cenotaph as a memento, and this dark red sword light always accompanied by his side. Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yendi, Xue Chuqing, Su Fei, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces and bowed solemnly. Grandfather, grandmother, exalted wood, dim radiant, and bright connection seniors and other Taoism seniors, your past efforts weren't in vain. We've succeeded, Yan Zhaoge muttered softly. The number of Taoism experts who perished during and after the Great Calamity was uncountable. Currently, Yan Zhaoge and the others already knew a lot about the situation through Yang Jian, Yin Shao Fairy, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Xuandu, Great Taoist Master, and the others. The Jade, Clear Lineage, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, the Jade Cauldron, Cultivated Deity, the Lord of Taoism, and other bigwigs had suffered heavy casualties. Within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, one of the 4 Imperials, the Earth Queen had perished. Among the 3 Sky Fairies, other than Yun Shao Fairy, Cheong Shao Fairy, and Bai Shao Fairy had perished. The former Prime Clear Lineage's pinnacle bigwig, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's head of the Fighting Division, the Golden Spirit Divine Mother, had perished as well. One of the proudest descendants of the Prime Clear Lineage's 3rd generation, the Lord of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Thunder Division, the 9 Heavens Responding Thunder Heavenly Lord Wenzhong, had perished, following in the footsteps of his master, the Golden Spirit Divine Mother. The original owner of the 24C Calming Pearls, the Prime Clear Bigwig Zhao Gongming, had also escaped the investiture of the gods during the Great Calamity. However, he had the same fate as Cheong Shao Fairy and Bai Shao Fairy. The Zhenwu Devil Rinsing, Heavenly Lord, Longevity God Lord, Venus Star Lord. There were countless of them. Some perished during the Great Calamity, while some perished for the sake of Taoism's revival after the Great Calamity. For example, the incongruence Divine Mother had almost become one of them during the fight for the immortal extermination formation. Yan Zhaoge looked at Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian's back view. He looked at the great underworld wheel, formed by Yin Tianxia's corpse. He looked at the Tsanghua divine tree formed by Hu Yuexin's corpse. He looked at the silhouettes that gradually appeared in front of him. While he felt disappointed, he also felt a little relieved. Although we haven't been able to clear away the heretics and other enemies, our Taoism's revival has already begun. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, the golden age will arrive as everyone wishes. Chapter 16:24. Although Taoism's situation had drastically changed, it wasn't the time to be complacent. There was still a long way to go before Taoism's flourishing era could return to its former glory. If they made a mistake along the way, today's good atmosphere might turn into nothing. Yan Zhaoge and the others were aware of this. They didn't lose their morale or their cautiousness. After paying their respects to the ancestors, they left the bright Connection Valley. In the past, I once swore to the dim radiant will beneath the Tsanghua divine tree. I wanted all those who besieged dim radiant Yin to perish under the dim radiant wheel, so that the dim radiant will could personally take revenge. Yan Zhaoge said as he walked. Unfortunately, when I went to the heretics' territories to look for Himian, I didn't have much time. I didn't have the time to look for them one by one. He lowered his head and looked at the radiant wheel in his palm. I'll have to make up for this in the future. Naturally, we have to do what we have to do. However, don't be too hasty, said Xue Chuqing. Don't worry. I understand. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Taoism was busy rebuilding the myriad heavens and expanding their territories. While attracting the attention of other forces, they were also paying attention to the outside world. The Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain Starry Seas had stopped fighting. For the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha no longer showed themselves. Only the two heretics experts were still fighting against each other. However, the intensity of the war was also decreasing. The future Buddha could finally refine the humanly essence stone fragment. The war between the two heretics for 100 years had finally ended, and they entered a new period of peace. While there would still be conflicts between them, and small-scale battles would continue, the large-scale war would have to wait for the next round. Taoism's revival naturally attracted the two heretics' vigilance and vigilance. The next round of war would require a new opportunity. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to fight again within the next few years. However, for the current orthodox Taoism, they didn't need to rely on the conflict between the two parties to carry out their activities. Of course, for Yan Zhaoge and the others, it would be best if they could continue watching while their enemies fought against each other. If the demon race and orthodox Buddhism don't interfere, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's advantage is still greater than the immortal court's. Yan Zhaoge said, the immortal court isn't aggressive enough. However, if they focus on defending, they wouldn't suffer a huge loss. At most, they would give up some immortal territories and shrink their territories. Let's just let nature take its course, Xue Fei muttered. On one hand, the orthodox Tao sects had just obtained the immortal extermination formation, and the other enemies were at their most wary. They kept their fangs and were wary of the movements of the orthodox Tao sects. At this moment, if the three clear lineage were to continue pressuring them, even if their opponents were unwilling, they might be stimulated to the point of taking a risk. On the other hand, the situation was now in a delicate balance. If the three clear lineage were to help the blessed lands of the White Lotus beat up the immortal court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would definitely be happy. The immortal court would soon collapse. But in that case, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord would no longer have any apprehensions and would no longer fear the immortal extermination array. In the end, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would obtain the greatest benefits. Of course, letting nature take its course didn't mean that the orthodox Taoism, the immortal court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus would live in harmony. It wasn't that he didn't want revenge. It was just that the time had not come yet. Currently, the most urgent matter for the orthodox Taoism was to utilize the safety of the environment to further develop themselves and accumulate their strength. The Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others are waiting for the fortune of the 9 underworlds. Yen Zhaoga's gaze was deep. To us, this matter is of utmost importance. If the 3 clear lineage had another Tao realm bigwig other than the Elder Lord, the situation would be entirely different. The great Taoist Xian Du's fortune of ascending to the Tao realm is also within the 9 underworlds, said Feng Yunxing slowly, directly competing against the Dipankara Buddha and the others. That was why they were so focused on the Immortal Extermination Formation. The Immortal Extermination Formation's existence was an important source of confidence for the upcoming Tao realm fortune. The Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others had the same thought, which was why they took the risk. In the end, they were one step behind. To a certain extent, the fight for the Immortal Extermination Formation was the prelude for the upcoming battle of the Great Tao. The battle of the Great Tao would become crueler and more intense. A Tao ancestor alone couldn't deal with the Immortal Extermination Formation. Only 4 Tao realm bigwigs could break through the formation. However, on the other hand, the Immortal Extermination Formation couldn't deal with Tao realm bigwigs. Even if there were 400 Immortal Extermination Formations, they still wouldn't be able to harm a Tao ancestor. This was the difference between the Immortal Extermination Formation and Tao realm bigwigs. Strictly speaking, while the Immortal Extermination Formation could defeat grand heavenly immortals, it was still in existence below the Tao realm. Yen Zhaoga and the others were extremely clear about this point. Looking at the overall situation, we're currently looking for a chance to initiate an attack. However, our overall strategy is to defend. Yen Zhaoga lightly tapped on his temple. In the past, they couldn't even defend themselves. They could only move around and make use of the enemy's conflicts to take advantage of the situation. Now that they had the Immortal Extermination Formation, they could stand their ground and fight against their enemies on equal grounds. However, overall, they were still in a defensive position. If the Orthodox Taoism could have another Tao ancestor other than the Grand Supreme Elder, they might be able to usher in a strategic counterattack and start to take the initiative. That was naturally the prosperous scene that Xiao, Junhuang, Hu Yuexin, and the others had been looking forward to. It's still the same old saying. Either you try to make yourself stronger, or you make the enemy weaker. Yen Zhaoga pondered and said, think of a way to hinder Dipankara and immortal Lu. Yen Di said mildly, it's not just the Dipankara ancient Buddha and Tao Lord Luya. In order to prevent others from interfering, those who are attempting to ascend to the Tao realm would often keep their cultivation and fortuitous encounters a secret. Randang, Luya, and the great Taoist Master Xian Du are publicly acknowledged to be the closest to the Tao realm. However, it's not impossible for the others. The 3 of them might not be the only ones who are plotting for the opportunity of the 9 nether. Yen Di said, moreover, it is still hard to say when the outcome of this round will be decided. Everyone is fighting for it. That's right. Although everyone is rearing the 9 nether like a pig and preparing to slaughter it for the new year. Just like what Yang Erling said, the 9 nether is a wild boar. It might turn around and kill the hunter at any time. Yen Zhaoga smacked his head and laughed self-mockingly. Didn't the others suffer a loss at our hands during the Immortal Extermination Formations round? After letting out a long sigh, he said, using the Immortal Extermination Formation, we obtain the hard-earned environment for development. Naturally, we have to make good use of it. Moreover, the environment wasn't good in the past. Everyone was hiding and living in seclusion. Yen Zhaoga touched his chin. Now that the environment is different, will there be some good news for us after the news spreads out? Chapter 1625. Although many Taoism bigwigs' deaths were confirmed, there were still people whose whereabouts were unknown. Yan Zhaoge and the others naturally hoped that more of their fellow Taoists survived. However, the void's boundless outskirts was too vast, and it wasn't easy to find them. Even if there were, it wouldn't be possible to understand the changes in the environment within a short period of time. Previously, they had been hidden for so many years, and no one could find them. This meant that their communication with the outside world was limited. Others couldn't find them, and it was hard for them to get in touch with the outside world. When they found out about the changes in orthodox Taoism's environment, it would take a long time. They might not even realize it, even after many years. Regarding this, Yan Zhaoge and the others could only hope for the best. Right. Do you have any special intentions for leaving behind another sea calming pearl? Su Fei asked Yan Zhaoge. I don't have any special intentions. After a while, I'll open up a cosmos for humans to live in, said Yan Zhaoge. However, I have some ideas regarding this cosmos and the various worlds within. I intend to give it a try. Oh, what do you mean? Everyone's interest was piqued. Yan Zhaoge touched his chin. We all know that the heretics are opportunistic and have many flaws. Although I don't agree with them, there are some things that we have to face. The heretics improve faster and easier than us, although they can't produce top-notch experts, at least in the profound immortal realm. They have a huge advantage in terms of numbers, especially in such a short period of time. Feng Yunsheng and the others quietly listened to Yan Zhaoge's words without interrupting or questioning him. They have a lot of flaws, but there's one thing that I think is worth discussing. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms. The heretic's entry threshold is much lower than ours. The orthodox Taoism's path of martial arts had certain requirements for one's aptitude and talent. It was a fact that hard work could make up for one's lack of talent. However, there was another type of reality. People who were more talented than you were also more hardworking than you. Other than that, a person's natural lifespan had a limit. When one's martial cultivation reached a certain realm, their lifespan would increase accordingly. Even if hard work could make up for one's lack of talent, most of the time, this lack of talent had a minimum limit. Otherwise, the natural law of dying of old age would eliminate most people. In this aspect, the orthodox Buddhist sects might be slightly better than the Taoist sections. Although some dharmic formulations also tested one's perception, there were still some dharmic formulations that focused more on one's willpower and bitter cultivation. However, one thing that had to be recognized was that people with extraordinary willpower were actually still in the minority. From the perspective of the entry threshold, the popularity of the heretics was much higher than that of the orthodox Taoism and Buddhism. While from Yan Zhaoge's point of view, the heretic cultivation techniques had some problems here and there, it was still a huge advantage for them to be widely spread. Looking at them, I often wonder if there's any way to lower the entry requirements for our orthodox Taoism. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Feng Yunsheng, Yan Di, and the others exchanged looks. By saying this, you have an idea? Not really. That's why I've decided to give it a try. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Could it be that you want to imitate the netherworld demon's bestowment technique? Feng Yunsheng asked hesitantly. If there was a technique in this world that allowed one to improve faster than the heretic path, it would undoubtedly be the God-fiend empowerment. But on the one hand, after the empowerment, it was difficult to continue saying you or you. On the other hand, this might be the best technique to test one's innate aptitude. I have to admit that although it's different, it did give me some inspiration, said Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge said, still, it's just a vague idea for now. Let's wait until I try out this unorthodox method a bit more and have some ideas about it. He looked at his mother, Xue Chuqing, and changed the topic. Taoist Fu, the three of them. Nothing special happened, said Xue Chuqing as she shook her head. During this fight for the immortal extermination formation, Yin Zhaoge and the other Taoism lineage disciples were also secretly on guard against one thing. That was Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing, who had hidden dangers because of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. The Taoism lineage, the immortal court, and the other forces were fighting for the immortal extermination formation with all their might. Currently, all the top-notch experts that they could contact and mobilize were all mobilized, while they were fighting with all their might on the battlefield. Yin Zhaoge and the others didn't forget to guard against their own backyard. Fu Yunqi, who had just broken through the pure, profound tribulation, was closely guarding his 2 daughters and 1 disciple. Before Yin Zhaoge left, he had made some arrangements, with Fu Yunqi keeping an eye on them. Even if they were forcefully illuminated by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the situation wouldn't escalate to the sky beyond skies and the awakened sky cosmos. In the end, to everyone's delight, nothing special happened. However, Yin Zhaoge didn't think that the immortal court had forgotten about this, especially since many people believed that Yin Zhaoge's situation was similar to Fu Ting and the others. As for why Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing didn't encounter any trouble, it might be due to Yin Zhaoge and the others' countermeasure. Or perhaps they had other plans. We've done our best for now. Before we have any other clues, let's not rush. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. I'll head to the roving Jade Heavens first and take a look at Senior, apprentice sister Yu. Under everyone's cooperation, Yu Ye's condition gradually stabilized. Close to 100 years had passed since then. Amidst the changes, the entire world was vastly different. Currently, Yu Yi still hadn't regained her senses. It was only because Yin Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, and the others told her to rest better. Back then, her injuries were extremely severe, and she almost lost her life. Under normal circumstances, even if she regained consciousness, her vitality might be greatly damaged, and her foundation might be damaged. Naturally, this wasn't what Yin Zhaoge and the others wanted to see. What they were currently busy with was seeking for the best outcome. However, after regaining consciousness, Yu Yi would have to face many things. Yin Zhaoge believed that with Yu Ye's willpower, she should be able to endure it. However, just because she could endure it didn't mean that it would be a form of cruelty to her. What's to come will eventually come. Yin Zhaoge shook his head and sighed. He left the sky beyond skies and headed towards the roving Jade Heavens. After arriving and checking on Yu Ye's condition, Yin Zhaoge said to Long Xueji, after 2 more treatments, she should be fine. We can try to awaken Senior, apprentice sister Yu. Only, we still have to make some preparations to recover her vitality. Some treasures still have to be gathered. Unfortunately, the clues are limited. She's already doing very well. Long Xueji looked at his niece, his gaze filled with warmth. Among the 3 siblings, his second sister, Long Xuening, and her husband had already passed away, leaving behind only her. Although martial arts practitioners didn't care much about life and death, Long Xueji would feel guilty towards his deceased sister if Yu Yi were to die. Now that there was hope for Yu Ye's recovery, he was naturally delighted. At that moment, Gao Shuobo walked in and asked, "How's little Ye's condition?" After hearing Yin Zhaoge and Long Xueji's confirmation, Gao Shuobo said, "Mother sent a message. Tao Lord Lu Ye sent a scarecrow to the Tishita Palace through the Xuandu Great Monk's Connections." Chapter 16:26. Scarecrow. Yin Zhaoge raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it related to the Nailhead 7 Arrows book? Gao Shuobo nodded. That's right. According to the great Taoist Master Xian, Du, and the goddess, this straw doll can help the goddess recover as soon as possible. It is not impossible, Yin Zhaoge pondered as he nodded slowly. After thinking about it, he smiled and said, Taoist Luya is apologizing, but it's not enough. I think there are other ways to make it up to Saint Mother. Tao, Lord Lu Ye, was born in the Khanate world. He has experienced Tao, Buddhism, and demons. There is no doubt that his foundation is rich. Perhaps he really has something that the goddess is interested in. The so-called foundation did not only refer to personal strength. Most of the time, a secret that was unknown to others, something that others desired, could be more useful than a person's martial strength. The key was how to use it. Fighting for the immortal extermination array was the common interest of the entire Tao sect. The incongruence Divine Mother was severely injured because of Taoist Lord Luya. If she wanted to seek revenge on Taoist Lord Luya, she would need to use the immortal extermination formation. That would concern the entire Tao sect. However, if she decided not to seek revenge on Tao Lord Luya, it would be a personal matter. An incongruence Divine Mother could decide for herself. Now that Gao Qingxian had relayed the news to the others, it was clear that Taoist monarch Lu Ye's bargaining chip had moved the incongruence Divine Mother. Yan Zhaoge and the others naturally had no objections to this. With the immortal extermination formation, our Taoism's direct lineage is no longer as weak as before. Taoist Lu Ye and the demon race would naturally try to mend their relationship with us. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. However, we still have to be careful. At the same time of cooperation, friction and confrontation were unavoidable. After all, both sides had their own needs, and there were disputes and competitions between them. When Tao Lord Lu Ye injured the incongruence Divine Mother and fought for the immortal extermination array, the Tao sect's direct disciple also killed the yellow wind monster and the black cloud's immortal, causing the demons to suffer heavy losses. 2 of the 9-headed bug's heads were smashed by Yang Jian and the monkey. It was heavily injured and on the verge of death. The demons had even more reason to retaliate. It was just that they had a deeper conflict with another opponent, the Western Pure Lands. Therefore, they were more restrained when facing the orthodox Taoism. This principle was also applicable to the Western Pure Lands. Now that the environment had just changed, everyone still needed to adjust and adapt. When everything was ready, a new round of conflicts and battles would erupt. To the direct disciples of the Tao sect, they were happy to have a stable period of time to continue to promote their own development and prepare for the upcoming situation. The main point is that apart from the Grand Supreme Elder, we have to quickly produce another Tao realm mighty figure. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. The Divine Mother is also a veteran heavenly lord who attained the Tao during ancient times. How far away is she from the Tao realm? Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji both shook their heads slightly. According to what we know, it's hard to confirm anything at the moment. We'll have to see how things develop in the next few years. After a slight pause, Long Xueji said, according to the words of the old ancestor, the Divine Mother's path towards the Tao had once seen the light of dawn, but it was severed. Now, she has to start anew and walk another path. It is even more difficult, and the hope is even more uncertain. The old Grand Master he mentioned was naturally the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, who had already passed away before the great calamity. I see. No wonder Tao Lord Lu Ye was able to move her heart. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin. I wonder who is the one who obstructed the Divine Mother's first path. After asking, Yan Zhaoge noticed that Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji's expressions were a little weird. I heard that it was the Manjushri Bodhisattva. Gao Xuebua said slowly, in other words, the Manjushri, heavenly lord of the past. Yan Zhaoge blinked his eyes and laughed. The weather today is really nice. The Manjushri heavenly lord was one of the jade, clear lineage's bigwigs during the ancient era. After the investiture of the Gods' War, he entered Buddhism along with the Samantabhadra cultivated deity, the compassionate cultivated deity, Qiansun and the others. They transformed into the Manjushri Bodhisattva and stood alongside the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Guanyin Bodhisattva. After the Middle Era, the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha and the Gautama Buddha transcended, and the Maitreya Buddha transformed the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Countless Buddhist bandis perished. The Manjushri Bodhisattva was one of them. Only, Yanjiaoge didn't know that the Manjushri Bodhisattva had once obstructed the incongruence Divine Mother's path. I wonder if the incongruence Divine Mother interfered when the Manjushri Bodhisattva perished? Yanjiaoge guessed maliciously. Between the Manjushri Bodhisattva and the Divine Mother, they might be fighting for the same treasure or the same fortune. You have it, while I don't. Gao Shuebwa said, the deceased is already dead. There's no need to say anything more. It's just adding more troubles for the Divine Mother. Yanjiaoge pondered for a while and said, well, the great Taoist Xiandu is already prepared. The more grand heavenly immortals we have, the better. He told Gao Shuebwa and Long Xueji about how Tao Lord Luya, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the great Taoist Xiandu, and the others were waiting for a fortune in the 9 underworlds. It's still hard to say if the Divine Mother can make it in time. Gao Shuebwa listened attentively and said, after all, when this will begin depends on the results of the various parties. We should place our hopes on the great Taoist Xiandu. Yanjiaoge nodded. For now, that's indeed the case. He looked at Gao Shuebwa and Long Xueji. Senior apprentice sister Yu's condition has already stabilized. What I'm saying is that we shouldn't be in a hurry to wake her up. Let's continue searching for treasures like the blood cord stone pith, soul-shattering jade, and spirit ocean essence. If we can achieve the best outcome, it'd naturally be good. If not, we shouldn't force it. Gao Shuebwa sighed. Yanjiaoge nodded and smiled. Right, Qing, or has started sheathing edge and nurturing sword? Gao Shuebwa's expression relaxed slightly indeed. Her personality is still a little unstable. However, there's nothing wrong with sheathing edge and nurturing sword. It can be used to train her. Gao Qing was Gao Shuebwa's granddaughter. In the past, she was a rising star of the prime clear lineage of the roving Jade Heavens. Her reputation was rather resounding. Although her cultivation was slower than Fu Ting's, she was still younger than Fu Ting. The two were famed geniuses of the roving Jade Heavens and the world beyond worlds. Although they were inferior to Chen Qianhua, Nie Jingxin, Yu Yi, and Himian, they were still monstrous talents that far surpassed the masses. Fu Ting had already pushed open the door to immortality and ascended to the true immortal realm. Gao Qing was slower than her. Still, she had already become a human exalt long ago, having caught up to her little uncle, Long Hanhua. Considering how difficult it was for sword cultivators to improve in the first place, Gao Qing's rate of improvement was rather shocking. After attaining the human exalt realm, Gao Qing had started sheathing edge and nurturing sword as well. It seemed like her improvement had slowed down, as if she might stagnate for many years like her grandfather, Gao Shuebwa. Still, sheathing edge and nurturing sword was essentially a technique that pursued perfection, allowing the strong to become even more powerful. Those who could successfully nurture their swords were extremely rare. This meant that if they cultivated normally, they would also have a chance of pushing open the door to immortality based on their own talent and strength. Chapter 16:27. It was difficult for a sword cultivator to improve. The higher one went, the more difficult it would be, especially after ascending to the celestial plane. Sheath edge and nurture the sword was a secret art created by the ancestors of the prime clear lineage for the sake of breaking through bottlenecks. Sharpening the knife will not delay the work of cutting firewood. The reason why he stopped now was to make his future path smoother. It was just that this technique was difficult to practice, and there were very few people who had the ability to practice it. Among those who had the ability but were not suitable, a portion of them had to be deducted. Such was the case for Long Xueji. Or perhaps if Yan Di cultivated in the Tao of the sword, he would similarly be unsuited for sheath edge and nurture the sword. As a result, there were even fewer people who cultivated the sheath edge and nurture sword. However, Gao Qing could cultivate this technique, although she was temporarily stuck at the martial saint realm, and might even be stuck there for many years. She would be able to build a good foundation for the future. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed, and a new generation has gradually grown up. Yan Zhaoge said, emotionally, I heard that another rising star has appeared in the roving jade heavens these past few years, his talent and potential not inferior to that of senior apprentice Uncle Long and senior apprentice sister Yu back then. This is truly worthy of celebration. As compared to the two brothers, Gao Xuebo and Long Xueji, Yan Zhaoge was very young. Still, the two of them did not feel that there was anything wrong with him commenting on the newly emerged geniuses of Taoism with the tone of a senior. Long Xueji continued Yan Zhaoge's words with a natural expression. It is a good piece of metal. Still, it still needs to be tempered before it can be forged into steel. Congratulations, everyone. Gao Xuebo also said, in recent years, didn't the realm beyond Avalon also have geniuses that shocked the world? And of Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge smiled. In the words of senior apprentice Uncle Long, that child still needs to be polished. There are also some that have been polished. A smile appeared on Gao Xuebo's face as well. Even before the great calamity, it was rare to see so many human exalts preparing to push open the door to immortality. This is a coincidence, Yan Zhaoge said. Also, there will definitely be an order. It can't be said to have pushed open the immortal door at the same time. It will still depend on one's fate. As Gao Xuebo had said, after many years of accumulation, Broad Creed Mountain's reserve of talent was about to undergo a major surge. Not only had Yuan Zhengfeng just successfully pushed open the door to immortality not long ago, Fang Zhuan, Eng Longtu, Si Gongqing, and Xia Guang were also following closely behind him. Although Ahu wasn't a disciple of the Broad Creed Mountain, he had also been a human exalt for many years and was preparing to push open the immortal door. If nothing unexpected happened, it was possible that more than 5 true immortals would appear in the Broad Creed Mountain's lineage in the next few years. This number was almost the same as the number of immortals in the roving jade heavens in recent years. It was no wonder that Gao Xuebo exclaimed in admiration. In the entire sky beyond skies, other than the Broad Creed Mountain, there were only 3 more true immortals: Fu Ting, He Shixing, and Bai Tao. After years of silent accumulation, the Grandmasters of the Grandmaster Martial Saint level had finally begun to gradually break through to the immortal realm. Although it was still too early, more people would challenge the pure profound tribulation in the future. Broad Creed Mountain's Shijun, Bright Connection Valley's Xiao Ai, Golden Court Mountain's Long Hanhua and Tang Yonghao, and Ingenious Flying Peaks Red Lotus Cliffs Meng Wan had all already ascended to the human exalt stage, beginning to silently accumulate their strength. Other than that, Wang Pu of Jade Capital Crag, Zhang Mo of Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant Locale, and the others were the same. The pure profound tribulation was extraordinary, and failure meant death. Therefore, many people would be stuck at the boundary between immortal and mortal, and they would be stuck for many years. This was an objective rule, just like Chao Jia, Lu Jinggu, Bai Tao, and the others. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the more difficult it would be. At this level, whether one could ascend to the next level didn't just depend on one's own aptitude, but also external conditions. Now that Taoism was gradually developing and prospering, various treasures, opportunities, and supreme martial arts were far more abundant than before. Objectively speaking, it greatly reduced the difficulty of a martial art practitioner's improvement and increased the probability of a breakthrough. However, Fang Zhuan in Longtu and the others said that there was hope in the near future, so they still had to be careful. Without sufficient confidence, they wouldn't dare to attempt it recklessly. As Yan Zhaoge said, it wasn't realistic for many people to leap through the dragon's gate at the same time. There would definitely be someone who would leap first. Perhaps many years had passed between these two events. However, the current orthodox Taoism, the current sky beyond skies, and the current Broad Creed Mountain were all brimming with vigor. After accumulating for so long, it was time for them to bear fruit. After this wave of eruption, no one knew when a similar large-scale eruption would occur again. However, Tsunamis weren't common, while rivers flowed for a long time. The broad Creed Mountain that was already on the right track possessed a healthy mechanism to produce blood. Talents would continuously emerge. It was a similar situation for other Taoism legacies. At that time, perhaps the Golden Age would truly descend. However, before that, Yin Zhaoge and the others still had to work hard. After chatting with Gao Xuebua, Long Xueji, and the others regarding Yuye's situation, and agreeing to search for treasures like the blood cord stone marrow, Yin Zhaoge left. After meeting Taoist Cloud Conquest and the other prime clear bigwigs in the roving Jade Heavens, he exited the roving Jade Heavens and returned to the sky beyond skies. After the sky beyond skies and the other worlds entered the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the awakened sky cosmos shrunk. The Pill Hall separated itself from the broad Creed Mountain's peak, and the hall's internal cosmos returned to the main hall. Out of consideration, Yin Zhaoge didn't place the Pill Hall within the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. Instead, he allowed it to continue drifting within the void's boundless outskirts. After going all out for the immortal extermination formation, we finally obtained our current stable environment, allowing us to recuperate. Su Fei looked towards Yin Zhaoge. At the same time, we also need to slow down and observe the changes of the situation outside. For orthodox Taoism, self-development was very important. Seizing the immortal extermination formation wasn't to immediately take revenge by attacking the immortal court or the blessed lands of the White Lotus. It wasn't to cause mutual destruction, resulting in mutual destruction. Even the Cloud Sky Fairy, who was currently in control of the immortal extermination formation, could still maintain her rationality after losing her elder brother and 2 younger sisters due to the great calamity. It wasn't that the time wasn't right, but that the time wasn't right. Continuously developing and accumulating until one could suppress their opponents with brute strength and sweep through the entire universe. Senior apprentice brother, Su, also needs to recuperate. Why don't you hand over the sex matters to junior apprentice brother Xia, junior apprentice brother Lan, little June, and the others, said Yin Zhaoge. During the battle for the immortal extermination formation, Su Fei, who possessed the golden body of the great sage, had expended a lot of his energy. After the battle, he was in a weakened state, and it wasn't easy for him to recover his vitality. I'll make the arrangements. Su Fei nodded and looked towards Yin Zhaoge. What about you, junior apprentice brother Yin? Although I really want to cause trouble for the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others, the time isn't ripe yet. Yin Zhaoge said, the battle of the immortal extermination formation gave me quite a lot of inspiration. I need some time to organize some martial arts principles. That's why I plan on entering seclusion for some time. Su Fei's interest was piqued. Now that you've achieved the 5 Qis unification, your next cultivation should be towards condensing the 3 flowers above your head. Essence, Qi, and Spirit. Which one would you condense first? Chapter 1628. The 5 Qis unification was a grand virtual immortal. On top of that, he could cultivate the 3 flowers at one's prominence and become a great overarching heavenly immortal. The so-called 3 flowers, also known as the 3 splendors, were the highly condensed martial arts concepts that a martial artist had learned in the process of cultivation, and even further breakthroughs and sublimations. Essence, Qi, and Spirit were all gathered together, and that was when all space-time in the Golden Luo realm was at ease. The sequence of cultivating the 3 flowers was not fixed. It depended on the martial artist's own judgment and choice. However, the 3 beauties had their own differences. Choosing one of them involved a certain trade-off. If it's junior apprentice brother Yen, you most likely cultivate the splendor of Qi and the splendor of Spirit first, leaving the splendor of Essence last, right? It's just that I wonder which one you will choose first. Su Fei asked Yin Zhaoge. The cultivation of the 3 beauties was different from one another. Cultivating the essence and strengthening one's foundation was directly reflected in the fact that one's recovery speed would be faster after being injured. When one was extremely fatigued and mentally injured, it was also easier for one to recover one's vitality. Even when they were heavily injured, their vitality was even more tenacious. At the same time, the most important thing was that his lifespan was greatly increased. It was often said that the lifespan of an essence immortal was limited to 1 yuan, which was 129,600 years. However, in reality, many essence immortals could not reach this limit. On the one hand, it was because of the accumulation of injuries, which damaged his foundation and vitality and reduced his lifespan. On the other hand, it was related to the essence. Strictly speaking, there was a prerequisite for the so-called limit of an essence immortal's lifespan. Only essence immortals who had cultivated to the essence and could condense at the top would have the foundation to pursue a lifespan of 129,600 years. Double flower at one's prominence meant the pinnacle of the virtual immortal realm. At the same time, one of the two flowers was the essence. Only virtual immortals at this level had a chance of reaching the theoretical limit of a virtual immortal's lifespan of 1 yuan. If the twin flowers at one's prominence were the essence of Qi and the essence of God, one would reach the pinnacle of the virtual immortal realm and be a step away from the grand heavenly immortal realm. However, the limit of one's lifespan would be far less than a yuan. Among the three flowers, cultivating the flower of Qi had the most direct effect on a martial artist's actual combat ability. When the essence of Qi converged, the immortal essence of a martial artist's 5 Qi's unifications would be greatly enhanced in both quality and quantity. Under the nourishment of his Qi and blood, his body would also be strengthened. All in all, be it his offense, defense, speed, or reaction speed, they would all improve by leaps and bounds. Cultivating the Qi splendor usually meant that a warrior's strength was at the grand virtual immortal realm. With the essence of Qi gathered at the top of the head, a martial artist's combat prowess in a head-on battle would have a significant leap. From another perspective, the stronger person was, the less likely it was for them to be harmed by others, and the less likely it was for them to die. This was also equivalent to increasing their lifespan and safety. Compared to the essence of Qi, the essence of God was similar to the essence of essence. Cultivating the essence of divinity would allow a martial artist's divine soul to become more agile, which was beneficial to a small increase in one's perception. More importantly, it was more beneficial for a martial artist's daily cultivation, study, and comprehend the supreme martial arts and the principles of the world, and it was more convenient for them to integrate everything they had learned. At the same time, to a certain extent, it was more beneficial for virtual immortals to challenge the origin heavenly tribulation and strive towards a higher level of grand heavenly immortal. Although the help provided was limited, for existences like the origin heavenly tribulation, even a slight increase in the probability was already a great help to a martial artist. Each of the 3 flowers had its own wonders. No matter which one was cultivated, it would be a huge improvement for a martial artist. However, within this, there was a very important obstacle. That was, the more one cultivated the 3 flowers, the harder it was to cultivate. Cultivating one of the flowers wouldn't help in cultivating the other 2 flowers in the future. Instead, it would become a hindrance and increase the difficulty of cultivation. Even if one cultivated the essence of God, which was the most beneficial for daily cultivation, it would only help in comprehending the Tao. When a martial artist attempted to condense the other 2 flowers, it wouldn't benefit them at all. Instead, it would increase the difficulty. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. This was one of the most direct experiences. Since ancient times, virtual immortals who were stuck at the duo flowers converged crown realm weren't rare. Yen Zhaoge and the others had interacted with traveling Monk Hui and Mu Jia, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, Falua Zi, Cover Removal, Bodhisattva, and many other senior experts. It was precisely because of this that grand virtual immortals had to make their own decisions in cultivating the 3 flowers above the crown. Generally speaking, everyone's cultivation mainly depended on what they had learned. Different martial arts would have different effects on a martial artist's cultivation of the three flowers above the crown. For most people, they had to be down to earth. It wasn't easy to cultivate one flower. Naturally, they would cultivate the one with the most hope. If they managed to cultivate it, it would be greatly beneficial to them. Only, who wouldn't desire to reach a higher level after reaching this stage? He had to spend a lot of time thinking about this. For example, theoretically speaking, the essence of Qi and the essence of God were more obvious than the essence of essence in increasing one's combat prowess, especially during a head-on battle. However, while such a duo flower's converged crown was strong, the limit of one's lifespan was much lower than a yuan. Would the remaining lifespan be enough for him to cultivate the essence of essence, three flowers converged crown, pass the origin, heavenly tribulation, and break through to the grand heavenly immortal realm? After all, the three flowers converged crown was equivalent to 3 stages. The last stage was the most difficult. On the other hand, cultivating the essence of God and the essence of essence was theoretically the most beneficial for cultivation. It meant that one would have more time and stronger comprehension. From a certain perspective, it could even be said that the duo flowers combination had the highest chance of breaking through to the grand, heavenly, immortal realm. However, such a combination was also the weakest combination in terms of combat prowess. Theoretically speaking, one's lifespan was long, but it didn't mean that one could live for that long. Naturally, birth, aging, sickness, and death were all considered as death. As such, the cultivation sequence of the 3 flowers was an extremely important decision for most virtual immortals. However, this didn't seem to be a problem for Yan Zhaoge. After all, the current him was still too young. Yan Zhaoge's outstanding talents and strong momentum of ascension made everyone believe that unless his foundation was severely damaged by his enemies, Yan Zhaoge would ascend to the grand heavenly immortal realm in the future. Gao Han's title of Young Heavenly Lord was already well-deserved. The only question was when it would happen. Everyone believed that it wouldn't be too late. As such, even if Yan Zhaoge cultivated the essence of Qi and the essence of God first, and placed the essence of essence last, his natural lifespan should be sufficient. As such, Su Fei asked Yan Zhaoge which one he would place first, the essence of Qi and the essence of God. If it's me, I should try to condense the essence of God first, right? It's more beneficial for my current cultivation path. Yan Zhaoge touched his chin and answered, as for the choice between the essence of Qi and the essence of essence, it doesn't really matter if it's only compared to virtual immortals. Su Fei smiled and said, you're right. However, you should still choose the essence of Qi. The enemies that might be targeting you would definitely be in the grand heavenly immortal realm. Chapter 16:29. In Xue Fei's opinion, no matter what Yan Zhaoge chose, even if it was the combination of the essence splendor and the god splendor, with the duo flowers converged crown, he would be able to sweep through the grand virtual realm and become the #1 virtual immortal. In fact, if Yan Zhaoge managed to cultivate the Qi splendor first, he who had a single flower converged crown would already be able to dominate the entire great void. After all, Yan Zhaoge, who had just ascended to the grand void and had yet to start cultivating the 3 splendors, had already killed the ear-digging Arhut, a Buddhist Banti equivalent to Taoism's twin flowers converged prominence, virtual, immortal, heavenly monarch. However, with Yan Zhaoge's current reputation, the opponents that would target him would at least be grand, heavenly realm experts. To Yan Zhaoge, it was still very necessary for him to raise his strength a step further after successfully cultivating in the splendor of Qi. First try to condense the splendor of divinity, then observe a bit more. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge looked at Su Fei, senior apprentice brother Su. You intend to recultivate in the 3 splendors. How is your progress? Su Fei said, I've already made some progress, but I still need to work harder. He, Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone, and Pan Pan shared the burden of 3 golden bodies of the great sage. At the same time that the golden body of the great sage gained immense combat power, the golden body of the great sage was also subtly influencing their bodies. As the two of them fused together, the boundary between them became thinner and thinner, causing their cultivation levels to become indistinct and unpredictable. However, this was not the bestowment of a great demon of the netherworld. There were some paths that had to be taken and difficulties that had to be overcome. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. In particular, if one was unwilling to stop at the current level of the golden body of the great sage, which was the double flowers at one's prominence virtual immortal realm, then they would have to put in a lot of effort, and it would not be as easy as cultivating on their own. Realistically speaking, it was naturally a great bargain and a great fortuitous opportunity. However, there was always a limit to this fortuitous opportunity. If he wanted to surpass the limit and advance further, he had to do even more. If I can manifest the golden body of the great sage, I'll have less to worry about, Su Fei said. I'll just focus on condensing the essence and God essence. Yan Zhaoga nodded. I have the same intentions regarding the Northern Ocean clone. After manifesting the golden body of the great sage, be it Xue Fei, the North Ocean clone, or Pan Pan, all of them had expended a great deal of energy. Retraining the three essences and gathering the essence at the top would help them recover their vitality as quickly as possible. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to a disguised increase in direct combat strength. Unlike the others, the three of them were special. While Junar has achieved the human exalt realm, he is still far away from the immortal mortal tribulation. Hopefully he won't be too hasty, said Yan Zhaoga. Of course. Su Fei smiled and said, now that he has enough confidence in himself, he is also becoming more and more composed. Yan Zhaoga could not help but laugh as he patted his head. It's my fault, always treating him like a child. Su Fei seemed to have thought of something and said, that's right, junior sister Sikong's foundation is gradually stabilizing. She will attempt to break through the great tribulation of immortality and mortality in the next few years. So she can't be distracted. A while ago, she requested to resign from her position as the first seat of the Technique Importation Hall. Of Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts, other than Yuan Jingfeng, who had just passed the immortal mortal tribulation, there were also Fang Zhuan, Sikong Qing, Xia Guang, and Yinglong Tu, who were preparing to attempt their immortal mortal tribulation. Where's the replacement? Yan Zhaoga asked. Under normal circumstances, the predecessor would recommend a successor for such a voluntary resignation. Although the sect might not necessarily allow it, the opinions of the predecessors would definitely be taken into consideration. After all, Broad Creed Mountain currently did not have any obvious internal factions, with no power struggles involved within. Martial Aunt Fu and junior sister Sikong came together, Su Fei said. Yan Zhaoga realized senior apprentice Aunt Fu is going to take over junior apprentice sister Sikong's position? It's probably because of Junar, right? Xue Fei sighed. Yan Zhaoga could not help but sigh emotionally. Fu Enshu was Feng Yinsheng and Sikong Qing's master. In reality, after Sikong Qing's cultivation had reached a certain level, she had taken over the position of the first seat of the Technique Inheritance Hall from Fu Enshu. When the younger generation grew up and had some achievements, the older generation would pass on their duties with peace of mind. Then they would cultivate in peace and ignore the mundane affairs, striding towards a higher level of martial arts. It was not just Broad Creed Mountain. This was the norm for most sects in the world. Fu Enshu's cultivation wasn't slow either, as she had already attained the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage, just a step away from the human Exalt realm. Compared to the limit of her lifespan, she was still extremely young. However, the pupils surpassed the master, not mentioning Feng Yinsheng. Sikong Qing had also clearly surpassed Fu Enshu, especially in terms of momentum. Sikong Qing was clearly stronger than her master. This was even more important than her current surpassing. It meant that barring any major unforeseen circumstances, Fu Enchu would have no chance of surpassing her master in the future. It was the same for Ying Longtu and Xiaoguang. It was fine if they were the third generation of Broad Creed Mountain. Moreover, the peak of Broad Creed Mountain's fourth generation disciples, Shijun, had similarly already attained the peak of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. The younger generation was not just taking over. Now, the new generation was truly replacing the old. Fu Enchu had always been competitive. Still, as Shijun surpassed her now, she seemed to finally feel at ease. It was not that she had lost her drive. She still had the motivation and potential to improve, just that she was no longer so stubborn. Her passing down the position of first seat of the Martial Inheritance Hall to Sikongqing that year was a form of acknowledgement. Now that she had succeeded Sikongqing and assumed this position once more, it was another form of affirmation. Since her disciple was more suited to ascend to the higher realms than her, it would not be strange for her to replace her, allowing her disciple to cultivate without distractions. While senior apprentice Aunt Fu is competitive, and sometimes even a little unreasonable, her feelings for our Broad Creed Mountain are still indisputable. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Moreover, it is also just a temporary replacement for a period of time, right? If junior apprentice sister Sikong succeeds in her breakthrough and doesn't replace her, more youngsters would still be able to grow up. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu would still be able to focus on her cultivation. Ever since the sky beyond heavens had been established, 100 years had passed. Not only had Sikongqing, Xiaoguang, Yinglongtu, and Shijun grown up, younger descendants of Broad Creed Mountain had also appeared. Fu Enchu was just a temporary replacement. There would definitely be younger juniors who would grow up and take over. This included Shijun, who would likely temporarily replace Xiaoguang as the first seat of the disciplinary hall, allowing Xiaoguang to focus on his cultivation. Still, Shijun would most likely step down and prepare for the mortal tribulation like Sikongqing and Xiaoguang. At that time, suitable successors would also appear. Passing down the torch was just like that. My seclusion this time might be long or short. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Su and the rest with regards to external matters. Yan Zhaoge said, Still, I don't have to go into seclusion. If there's anything urgent, feel free to tell me. Su Fei smiled. I look forward to your results when you come out of seclusion. He clenched his right hand into a fist and extended it forward. Yan Zhaoge smiled and did the same. He clenched his fist and bumped it with Su Fei's fist before bidding farewell and leaving. Chapter 1630. When an immortal realm martial artist went into seclusion, the time they spent in seclusion could be long or short. The shortest time was a few years, but the longest time could be 100 years, 1,000 years, or even longer. For them, a single session of seclusion could be the time from birth to death for many people. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the more difficult it would be. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it would be to continue advancing, the more effort one would have to put in, the more resources one would have to consume, and the more time one would have to spend. Essence immortals, mystic immortals, and even perfected immortals could be stuck at the same realm for thousands of years. Many Taoist, heavenly monarchs, Buddhist Bantis, demon race small saints, and 9 underworlds, demon monarchs, had already ascended to the great void realm, achieving the 5 Qis unifications. But even now he was still standing there, looking up at the zenith heaven. After obtaining the immortal extermination formation, the orthodox Taoism finally had a chance to develop stably. From then on, time flew by unknowingly. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In 100 years, the Taoism's prime clear bigwigs, the incongruence Divine Mother and the Cloud Sky Fairy, opened up 2 more universes. They stood side by side with the other Taoism heavens and turned into a beautiful fairyland. After several generations of people in the mortal world, the 2 universes and the many worlds within them also began to take shape. The entire Taoist sect was flourishing. Apart from the Taoism, The western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountains' starry sea of demons were no longer as intense as before. Although they were not as secluded as before, the orthodox Buddha sects and the demon race were much more stable and focused on their own development. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, on the other hand, were unavoidable. They continued to clash with one another. This kind of thing was helpful to both sides in stabilizing their faith, so the confrontation was under the conscious control of both sides. Due to the rise of the orthodox Taoism, both sides became more restrained. However, after 100 years, the conflict between the two sides finally began to intensify, and there are signs of another large-scale war breaking out. The western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain starry seas were relatively quiet. The Taoism's three clear lineage also seemed to be unconcerned about the matter. However, the movement and probing of the orthodox Taoism had never stopped. Instead, it was becoming more and more frequent. It was different from how the orthodox Taoist sects had to take advantage of the war to have more space to move around. Currently, the two heretics had to be wary of the orthodox Taoism's attitude in order to determine if they were determined to engage in an all-out war, preventing the three clear lineage from taking advantage of the situation. So, in the end, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, two Tao realm mighty figures, are biding their time and leaving the battlefield to those below the Tao realm. In the sky beyond skies on the broad Creed Mountain, the guest Meng Wan said while resting her chin on her hand. Feng Yunsheng, who was in front of her, nodded. That's right. Although they haven't gone all out, the battle between the two sides is still fierce and cruel. The all-out war between the heretics occurs once every 100 years. Now it's time again, but I don't know how long it will last this time. It shouldn't be as continuous as last time for 100 years, Mengwan said. The conversation between the two of them was through voice transmission. This was because Guan Yulua of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, who had yet to attain the human exalt stage, was still seated before him. Although Guan Yulua didn't know what they were talking about, she could roughly guess what they were talking about based on their expressions. At her current level, although there were still many taboos regarding matters of the heretics, she had a rough understanding of some things. She understood that Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan were being considerate towards her. Sister Yunsheng, is there any confirmed news regarding the Yellow Earth apricot flag? Guan Yulua didn't ask much about the heretics, and asked about something else. There is news, but it might not be conclusive, Feng Yunsheng answered. Southern Extremity Taoist, and the others are only giving it a try. Meng Wan and Guan Yulua's expressions didn't change when they heard Feng Yunsheng addressing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor as such. They had long gotten used to it. When Feng Yunsheng had just returned from the 9 underworlds, she was already in the virtual immortal realm. Many people couldn't get used to it for a while. After getting used to it, she then transcended the origin, heavenly tribulation, and ascended to the grand heavenly realm. That was even more shocking. Although Feng Yunsheng had always concealed her aura due to personal reasons and manifested her form, no one had forgotten one thing. Up until today, other than the great sage equaling heavens, she was still the #1 expert in the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. She was the Taoism's grand heavenly immortal who presided over this cosmos. At her cultivation realm, besides the direct descendants and close relatives, everyone in the Tao sect who hadn't reached the golden immortal realm had to address her respectfully as the heavenly exalt Luo Yuan, or the doomsday heavenly exalt according to etiquette when they met her. Her full title was the Supreme Heavenly Exalt Luo Yuan, the Dark Sun devouring Grand Sun World Chaos Doomsday Heavenly Exalt. Only Feng Yunsheng didn't mind it. That was why she wasn't so strict with those who were close to her. Outsiders such as Gao Han and Ling Qing would have to address her with a title to show their respect when they saw her. Feng Yunsheng addressed the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor as a Taoist because she was humble and respected him for achieving the Tao earlier. In terms of strength, it would be a different story. The Yellow Earth apricot flag holds a special meaning. It would naturally be best if we could find it. However, there's no need to be too conflicted before we have any concrete clues. Mengwan consoled Guan Yulua. Guan Yulua nodded. You're right. However, I can't help but think about it. After all, just like what Sister Yinqing said, Mahamayuri is truly powerful. Among the grand heavenly realm experts, Taoism's people were still afraid of Mahamayuri. After the battle for the immortal extermination formation, it would take a long time for the great sage equaling heavens to manifest. Although Taoism still had experts like Yang Jian, they weren't confident in facing Mahamayuri. Since the great Taoist Master Xian Du failed to retrieve the floating flame flag from the Elder Lord, Taoism's people would find it troublesome to face Mahamayuri most of the time. Naturally, everyone recalled the jade illusory defensive treasure, the yellow earth apricot flag, which was known as the floating flame flag and the green lotus flag. With this treasure in hand, it would be much easier for them to face Mahamayuri. However, the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were coveting this treasure as well. Only no one had any concrete clues to find the yellow earth apricot flag's whereabouts. Sister Yinqing, can't you deal with Mahamayuri even if you suddenly ambush him? Guan Yulua asked, slightly unwilling to give up. If I were to ambush him, there's an 80% chance that his 5-colored divine light would be able to react in time. Feng Yunsheng answered honestly. Although my saber light is capable of destroying all techniques, Mahamayuri's foundations are much sturdier than mine. The 5-colored divine light can be reborn whenever it dissipates. If we were to continue in a stalemate, his chances of winning would be much higher. Mengwan smiled and said, Senior apprentice sister, it'll be fine if you accumulate more. After all, Mahamayuri was born during the primordial era, much earlier than you. However, he should have already reached the highest level of attainment. It's extremely difficult for him to take another step forward, while you're still improving by leaps and bounds. Guan Yulua was slightly worried. Sister Yinsheng, will it be fine if you change your martial path saber intent halfway through? Chapter 1631. When her cultivation realm was still low, Feng Yunsheng was already known for her combat prowess. If she did not make a trip to the 9 underworlds, her cultivation speed would only be above average. Many of her innate talents were only revealed when she fought with others in actual combat. After returning from the 9 underworlds, due to special reasons, her strength had been improving at an extremely fast pace. She had to suppress it from time to prevent herself from being too hasty. When she fought with others, she was even sharper. Even when she reached the grand heavenly realm and grand heavenly realm, not many could match her. With this foundation, Feng Yunxing did not stop. Instead, she advanced even further. Although her methods were controversial, she was indeed one of the most threatening grand heavenly immortals of the orthodox Taoism. It was fine if she did not make a move. Once she made a move, a bigwig expert would usually perish. Some people did not mind doing sneak attacks and assassinations. Some were even willing to do it. However, the absolute arts and individual strength that they cultivated might not be suitable for it. Some people had the ability to do it, but they might not be willing to do it. Feng Yunxing was not only skilled in this aspect, but also did not mind using it. This caused her already sharp lethality to be amplified many times. Currently, in the eyes of the Western Pure Lands, the demon race, and the other experts, Feng Yunsheng was more dangerous than the incongruence Divine Mother, the Cloud Sky Fairy, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other grand heavenly immortals. However, whenever Guan Yulua thought about this, she would always feel a sense of loss. In the past, Feng Yunxing's martial Dao saber intent had always been open and above-board, grand and domineering. Her temperament was also very different from the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua. The current changes made Guan Yulua worried that it would affect Feng Yunxing's future. She was also worried that such saber arts would affect Feng Yunxing's will. Yulua, don't worry about me. Feng Yunsheng patted her hand and said with a smile, although my current bladesmanship has changed from when I was in the past, it is just like the opposite of light and darkness and the coexistence of yin and yang. Today's change will not dampen my martial arts faith. On the contrary, it may be an improvement. This is the path that I have planned. Don't worry. Guan Yulua nodded thoughtfully. Unlike Guan Yulua, Mengwan had already pushed open the immortal door. She looked at Feng Yunsheng without saying a word, shaking her head slightly in her heart. Senior sister, you're right. You can walk this path, but it might not be your only choice, right? Even if you can walk it, there will be many dangers, and it won't be smooth. Perhaps other paths will be smoother for you. Meng Wan thought to herself, behind the splendor of this era, there is an inseparable darkness. Although she was thinking a lot, she didn't show it on her face. She smiled and changed the topic, no longer talking about this matter. As they chatted, Feng Yunqing's expression suddenly changed. Zhaoge has come out. While it was not as shocking as when Yan Zhaoge's 5-cheese unification had ascended to grand void that year, Mengwan and Guan Yulua had not sensed it at all. Still, they naturally believed in Feng Yunqing's judgment. Both of them smiled as they stood up to bid farewell to Feng Yunsheng. There was no need for pleasantries between Feng Yunsheng and them. After agreeing to chat again next time, she sent them off before heading to the back mountains of Broad Creed Mountain. When she arrived in front of the cave where Yan Zhaoge was in seclusion, the cave manor's door automatically opened. The cave manor's furnishings were simple, with only a few prayer mats. After Feng Yunsheng entered, she saw Yan Zhaoge sitting in the meditative position on a prayer mat. Radiance flickered above his head, forming a bright radiance of divinity. 5-cheese unification. 3 flowers converged crown. Yan Zhaoge had successfully taken the first step. As the radiance circulated above his head, it seemed to contain boundless profundities, connecting the heavens and the earth. However, it didn't cause any ripples or attract anyone's attention, as if it was illusory. The ethereal radiance bloomed, resembling formless flower petals scattered all over the ground, continuously drifting towards the outside world, leaving the cave manor, leaving the Broad Creed Mountain, leaving the sky beyond skies, even leaving the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. It extended all the way into the boundless void. The elephant is formless, the loudest sound is silent. Seeing this, Feng Yunsheng praised, Zhaoge, you've deeply grasped the profundities of the great Tao. Yan Zhaoge smiled, retracted the radiance above his head, and returned to his Naiwen palace. He stood up, held Feng Yunqing's hand, and walked out of the cave manor together. I've tried many new ideas, which is why I spent some time. However, the results are pretty good. As Yan Zhaoge spoke, he asked, do you have any information on the whereabouts of the soul-shattering jade? Out of the 3 treasures required to treat Yu Yi, the blood-cord stone pith, the soul-shattering jade, and the spirit ocean essence, Yan Zhaoge wasn't in seclusion. Every once in a while, the Broad Creed Mountain would gather important information and send it to his cave manor. As such, although Yan Zhaoge had been focusing on cultivation for the past few years, he had never lost contact with the outside world. Out of the 3 treasures, only the soul-shattering jade remained unheard of. As such, the first thing Yan Zhaoge asked after coming out of seclusion was this. Currently, there's no news about it. Senior Gao intends to wait for a few more days. If there's still no news about it, then we might as well stop waiting, answered Feng Yunqing. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently. After a while, he asked again, how's the news about the Wuji apricot yellow flag? Previously, the information regarding the Wuji apricot yellow flag was already mentioned. As such, Yan Zhaoge was aware of it. We still don't have any concrete clues. Feng Yunqing shook her head. Daoist Yang and Daoist Southern Extremity Longevity are both doing their best to search for it. Yang Jian and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor were of the Jade, clear lineage. Naturally, they were the most concerned about the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Unfortunately, most of the clues they could find were like trying to fish for the moon in the water. Their value was limited. The two chatted about all sorts of things. They weren't limited to the matters of the outside world, nor were they limited to discussing the Tao. Instead, Feng Yunxing talked about the various trivial matters that Yan Zhaoge had seen during his seclusion. In the end, Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, "Our remaining sea calming pearl can be put to use now." "Oh, you have a plan in mind?" Feng Yunxing raised her brows. Yan Zhaoge said, "I have a preliminary plan. We'll act according to the situation." Then the two exited the sky beyond skies and the vermilion royal reed heaven. Yan Zhaoge repeated the same trick. Just like how he established the vermilion royal reed heaven, he used the sea calming pearl to establish another universe, which was on par with the vermilion royal reed heaven and the other Taoism heavens within the boundless void. Such a commotion couldn't be hidden from others. The Taoism experts in the nearby Taoism heavens were the first to notice it. In the faraway void, the other forces who were scouting for information were also attracted by it. Yan Zhaoge didn't plan on hiding it. He continued doing his own thing. No one else came to disturb him. Everyone silently watched another universe being established. "Should we ask Junior Apprentice Brother Lon to arrange for some people to migrate over?" asked Feng Yunsheng. "Just migrate the mortals over to a different world to live," Yan Zhaoge answered. "The various martial sects shouldn't interfere. I have my own arrangements for this universe." Chapter 1632. Feng Yunsheng looked at the new universe in front of her with great interest. "Is it only convenient for you to wantonly splash ink on a piece of white paper? You don't have to go that far, right?" While Yan Zhaoge had yet to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, his prestige within the Taoism heavenly realms wasn't any inferior to the Taoism heavenly lords. Moreover, this new universe was personally created by him in the first place. It's indeed not to that extent. It's just that this way, the results of my early experiments will be more accurate, which will also be more beneficial for the adjustments and arrangements afterwards. Yan Zhaoge chuckled as he stroked his lower chin. "I'll leave it to you." Feng Yunxing didn't object. As the two were chatting, they suddenly received a message from Zhu Luo's Royal Reed Heaven. Zhu Luo's message from Royal Reed Heaven was also conveyed. The source came from Crimson Light and Yang Tian. That was a new universe that the incongruence Divine Mother had established with a sea calming pearl. Like the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, it bore the names of Crimson Light and Yang Heaven of Taoism's 36 heavens of pre-great calamity times. After the roving jade heavens moved from the awakened sky cosmos to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, they moved to the Crimson Light cosmos and the Yang sky cosmos as one of their foundations. Crimson Bright and Yang Tian didn't forbid the descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages from interacting with each other. However, comparatively speaking, the descendants of the Prime Clear lineage were definitely in the majority. Back then, the incongruence Divine Mother had been gravely injured. After recovering from her injuries, she had established this cosmos. Not only was it her new Tao arena and cave manor, it was also the paradise of the Prime Clear lineage's descendants. She had continuously spread her wings and flourished within it. Currently, the incongruence Divine Mother had replaced the Cloud Sky Fairy and was controlling the immortal extermination formation, merging with the void. Gao Qingxian was overseeing Crimson Bright and Yang Tian. The news from there to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven was related to Broad Creed Mountain. It was the Broad Creed Mountain's disciple, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing's junior apprentice brother, Ing Longtu. While out adventuring, he met with the prime, clear successors of the Crimson Radiant sect and the Yang Heaven sect. Together, they helped to search for the final treasure needed to treat Yu Yi, the sole instantaneous jade. In the process of searching, the whereabouts of the soul-killing jade were still unclear, but they temporarily lost contact with Ing Longtu. Ing Longtu was one of Yen Zhaoge's closest disciples. His disappearance was naturally no small matter. Those descendants of the prime, clear lineage, couldn't find him, so they didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly contacted Crimson Bright and Yang Tian, as well as the roving Jade Heavens. After receiving the news, the Dragon Spring Heavenly Monarch, Long Xingquan, personally set off to look for Ing Longtu. The roving Jade Heavens didn't conceal the truth. They immediately informed the sky beyond skies of Zhu Luo's Royal Reed Heaven, as well as the broad Creed Mountain. Han Long has lost contact with us. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng exchanged looks. While they were still used to calling Ing Longtu by his nickname in private, the two naturally knew that the current Ing Longtu was no longer the immature child of the past. Perhaps his temperament was still somewhat honest and sincere, but at most he could be said to be somewhat honest. The current Ing Longtu was definitely not an idiot. He also had a lot of experience and often went out alone. For him to suddenly lose contact, it must mean that he really ran into some trouble that was hard to deal with. The two returned to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and entered the sky beyond skies, returning to the Broad Creed Mountain. The first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's assignment hall, Lan Wenyan, was waiting there, his expression rather solemn. After meeting him, he said, "Over at our clan's side, junior apprentice brother Ing has also not sent a letter back for some time. In the endless void of outer space, communication was difficult to begin with. A temporary loss of connection wouldn't draw much attention. This was a limitation of objective conditions. Generally speaking, people who went out for a long time would contact each other regularly. However, Ing Longtu's current situation was clearly worth paying attention to." Yen Zhaoge stood there, not understanding. Jade green luster flickered within his pupils, with numerous threads of light flickering within. Under the circulation of the origin heavenly scripture, the past and the future appeared in front of Yen Zhaoge's eyes. It was just that other than the jade green luster, Yen Zhaoge's pupils seemed to be filled with layers of bewilderment. No wonder we lost contact. Han Long, Er's current location should be somewhat special, similar to the original nebula or the Starry River tributary. After a while, Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes. However, his life should not be in danger. After hearing this, Feng Yunxing and Lan Wenyan instantly let out a slight sigh of relief. Also, there seems to be some Buddhist bigwigs active there. They are also deducing the clues of karma, causing a disturbance. Currently, the things that we can see are very limited. Yen Zhaoge opened his eyes and shook his head. Feng Yunsheng instantly frowned. Western Pure Lands. Looks like I have to personally make a trip there and find more substantial clues before I can make further deductions. Yen Zhaoge lightly tapped on his temple. Currently, Yen Di wasn't in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, while Su Fei was in seclusion. If Yen Zhaoge didn't exit seclusion this time, Feng Yunxing might have to make a trip there. Now that Yen Zhaoge had exited seclusion, he intended to go out and exercise his muscles, while Feng Yunxing remained in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven. "Be careful of being targeted by others," reminded Feng Yunxing. Yen Zhaoge smiled. "Things are different now. I'm very safe as long as I can't track your movements. Others would be even more afraid of being targeted by you." Feng Yunsheng was used to keeping her aura concealed. While she resided in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, her movements were always unpredictable to the outside world. "You should still be careful," Feng Yunsheng said. "The other party might first probe the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven. If I don't show myself, the other party will take advantage of me. If I show myself, I'll be held back by the other party's grand heavenly immortal and won't be able to assist you." Yen Zhaoge said, "Don't worry. The North Ocean clone and Pan Pan will follow me there. I'll pay attention to your side. If there's an emergency, I'll head over." Feng Yunxing said decisively, "If anything happens in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, Taoist Suo and Taoist Cloudy Sky can take care of it." Yan Zhaoge laughed. You're hurting my pride by saying that. You're thick-skinned. You're not afraid, said Feng Yunxing as a matter of fact. You're making me feel even sadder. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said with a serious expression, Don't worry, it'll be fine. I don't have any ominous premonitions. Instead, it might be an auspicious premonition. An auspicious premonition. Feng Yunxing pondered. After Yan Zhaoge bade farewell to her and Lan Wenyan, he brought the North Ocean clone and Pan Pan out of the sky beyond skies. They left the vermilion royal reed heaven and entered the void's boundless outskirts. Xue Fei was in seclusion. While the three golden bodies of the great sage could be manifested separately, it would still take some time before they could combine to manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body. After all, the battle to seize the immortal extermination formation had consumed a lot of energy. As such, Yan Zhaoge didn't disturb Xue Fei this time and continued on his way. He first paid a visit to Crimson Bright and Yang Tian, before entering the roving Jade Heavens to pay a visit to Gao Xuebo. Afterwards, he obtained directions from Gao Xuebo before entering the boundless void's outskirts to meet with the prime, clear successor who had met Ing Longtu. While walking, Yan Zhaoge's origin heavenly scripture was also circulating. The closer he got to the region where Ing Longtu had lost contact with him, the more things he could see and the more clues he could find. Yan Zhaoge gradually understood what was going on. However, he wasn't in a rush. Instead, he went to meet up with Long Xingquan, who had arrived earlier than him. Chapter 1633. Zhaoge, you came in person? After Long Xingquan met Yi, he immediately said, I'm sorry. Because of Yi Er's matter, I lost contact with young friending. Martial granduncle, you're being too serious. Yan Zhaoge said, While we still cannot be certain of the exact situation, Longtu's life should currently be in no danger. Long Xingquan nodded. That's good. After pausing for a moment, he continued, However, according to the information I received, although I'm not sure if it's the Western Pure Lands or the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, there's no doubt that Buddhists have appeared in this area. Yan Zhaoge nodded, not speaking. That was why he had specially made this trip. It was because Ing Longtu's disappearance might not be a simple natural disaster, but also a man-made disaster. This was also the reason why Long Xingquan had rushed over from the roving Jade Heavens. 100 years had passed, and the Han of the past had already pushed open the immortal door. Zhu Luo of the Royal Reed Heaven, one of the 4 heroes of Broad Creed Mountain, Yu Mountain, and the Heavenly Dipper Emperor Ing Longtu. His name had spread far and wide in the Taoism myriad heavens. Just his emperor title alone was extremely revered among true immortals, not something an ordinary person could bear. Among the various Taoist sects, there were already several tens of true immortals, and there was no lack of seniors among them. However, in terms of strength, Ing Longtu was still ranked at the top. What attracted the most attention was the fact that he had successfully cultivated the fallen deity sword after pushing open the immortal door, becoming the second person after Yan Zhaoge. It might be hard to say for the Orthodox Buddhism, the demon race, and the 9 underworld's experts, but for the heretics, even the tranquil, profound immortal would not be able to do anything to Ing Longtu. It was still uncertain who would be the one to kill who. Now that Ing Longtu was missing, the worst-case scenario was that a grand virtual immortal might be involved. As such, after the roving Jade Heavens received the news, Long Xingquan personally rushed over. Yan Zhaoge also did not let down his guard. Who knew if the other party had set up an ambush, besieged them to attack the reinforcements, and used Ing Longtu to lure and kill more Tao sect martial artists? In the current situation, the orthodox Taoism's living environment had improved greatly. It was not as bad as before the immortal extermination formation appeared. However, they were only starting at the same starting line as the other factions. They were far from the ancient epoch, where no one dared to provoke them apart from internal strife. Although the few Dao ancestors had a tacit understanding with the immortal extermination formation and would not make a move again, the competition below the Dao realm was unavoidable. Everyone relied on their own abilities. Now that the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were at war once again, they should avoid provoking the Taoism lineage. However, the most important thing in the future would be the few grand, heavenly realm experts fighting for the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm, and it was very difficult to say if there would be a surprise attack. Even if the possibility was not high, Yan Zhaoge and the others still had to be cautious. As the two walked, Yan Zhaoge told Long Xingquan about his gains from the origin, heavenly scripture. Although the outer domain is vast and boundless, existences like the original nebula, where Taoist Shao perished, are getting rarer and rarer, said Long Xingquan with a sigh. Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right. Even now, a secluded location that's still unknown to the public is either incomparably well hidden, or it's like the awakened sky cosmos back then, where its location is constantly changing, making it hard to locate. After all, such locations are extremely rare. As they chatted, Long Xingquan's expression changed slightly and he slowed down. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoge stopped in his tracks and looked at Long Xingquan writing something within the void. After a short while, balls of light mist appeared, and from within the mist, several sword marks appeared. Upon seeing the sword marks, Long Xingquan nodded. His gaze transformed into a sword, which sliced through the void and flew far away. This was a unique communication technique developed by the roving Jade Heavens in recent years, and it had its own uniqueness. As expected, after a short while, a mark was reflected within Yan Zhaoge's mind. Someone was approaching. Yan Zhaoge's consciousness spread throughout the entire universe, and a sword light naturally appeared within his mind. Under the sword light's envelopment, a man dressed in a green Taoist robe appeared. Yan Zhaoge recognized this person as well. His name was Taoist Miao Qin. In the past 100 years, he was a prime clear lineage disciple who had just ascended to the true immortal realm. Now that Taoism had been revived, not only in the sky beyond skies, but also in the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven, the crimson light heaven, and the yang heaven. Although Taoist Miao Chen wasn't of Gao Qingxuan's lineage, their relationship had always been amicable. He had received plenty of pointers from Gao Qingxian, Long Xueji, and the others. As such, during this trip, he had been keeping an eye out for the soul-shattering jade that could heal Yu Yi. Although he wasn't familiar with Ing Long Tu, there wasn't any conflict between them. Since they were of the same path, they should travel together. After arriving in the vicinity, the two agreed on a time and place to meet up. Then they went their separate ways. At that time, he didn't notice anything amiss. Yet, when the time came, Ing Long Tu didn't appear. Initially, Taoist Miao Qin didn't think much of it. After all, the two didn't have any specific goal in mind. Without any specific clues, the soul-shattering jade could only act according to its nature. If Ing Long Tu really had something he was interested in, it would be normal for him to continue pursuing it. However, Taoist Miao Qin quickly discovered that other than them, there were also Buddhists active in this universe. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. Taoist Miao Qin carefully concealed his tracks and didn't come into contact with them. However, after observing for a while, he felt that there were many experts among them. Moreover, they seemed to have a target in mind. After noticing this, he contacted Ing Long Tu about how he had lost contact with him. Taoist Miao Qin felt that something was amiss and immediately contacted the roving Jade Heavens. After receiving Long Xingquan's message, Taoist Miao Qin rushed over to meet up with them. Although strictly speaking, Long Xingquan was of the Jade, clear lineage. After so many years in the roving Jade Heavens, he naturally had an awe-inspiring presence. When Taoist Miao Qin saw him, his expression didn't change in the slightest as he greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Elder Long. Greetings, young Empyrean. Taoist Miao Qin greeted Yan Zhaoge and Long Xingquan respectively. Compared to Long Xingquan, his gaze lingered slightly longer on Yan Zhaoge. He had pushed open the door of immortality and ascended to the true immortal realm after Zhu Luo, Huang Jiatian, Qiming, and Yang Tian had opened the door of immortality. Compared to his realm, he wasn't that old. In terms of age, Taoist Miaoqin was about the same age as Bai Tao, the disciple of the sword sovereign of the sky beyond heavens. He was also one of the youngest supreme martial saints in the roving Jade Heavens. Now, one step at a time, he was steadily pushing open the immortal door. In the eyes of the roving Jade Heavens, he was a true rising star. However, if compared to the Yen Zhaoge before him, his age was much, much, much higher. Although he was surpassed by Long Xueji and Yu Yi in the past, the amount of time required to improve after reaching the immortal realm had greatly increased. Now that Taoist Miaoqin was slowly catching up, his state of mind remained calm. However, looking at Yen Zhaoge, who was younger than him, Taoist Miaoqin couldn't hold back his anger at all. He had no choice but to accept Yen Zhaoge. In front of the jade, clear heavenly monarch who was much younger than him, even without considering Di Qinglian's seniority, Taoist Miaoqin was still a junior. After calming himself down, Taoist Miaoqin said with a solemn expression, "The Buddhist Bantis here seem to be from the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism. They aren't of the White Lotus Pseudo-Buddhism." Chapter 1634. After hearing Taoist Miaoqin's words, Yen Zhaoge and Long Xingquan both nodded. The other party was also deducing the karmic clues. With such an intense disturbance, the possibility of him being a Buddhist Banti of orthodox cultivation was much higher. "Fellow Taoist Miaoqin, since you're traveling with my junior apprentice brother, please explain everything that happened along the way," said Yen Zhaoge. "All right." Taoist Miaoqin immediately explained everything in detail. He knew that Yen Zhaoge possessed the jade clear origin, heavenly scripture, and wanted to deduce Ying Longtu's whereabouts with more clues. As such, he tried his best to explain everything in detail. Yen Zhaoge didn't show any signs of impatience. He quietly listened to Taoist Miaoqin's narration and occasionally asked a question. Jade green rays of light continuously sketched within Yen Zhaoge's pupils. After Taoist Miaoqin finished his narration, Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes and reopened them after a long while. "Although we still don't have any clear clues, we already know a lot of things. Follow me." Then Yen Zhaoge took the lead, with Long Xingquan and Taoist Miaoqin following behind him. The group continued traversing through the void in the direction that Ying Longtu had gone before disappearing. Jade radiances continuously flickered within Yen Zhaoge's pupils. A shapeless path that Long Xingquan and Taoist Miaoqin couldn't see seemed to have appeared within the void. However, Yen Zhaoge didn't hesitate and continued walking. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yen Zhaoge's pace gradually slowed down. Long Xingquan and Taoist Miaoqin looked towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's expression became a little excited. He should be nearby. He looked at the surrounding dark void. "It seems like you're right. Little friend Ying entered a place similar to the original nebula or the Starry River tributary." Long Xingquan immediately understood. Due to the uniqueness of that place, Yen Zhaoge's deductions became increasingly difficult. However, on the other hand, it meant that they were already very close to that place. The closer they were, the more obvious the effects of that miraculous place on the surrounding environment, and the greater the obstruction Yen Zhaoge faced. That miraculous place is fading away. Yen Zhaoge suddenly frowned. It's similar to the awakened sky cosmos. Currently, it was distancing itself from them, which was why the miraculous place was gradually weakening. The other party's position was erratic and unpredictable. If Yen Zhaoge wanted to search for him, the difficulty instantly became immense. The strength of the miraculous force that obstructed his deduction only revealed the distance between the two sides. Still, there was no distinction of up, down, left, or right amidst the boundless space of extra-dimensional space. Yen Zhaoge was unable to determine his direction based on this. It was just a very vague feeling. However, Yanjiaoga vaguely felt that the movement of that location wasn't as agile as the awakened sky cosmos. His movements were slow and sluggish. If they're moving using the same method as the awakened sky cosmos, it would be difficult for us to find this place. After Yanjiaoga made some calculations, he said to the two, "Let's split up and search for them." Long Xingqiuan said, "Pay attention to the people of the Buddhist sect. They might be able to guide us." "That's what I was thinking." After Yanjiaoga bade farewell to Long Xingqiuan and Taoist Miaochen, he traversed through the void. He flicked his sleeve lightly, the Northern Ocean clone and Pan Pan leaping out from within. "Oh, you should still come with me." Yanjiaoga glanced at Pan Pan, beckoning him over. Pan Pan blinked his eyes and obediently came to Yanjiaoga's side. The Northern Ocean clone transformed into a stream of light and headed in another direction, expanding his search area. Yanjiaoga brought Pan Pan along and continued on his journey. After traveling for a while, Yanjiaoga's mind suddenly jolted. Green lotuses seemed to have appeared within his mind. They were faintly discernible, and they were about to bloom. Found it! The corner of Yanjiaoga's mouth curled up slightly. He concealed his aura and quietly approached. Far away, within the pitch-black void, a glass-like radiance could be vaguely seen. The radiance was pure and possessed its own intelligence. Evidently, it originated from the Orthodox Buddhism, and not the blessed lands of the White Lotus heretics. Yanjiaoga stopped and didn't continue approaching. Instead, he quietly sensed the fluctuations from afar. One of them seems rather familiar. I've interacted with him before. Yanjiaoga focused his attention and thought for a while. Oh, right. Traveling monk Huiyan. He's really someone I know. Currently, within the void far away from Yanjiaoga, a few Buddhist Bantis were gathered. The one leading them was traveling monk Hui and Mu Jia, whom Yanjiaoga had interacted with in the past. Within this great wilderness origin palace, there must be a bigwig of the three clear lineage. He might be a grand heavenly immortal. However, he should have been isolated from the world for many years and wouldn't know anything about the outside world. A Buddhist bodhisattva said, however, since he saved that Inglongtu, he should know about the current situation. Mu Jia pondered and said, "It doesn't matter. He might be injured, or he might be held back by something. In short, he can't leave the great wilderness origin palace for now." He looked at his companions. It's true that he knows about the outside world. However, the outside world might not know about the great wilderness origin palace's location. There are many Taoism experts. However, my father and the others will arrive soon. We still have a chance. If Bodhisattva and your father arrive first, we might be able to do it. The Buddhist Bantis present nodded. The great wilderness origin palace would be drifting within the void. Let's follow closely and not lose track of it. Just as Mu Jia was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. Then a voice resounded by everyone's ears. So it's the great wilderness origin palace. Such a place still exists in this era? It's truly an anomaly. Yanjiaoga's figure slowly strode out from the darkness of the void. He turned his head and looked at the void in front of him. It seems like no one set up an ambush. It's not a trap. Mu Jia looked at Yanjiaoga, and his expression became extremely solemn. A ray of radiance shot out from his head. However, it was quickly obstructed as if it had hit a wall. Within the surrounding cosmos, the light of thunder flickered and disappeared in an instant. However, there seemed to be a formless barrier that enveloped the sky and sealed off the surrounding area. The Buddhist Bantis present all frowned. Grand illusory spatial thunder! Not only did the formless thunder seal off the surrounding space, a layer of darkness seemed to permeate this place, devouring all light, sound, qi, and intent. Yanjiaoga's expression remained the same. He first cupped his hands towards Mu Jia. Traveling monk Huiyan, long time no see. How have you been? I was originally fine. However, I can't get better now. Mu Jia stared at Yen Zhaoge for a while and smiled helplessly. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, "I was too far away just now, so I couldn't hear it clearly. However, I seem to have heard that other than this Yan's junior apprentice brother, there's also a senior of my Taoism within the great wilderness origin palace. I wonder who it is." "We're not sure, either." Mu Jia shook his head and said, Yen Zhaoge was neither anxious nor impatient. It's fine. We'll know once we find it." He glanced at the Buddhist Bantis. "If that's the case, which Taoist among you can lead the way for me?" Chapter 1635. While Yen Zhaoge's tone was relaxed, the Buddhist Bantis before him were not relaxed at all. "Fellow Taoist Yen, forgive us for not being able to comply." Having said thus, Mu Jia did not speak further as he directly patted the scabbard behind him, the curved twin swords of Wu flying out of their sheaths, transforming into two streaks of swordlight as they hacked towards Yen Zhaoge. The other Buddhist venerables also took action. Those who were below the grand virtual realm did not step forward and humiliate themselves. They scattered in all directions, trying to think of ways to break through the barrier created by the grand virtual spatial thunder. The other two bodhisattvas of the grand virtual realm, like Yen Zhaoge and Mu Jia, also attacked Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge did not move from where he was, as he said mildly, "Why must you do this?" As he spoke, the graceful and unfathomable sonorous voice of the great Tao naturally sounded. His voice wasn't very loud, but his ordinary words gave people a profound feeling and were difficult to understand. As soon as the voice sounded, the Buddhist Bantis below the grand virtual realm felt their thoughts slowing down. Those at the leakless level immediately fell into a state of confusion. Nothing to think about, nothing to think about, nothing to remember. It was as if he had been assimilated by the sound of the great Tao. Although people at the tranquil level wouldn't feel this way, they still felt their reactions slow down and drowsy. Namo Amitabha. Muza and the other two bodhisattvas of the grand virtual realm chanted. Although it was different from Taoism's sonorous voice of the great Tao, the Buddhist Sanskrit voice was still miraculous. It neutralized Yen Zhaoge's sonorous voice of the great Tao, allowing the Buddhist Bantis below the grand virtual realm to return to normal. However, just at this time, light suddenly congregated above Yen Zhaoge's head. It's only been 100 years, and he's already achieved single-flower gathering, one's prominence. Mu Jia and the others' hearts sank. He's too fast. But then, something even more shocking happened in front of them. Divine splendor appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. The sonorous voice of the great Tao that he released took effect once again. The Buddhist Bantis below the level of grand virtual realm showed signs of emptying their minds again. Their gazes and movements became dull. Their chanting was actually unable to neutralize Yen Zhaoge's sonorous voice of the great Tao. In a fight between grand virtual immortals, even if one of them was weaker than the other, or even if he was being suppressed by his opponent, he could still neutralize the sonorous voice of the great Tao. For Mu Jia and the others, Yen Zhaoge's sonorous voice of the great Tao completely ignored that majestic Buddhist chanting like this was unheard of. Moreover, Mu Jia's current cultivation base was equivalent to that of Taoism's heavenly monarch duo flowers converged crown. His cultivation base should be even higher than Yen Zhaoge's. However, Yen Zhaoge's sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded throughout the entire universe, continuously reverberating within the grand illusory spatial thunder. The Buddhist Bantis whose cultivation bases were below the grand virtual realm all froze, as if they had been hit by the body freezing spell. Even the Buddhist Bantis at the tranquil level seemed to have fallen into a state of thoughtlessness. While their minds were blank, their movements became sluggish. It was not just the leakless. Even those at the tranquil stage were actually suppressed by Yen Zhaoge's sonorous voice of the great Tao. This once again overturned everyone's understanding. The sturdy and shiny Buddhist golden body was currently akin to a clay doll. Its glazed luster seemed to have faded away, and it was showing signs of deterioration. "Why do you have to do this?" Yan Zhaoge's voice wasn't that deafening towards the end. However, as the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded, the sound of thunder followed. As the majestic thunder rumbled, the bodies of the Buddhist bandies that were suppressed by his sonorous voice trembled slightly. The bodies of those at the leakless level instantly shattered like porcelain. Their entire bodies turned into dregs, and they shattered within the cosmic void. Those at the tranquil level were temporarily freed from the state of thoughtlessness. However, blood seeped out from the corner of their mouths, and cracks appeared on their golden bodies. Without waiting for them to struggle, Yan Zhaoge's sonorous voice of the great Tao continued to take effect, continuing to suppress their minds. As such, these Buddhist bandies could only alternate between being muddle-headed and suffering. They couldn't break free from the sufferings. Mu Jia and the other two grand virtual bodhisattva's expressions were extremely solemn. Round after round of attacks flooded towards Yan Zhaoge, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth. While Yan Zhaoge's voice didn't stop, he casually extended his hand and flicked his finger. Clang! Clang! Two crisp sounds rang out. His fingers accurately flicked the two sword rays and sent Mu's curved swords of Wu flying. Then, instead of retreating, Yan Zhaoge advanced. With a stride, he instantly arrived in front of the other two bodhisattvas. One wielded a devil-subduing pestle, while the other used the flower-pinching finger, both Buddhist supreme martial arts as they attacked towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge broke the devil-descending pestle with the cyclic heavenly seal with his left hand, while the heaven-splitting halberd with his right hand sliced off the other party's fingers. Then he reached out with both hands, his fingers forming claws, and directly grabbed the heads of the two Buddhist bantis. Then he slammed hard into the middle. The two Buddhist venerables couldn't take it anymore. Their golden bodies shattered and their heads bled. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge stood unmoving as he simultaneously circulated the grand plainness immeasurable body and the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Bolstered by the two grand cosmos manifestations, his shocking defensive power allowed him to forcibly receive Mu Jia's palm head-on without evading or evading. His body did not even sway as he continued to exert more strength in his hands. After completely crushing the two Buddhist supremacies to death, he threw them away. Then Yan Zhaoge formed a sword with his index and middle fingers. A dense green sword light flickered within the void, which sent the curved twin swords of Wu flying. At the same time, he extended his other hand and grabbed towards Mu Jia. Mu Jia inhaled deeply and didn't evade. Instead, he resolutely strode forward and jabbed his finger towards Yan Zhaoge's chest. This finger of his wasn't filled with the concept of enlightenment like the flower-pinching finger. Instead, it contained a huge amount of power within an extremely small one. A golden swastika appeared on his fingertip. As it rotated, it grew larger and larger. Under the influence of the swastika's rotation, Yan Zhaoge's grand plainness qi actually showed signs of dissipating. Yan Zhaoge smiled upon seeing this and still didn't evade. Yin and Yang, time, space, life, matter, and spirit. The six concepts simultaneously appeared on his body. Powerful life force radiated. Time that resembled water circulated. Intertwining space fluctuated. Vast myriad phenomena manifested. Balanced yin and yang circulated. Ever-changing mental fluctuations. As the profundities of the jade, clear lineages, later heaven's six scriptures intertwined, they transformed into the foundation of the world that bore the power of creation, which blocked that golden swastika. As for Yan Zhaoge's right hand, he grabbed onto Mu Jia's shoulder. Majestic and profound immortal essence surged downwards and continuously vibrated, dispersing the strands of Buddhist power within Mu Jia's body. Mu Jia, who had already staked everything on his counterattack, was powerless to defend himself. Now that he was shaken by Yan Zhaoge, his strength instantly dissipated. he was grabbed by Yen Zhaoge and couldn't move at all. I've thought about it. Rather than using someone raw, I'll use someone cooked. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, As such, I'll have to trouble you, traveling monk Huiyin. Chapter 1636. Musa looked at Yen Zhaoge helplessly. You're truly an anomaly. Some people in your three clear lineage refer to you as the young heavenly lord. From the looks of it, it wasn't an exaggeration. I think so too. However, I prefer a two-word title. It's straightforward and forceful. Yen Zhaoge chuckled. Musa didn't think that he was shameless. Instead, he shook his head. With your strength, no amount of praises can be exaggerated. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's ask traveling monk Huiyin to bring me to that great wilderness natal palace. As Yen Zhaoge spoke, he waved his hand. As the sword light flickered, it slashed through the bodies of the Buddhist Bantis below the grand virtual realm, giving them a quick death. Seeing this, Musa's eyelids twitched. Why do you have to do this? Young Heavenly Lord. Young Heavenly Lord's prowess is unfathomable. Why do you have to kill so many of us? Yen Zhaoge said mildly, looking at the bigger picture, during the Great Calamity, the hands of your Western Pure Lands were also stained with the blood of my Taoism's people. Looking at the smaller picture, you made things difficult for my junior apprentice brother. If not for that person from the great wilderness origin palace, my junior apprentice brother would probably have perished. Moreover, Yen Zhaoge suddenly smiled. Even if these things didn't happen, wouldn't I still be able to kill you? Musa shook his head. I'm the meat on the chopping block. There's nothing to complain about. Only, young heavenly lord, don't forget that while you possess the immortal extermination formation, it can only protect you from the Buddha's attacks. Young heavenly lord, you're not invincible. If I'm inferior to you, you kill me. If you're inferior to me, I kill you. This logic is simple. There's no need for traveling monk Huiyin to remind me. Yen Zhaoge smiled. The reason why I let you lead the way is because you were a Taoism's member in the past. I'm giving you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Otherwise, since you've already crossed the line by making things difficult for my junior apprentice brother, the Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva, and the Bodhisattva wouldn't be able to say anything if I kill you. Muja sighed, wanting to say something. Yet he was interrupted by Yen Zhaoge. Don't think of wasting time by talking nonsense. While I am anxious to find my junior apprentice brother, since I already know that he has entered a great wilderness origin palace, and there are seniors of my Taoism within, he should not be in any danger for the time being. Without you leading the way, I'll only be able to find my junior brother later. Yen Zhaoge said plainly, without you guys, your Western Pure Lands reinforcements wouldn't be able to locate that place, right? Musa was silent for a while before he smiled bitterly. Young Heavenly Master is really merciless. Never mind, follow me. I also want to know who is in the great wilderness Yuan Palace. Oh, from your words, you seem to know who it is inside. As Yen Zhaoge said this, he watched as Mu Jia took out a black alms bowl. Musa knocked on the alms bowl, and clear water emerged from it. The reflection of the water guided the way. We wanted to chase into the great wilderness natal residence, but we were stopped by the people inside and had to retreat in the end. Musa said, that feeling was a little familiar. Yen Zhaoge's expression turned a little strange. Musa was of the jade-clear direct lineage during the ancient era. After that, he entered Buddhism together with his master, the Samantabhadra, cultivated deity. He listened to the teachings of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Guanyin Bodhisattva. His deduction that the other party was of Taoism's direct lineage was most likely correct. However, if he didn't come into contact with the other party and still felt a sense of familiarity, the other party would be rather limited. I say, could it be the three altar sea meeting divinity inside? Asked Yen Zhaoge with a strange expression. The so-called three altar sea meeting divinity was also commonly known as the third Prince Neza. He was also a famous figure in Taoism's history. He was one of the peak figures of the jade, clear, direct lineage besides Yang Jian. During the ancient era, he was already famous when he was still a grand virtual immortal. After that, he entered the Heavenly Court's divine palace and ascended to the grand heavenly realm during the Middle Era. He was also a famous guardian god of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, surpassing countless seniors. In terms of individual strength, he was considered one of the top experts in the entire Heavenly Court's divine palace. Of course, comparatively speaking, his temper was also very famous. He was a famous, arrogant figure in Taoism's history. Currently, Yin Zhaoge's information regarding this Taoism's direct lineage heavenly immortals' whereabouts were still unclear. However, most of the rumors said that he had already perished during the Great Calamity. However, there was no concrete evidence. As such, after hearing Muza's words, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but have some guesses. Unexpectedly, Muza gave another answer. I'm not sure. However, compared to third brother, I think he's more like his master, senior apprentice Uncle Tai. Tai cultivated deity? Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. He was also a Taoism bigwig expert who was personally taught by the Jade Clear founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. In the past, he was known as the Jade Illusory 12 Immortals, along with the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, Master Red Essence, Samantabhadra, Cultivated Deity, Lord of Taoism, and others. He was Neza's master. After the Great Calamity, he was also one of the people whose whereabouts were unknown. There were even fewer rumors about him than Neza. After obtaining Muza's Black Alms Bowl, it would be much easier for Yin Zhaoge to locate the drifting Great Wilderness Origin Palace. Although Muza and the others were chased out of the Great Wilderness Origin Palace, they still managed to enter it. The owner of the Great Wilderness Origin Palace seemed to be distracted by other matters. As a result, Muza and the others used a secret art to secretly locate the Great Wilderness Origin Palace. Initially, they wanted to wait for reinforcements from the Western Pure Lands. In the end, Yin Zhaoge took advantage of them. Yin Zhaoge carefully observed the surroundings and realized that there weren't any grand, heavenly realm Buddhas around. He was secretly relieved. Logically speaking, once the grand, heavenly realm experts received the news, they would quickly meet up with Muza and the others. Previously, they didn't arrive. From the looks of it, the Western Pure Land seemed to be busy with other matters. They weren't able to coordinate with the appropriate manpower, which resulted in them being delayed. Yin Zhaoge arrived first and isolated Muza and the others from the outside world. The Western Pure Lands wouldn't be able to locate them in such a short time. However, while Yin Zhaoge was glad, he was also secretly on guard. What are the Western Pure Lands gathering their manpower for? While pondering, Yin Zhaoge traversed through the void's boundless outskirts. This time he found his target in no time. It was a foggy existence that resembled a sea of clouds. It hovered within the pitch-black void. A desolate, primitive, and desolate aura faintly emanated from within. It was the Great Wilderness Origin Palace that Yin Zhaoge was looking for. In essence, it was a fragment that separated from the Great Thousand Worlds during the ancient Desolation Era. That was why it was named the Great Wilderness. Due to the profundities contained within, many bigwigs collected such fragments and created them as their own heavenly abode. After the ancient era, such fragments became extremely rare. Now, they only existed in legends. Yin Zhaoge didn't expect to witness it with his own eyes. However, such a unique existence could indeed become a place for someone to live in seclusion. Chapter 1637. Looking at the universe that resembled a sea of clouds, Yin Zhaoge didn't hesitate and stepped into it. Although this sea of clouds seemed vast and boundless, it was actually illusory. It would collapse a little in an instant and flow between different spaces. If he wasn't careful, he would lose track of it. By then, he would have to spend more effort to find it. Even if he captured Muza and obtained concrete clues, Yin Zhaoge didn't want to waste any more time. Although most of the people in the Great Wilderness Natal Palace were bigwigs of Taoism, It was hard to guarantee that Inglongtu would be safe inside. To put it bluntly, it wasn't rare for Taoism to have internal strife in ancient times. After the Great Calamity, the survivors united and went through the crisis together. His and Muza's guess about Neza and the Tai cultivated deity couldn't be confirmed. Who knew who was in the great wilderness natal palace? After entering the misty sea of clouds, with Yen Zhaoge's strong spiritual sense, the distance of his perception was greatly shortened. The chaotic aura of desolation permeated the surroundings, severely affecting one's perception and judgment. In terms of the profundities of space, this place wasn't like the original nebula where vortexes were everywhere. However, the desolation aura here had a better concealment effect for the person hiding within. As Yen Zhaoge was searching, he vaguely felt that someone was spying on him within the clouds. Taoism's disciple Yen Zhaoge has come here to find my junior apprentice brother Inglongtu. I wonder which senior expert of Taoism is opening a palace here. I hope you can find time to meet me. His voice was calm and unperturbed as it spread far and wide. The other party didn't reply, but he didn't do anything either. From what Yen Zhaoge knew, when Muza and the others barged in, they were immediately expelled by the owner of this place with the desolation aura of clouds. In comparison, his current treatment seemed to be much better. However, Yen Zhaoge was a little disappointed. If the other party attacked, he could instead use this chance to locate him. Now he could only slowly search for him. Is he secretly observing me? Yen Zhaoge pondered. Or is it really inconvenient for him? Chasing Muza and the others away was already a huge burden, and he doesn't have the strength to continue? As he pondered, Yen Zhaoge searched within. Although the concealment ability of the great wilderness natal palace was very strong, Yen Zhaoge had already activated the profundities of the origin heavenly scripture and focused on searching for Inglongtu. According to what Muza and the others had said, it was very likely that Inglongtu was with the owner of this place. Got it. A jade green light flickered within Yen Zhaoge's pupils as he strode forward. He gradually felt as if the clouds in front of him were dispelling and he could see the sun. Although his field of vision was still foggy, the fog began to change between hot and cold. A blazing hot air, accompanied by Yen Zhaoge's advance, grew more and more obvious. When Yen Zhaoge had taken a few more steps, he saw light gradually appear amidst the fog before him, that surging heat also growing stronger. Greetings, senior. Yen Zhaoge greets you. Saying thus, he strode forward. The misty, desolate qi immediately dispersed, and the view before them suddenly became clear. The first thing that came into view was a huge transparent cover that hung upside down in the void. 9 fire dragons coiled around it, continuously spewing flames from their mouths. Although the cover was transparent, it was filled with milky white flames burning fiercely. A figure could be faintly seen in the flames. 9 dragons, divine fire barrier! Yen Zhaoge and Mu Jia exclaimed simultaneously. The bottom of the cover was sealed by the milky white blazing fire. Looking upwards, an old Taoist could be seen seated on the top of the transparent cover. Beside the old Taoist stood a youth whom Yen Zhaoge could not be more familiar with. It was precisely Inglongtu, senior apprentice brother Yen. Inglongtu was overjoyed upon seeing Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge appraised Inglongtu all over, seeing that he was fine, also not looking like he was under someone's control. His heart that had been hanging in the air all along finally relaxed. He nodded towards Inglongtu before looking at that old Taoist. The old Taoist smiled slightly, not speaking. Yen Zhaoge noticed that it was not that this old Taoist was intentionally putting on airs. Instead, his attention was mainly focused on the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier down below. Within the white sea of flames within the cover, a figure was rampaging about, causing a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning disturbance. The massive 9 dragons' divine fire barrier shook, as though it might topple over at any time. The blazing fire sealing it down below also rose and fell, not being stable as it was highly possible for it to be broken through. Only with the 9 fire dragons unceasingly spewing blazing fire did it barely manage to keep it sealed. Is it Grand Master Tai? Yan Zhaoga cupped his hands towards that old Taoist. The old Taoist nodded towards him in acknowledgement. However, he could not be distracted by talking as he continued stabilizing the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier down below. However, other than nodding towards Yan Zhaoga in return, the old Taoist's gaze also paused on the captured Mu Jia for a moment. Mu Jia, who was being held by Yan Zhaoga, had a rather complex expression on his face. Senior Apprentice Uncle Tai, beside the old Taoist, Yinglong hurriedly said, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, this is precisely Grand Master Tai. He was the one who saved me. I know, Yan Zhaoga nodded. He had already learnt of the general situation from Mu Jia. As Yinglong too was traveling, he had encountered the drifting great wilderness origin palace in extra-dimensional space. However, at the same time he had also encountered a few Buddhist Bantis of the Western Pure Lands. The leakless Buddhist Bantis couldn't do anything to Yinglong at all. Instead, they were beaten up badly by him. However, the Western Pure Lands had other experts nearby. Very quickly, more than one tranquil level Buddhist Arhat came to reinforce them. Yinglong fought as he retreated. From the other party's words, not only the opponent in front of him, there were also grand virtual realm Buddhist bodhisattvas nearby. Although Han Long was a little straightforward when dealing with matters, he was extremely quick-witted when it came to battles like this. Before Mu Jia and the others arrived, he hid within the great wilderness origin palace. His choice was correct. If he had been a little late, Mu Jia and the others would have arrived. When the grand virtual realm Buddhist bodhisattvas made their move, just the chanting of the Buddha was already hard for the leakless true immortal Yinglong to withstand. As Broad Creed Mountain's rising star and having a close relationship with Yan Zhaoga, Yinglong's fame wasn't limited to the orthodox Taoism. Other powers had heard of him as well. Mu Jia and the other Buddhist Bantis weren't willing to give up. Naturally, they decisively chased after him into the great wilderness origin palace. In the end, they met with a setback and were chased away by the Tai spiritual master who ruled over the great wilderness origin palace. Just as they were tracking the drifting great wilderness origin palace and were trying to contact more Western Pure Lands Buddhist experts for reinforcements, Yan Zhaoga, who had arrived before them, happened to be unlucky. As such, Mu Jia and the others all met with tragedy. However, when Mu Jia saw the Tai spiritual master, he felt a little emotional. After greeting him, he placed most of his attention on the 9 dragons' God Fire Shroud. To be precise, he was more concerned about the person trapped within the 9 dragons' God Fire Shroud. As he looked, Mu Jia's face revealed a bewildered expression. Yan Zhaoga narrowed his eyes and focused on the 9 dragons' God Fire Shroud. Chapter 1638. From the looks of it, Mu Jia and the other Buddhist supremacies had barged in previously. Although Perfected Tai had chased them out, it still had a negative impact. Perfected Tai should have been controlling the 9 dragons' divine fire shield previously. With Muza and the others' interference, the situation immediately became disadvantageous. The person trapped in the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield kept thrashing, as if he could break out at any time. Enlightened Master Tai was a veteran grand heavenly immortal of the Jade, clear lineage. His strength was naturally extraordinary. However, even with the help of his treasure, the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield, he could no longer suppress his opponent. Yan Zhaoga looked at the true deity Tai and then at Mu Jia. Noticing their expressions, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, the situation in front of him didn't allow him to think too much. An angry roar came from below the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield. Then the milky white raging fire inside began to be suppressed by the majestic power and began to disperse. The flames receded, and the silhouette within it gradually became clear. He wore the heaven and earth ring on his head, held the fire-tipped spear in his hand, stepped on the wind fire wheels, and wrapped his arms with the heavenly silk ribbon. How could Yen Jiaoge and Mu Jia not recognize each other? He was none other than Neza, one of the few powerhouses who had risen to prominence in the Tao sect. He was known as the great god of the three altars, the grand preceptor of the heavens, and the marshal of the middle altar. What the? Yen Jiaoge smacked his lips. It's really you? While Yen Jiaoge had somewhat expected this earlier, truly seeing the other party, Yen Jiaoge still sighed endlessly within his heart. However, Neza seemed a little unusual at the moment. He had the appearance of a young man, but his eyes were ferocious and his brows were filled with hostility. He exerted all his divine powers, and the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield was about to collapse. The raging flames that sealed the bottom of the cover were constantly dissipating. The 9 fire dragons desperately tried to replenish the flames, but to no avail. Instead, their eyes were dripping with blood, and the scales on their bodies were actually leaking blood. It was clear that they couldn't bear the burden. Seeing this, Yen Jiaoge couldn't help but feel surprised. Looking at the Tai deity who was suppressing the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud again, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Although Neza was perfected Tai's disciple, he was the same as Yang Jian. They were both outstanding talents of the Tao sect. After he ascended to the grand heavenly realm and attained the body of a heavenly immortal, his cultivation base gradually surpassed perfected Tai. Perfected Tai was one of the people who understood Neza the best. He had many arrangements, so he could suppress him for a while. However, he had been disturbed earlier, and now all his efforts had been for naught. Yen Jiaoge was momentarily unable to determine who was in the right and who was in the wrong. However, Neza's eyes were crimson, and he had a ruthless expression on his face. He seemed to be a little unusual. Therefore, after a short consideration, Yen Jiaoge decided to help the Tai cultivated deity first. It was not only because perfected Tai had helped Ding Longtu just now, but also because perfected Tai was clearly weaker between Neza and perfected Tai. Allying with the weak to resist the strong was relatively simple, and if there was a mistake in judgment afterwards, it was obviously easier to salvage the situation and make up for it. Pan Pan flew out, and the ape on his back flickered with light. As the golden light shone, it instantly transformed into a heaven-supporting violent ape, incomparably huge, its demonic chi billowing to the heavens. Under perfected Tai's surprised gaze, the huge demon monkey tilted its head and took out the Rui Jingu Bang from its ear. The Rui Jingu Bang expanded in the wind, instantly turning into a divine metal treasure that could hold up the sky and the sea. The monkey pressed the metal onto the 9 dragons' heavenly fire barrier, and the barrier became much more stable. Although the Rui Jingu Bang was currently a peerless weapon, its original purpose was to measure and suppress the heavenly river. Instead of harming others, it had a miraculous effect when used to suppress others. Neza, who was within the barrier, let out an unwilling roar. However, the milky white flames surrounding him became even more intense, and gradually engulfed his figure. The flames sealed beneath the 9 dragons' heavenly fire barrier became more vigorous, and the seal became stable again. Upon seeing this, Yen Jiaoge let out a sigh of relief. Even if the young master inside wasn't as strong as Yang Jian, he definitely couldn't be underestimated. An ordinary grand, heavenly realm expert couldn't contend against him. In the past, Yen Jiaoge was the pavilion spirit of the heavenly court's divine palace's martial repository. Although his status was slightly inferior, Neza, who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, was definitely one of the top few in the heavenly court's divine palace in terms of strength. Yang Jian didn't listen to orders, and he wasn't in the heavenly court's divine palace all year round. Neza was the vanguard of the heavenly court's external war. If the great sage equaling heavens was here, Neza naturally wouldn't be able to withstand the Rui Jingu Bang. However, even with the Rui Jingu Bang, a grand virtual level golden body of the great sage wouldn't stand a chance against the 3 altars of the sea-meeting deity. Right now, he was using the 9 dragons' heavenly fire barrier as the core to suppress the seal that was already formed. If he were to face the enemy head-on, the situation would be completely different. The Tai, cultivated deity, let out a sigh of relief as well. However, he still sat on the 9 dragons' heavenly fire barrier, not daring to relax. He looked at the monkey curiously. "What's going on? I'll explain it to the Tai, cultivated deity later. For now, please tell me what happened to the 3 altars of the sea-meeting deity," asked Yen Zhaoge. The Tai, cultivated deity, sighed. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you." He glanced at Muzo again. Muzo's expression was a little startled. After feeling the Tai, cultivated deity's gaze, his expression became even more complicated. "During the great calamity, my disciple was gravely injured. I saved him. However, his injuries were too severe, and I couldn't do anything about it. I could only bring my disciple along to hide first, and slowly plan on how to deal with it," said the Tai, cultivated deity. Yen Zhaoge nodded without saying anything. Neza's situation was unique. He was the embodiment of the treasured lotus. Many methods couldn't harm him. Although he couldn't compare to the great sage equaling heaven's undying demon physique and Yang Jian's 8-9 mysteries art, his defense was still one of the top experts in Taoism. However, the great calamity had affected too many people. Many bigwigs took action, and the war became a mess. Although Neza was strong, he was still doomed. Fortunately, the Tai, cultivated deity, made a move in time and saved his life. However, the situation was extremely dangerous. At that time, his advancement was just to save his life. After saving Neza, the Tai, cultivated deity, brought him to the void's boundless outskirts to avoid the threats of others. In the end, he accidentally found the great wilderness origin palace, occupied it, and hid within it. The Tai, cultivated deity, treated Neza's injuries and tried to reconstruct the treasured lotus immortal's body. After a long period of hard work, there was finally some progress. Then this is listening to the Tai, cultivated deity's narration. Yen Zhaoge couldn't help but point at the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud. Sigh. The Tai, cultivated deity, let out a long sigh. At the same time, he smiled bitterly. "During the great calamity, my disciple nearly died in battle. His heart was filled with unwillingness, and his malevolent intent had reached its peak. After he awakened, his body and mind were tainted by the malevolent intent, causing other changes to occur." Yen Zhaoge's gaze focused, fallen to the devil's side. "No." The Tai, cultivated deity, shook his head. "My disciple's situation is unique. He was the embodiment of the treasured lotus, and didn't fall into the 9 underworld's devilish Tao." Yen Zhaoge thought for a while. That's right. If someone falls to the devil's side, the primordial heart devil would sense it. He wouldn't be unable to discover it just because of the great wilderness origin palace's concealment. Previously, he didn't reveal anything. However, what's happening now? Chapter 1639. The primordial heart devil was the origin of all living beings' devils. As such, as long as the living beings remained, the heart devil wouldn't die. As long as sentient beings existed in this world, a heart devil could be birthed. Even if the primordial heart devil perished, it could still be reborn. Theoretically speaking, no matter who or how high their cultivation was, as long as a heart devil was birthed within their heart, the primordial heart devil of the 9 underworld's 6 supreme devils would be able to sense it. The stronger the devilish intent, the more convenient it would be for the primordial heart devil to descend. Of course, this was only the most ideal situation in theory. In reality, due to the interference of other bigwig experts, the primordial heart devil couldn't be that domineering. In the past, traveling monk sun's inner devil manifested and transformed into the 6-eared macaque, which involved many parties. For bigwig experts like traveling monk sun or even Neza, even if a heart devil birthed within their heart, they or their peers would be able to conceal it preventing the primordial heart devil from doing anything. Most of the time, it would be hard for the primordial heart devil to notice it. However, if the obsession transformed into a devilish intent that was strong enough to cause one to fall, it would be impossible to hide it from the primordial heart devil. Yan Zhaoge had interacted with the primordial heart devil more than once or twice. He knew that this old devil was hiding his strength. Otherwise, the orthodox Taoism wouldn't have suffered such a loss due to the devil of aged metal. However, that was only under the cover of the water devil and the earth devil's incident. It was a feint to divert the enemy's attention. As for Neza or the other Taoism bigwigs, the 9 underworlds' devilish Tao didn't reveal any information. Although the 3 altars' sea deity didn't seem to be in a bad state, he didn't seem like a fallen devil. Yan Zhaoge felt that it wasn't impossible for the Tai cultivated deity to mention Neza's treasured lotus, celestial body, not falling to the devilish Tao. According to the rumors regarding Neza, the treasured lotus celestial body's most prominent defensive trait was its immunity against various evil arts. To a certain extent, avoiding the invasion of the demonic Tao could also be considered a wondrous inheritance. However, it was precisely because of this that my disciple underwent other transformations. The Tai cultivated deity smiled bitterly and said, "As the saying goes, it's better to let it go. My disciple's treasured lotus, celestial body, isn't something innate." Yan Zhaoge nodded in understanding. "This means that there's a formless gap. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other, and fortune lurks in misfortune." He looked down at the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield thoughtfully and said, "The gods of the 3 altars of the sea meeting have long reached the realm of zenith heaven, so it is not difficult for them to control their own minds. However, the lotus fairy body is neither righteous nor evil. After being contaminated by evil thoughts, it turned into an evil body and affected the gods of the 3 altars of the sea meeting. Because of the lotus immortal body, Neza gained a lot of benefits. But now, it was precisely because of this reason that he had to suffer such a calamity." Perfected Tai sighed. "It's also because I had a narrow escape from death that I had to reforge my soul again and return to Yang from the realm of death. At that moment, my thoughts were the purest. Once I made a mistake, it would be difficult to return." Neza was reborn and did not fall into the devil's path. His pure and blazing murderous intent did not turn into devil's will and did not dissipate. Just like that, he became an existence like a god of slaughter. Rather than saying that he was still a Taoism grand heavenly realm, it was more appropriate to say that he had transformed into a bloodthirsty and violent lotus great demon because of the lotus immortal body. Moreover, he was even more ferocious and violent than the golden-winged roc, the 9-headed bug, and the other demons. He was not as evil as the violent demons in the 9 underworlds, but his killing intent was pure. It was like the Sword King Buddha's 6 paths of reincarnation had transformed into the Hell Tao, and his strength was much stronger than the Sword King Buddha's. During the process of treating him, Perfected Tai vaguely felt that something was amiss. He could not bear to see his disciple lose his life. He was careful and tried his best to solve the problem of Neza. However, he did not succeed in the end. Neza woke up. After being confused at first, he regained his senses like a god of slaughter. Perfected Tai, who was in front of him, was the first person to suffer. Perfected Tai had no choice but to use a backup method to seal Neza there. He was Neza's master. Previously, he had treated Neza, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Under the condition that he was prepared, he used the layers of arrangements to form a huge seal. He did not give Neza a chance to unleash his strength and suppress Neza in the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier. However, the great god of the 3 altars was ferocious after all. He surpassed his master and was stronger than his master, Perfected Tai. It was difficult for Perfected Tai to suppress him. Previously, he helped Ding Long to get rid of Mu Jia and the others. After being distracted, he could not continue suppressing Neza. Thanks to Yan Zhaoge's arrival, the seal was temporarily stabilized. However, even so, Isn't it a little too exaggerated to be tainted by a grand heavenly immortal's malevolent intent? Yen Zhaoge looked at the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier and muttered, "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have imagined it." After a person died, an ordinary soul might turn into a malicious spirit due to the malevolent intent. However, the great god of the 3 altars was not ordinary at all. According to the legends, this bigwig's temperament had always been unstable. He always maintained his youthful spirit and arrogance. No matter what, he was a famous Taoism expert during the ancient era. When he entered the Middle Era, he even ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Yen Zhaoge found it hard to believe that he could become like this without any external forces. During the Great Calamity, he almost died in battle. It's normal for the 3 altars to be filled with resentment. However, it's actually this intense. Yen Zhaoge looked at Perfected Tai with a puzzled expression. Perfected Tai remained silent. Then he glanced at Mu Jia. Mu Jia remained silent. His originally complicated expression slowly calmed down. Ugh! Yen Zhaoge's gaze froze upon seeing this. He had never been afraid of making assumptions about others. Now, some bad guesses started forming in his heart. From what I know, during the Great Calamity, even the Buddhist traveling monk Hui and didn't participate in making things difficult for my Taoism successors. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Bodhisattva Guanyin Bodhisattva didn't do anything either? Said Yen Zhaoge slowly. Mu Jia remained silent. Perfected Tai nodded. Samantabhadra and the Bodhisattva didn't participate in it. Yen Zhaoge continued. I heard that not only traveling monk Huiyin, but even Heavenly King Li had entered the Western Pure Lands. The so-called Heavenly King Li was naturally the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing. He was Mu Jia and Neza's father. After the ancient era, he had entered the Heavenly Court's divine palace, along with Neza. Although Heavenly King Li is a member of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, as a disciple of the ancient Dipankar Buddha, it's not surprising for him to make such a choice. However, Yen Zhaoge's gaze shifted between Perfected Tai and Mu Jia with a strange expression. During the Great Calamity, Heavenly King Li wouldn't go against us, right? Chapter 1640. The Great Calamity had originated from the internal strife of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. It was very likely that it had revolved around the birth of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. After that, the chaos affected the entire Heavenly Court's divine palace and even the universe. Some of them decided to act together, and some of them took advantage of the situation because of personal grudges. In short, more and more people joined in, and in the end it became a huge catastrophe that swept through the entire creation. On the other hand, the Heavenly Court's divine palace and the 3 clear lineage, as well as the various Taoist sects and branches that were spread throughout the world, had undoubtedly suffered the greatest losses. Countless powerhouses perished, and the flourishing era of martial arts also declined. Among them, the future Buddha was not the only one who made the first move. The figures of the other Tao realm experts were also faintly discernible. The Western Pure Lands, the demon race, and even the 9 underworlds had no lack of participants. However, as far as Yen Zhaoge knew, the compassionate, cultivated deity and the Samantabhadra cultivated deity who had betrayed Taoism in the past, namely the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara and the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, had not acted against the direct lineage of Taoism. The same went for traveling monk Hui and Mu Jia, who was currently captured by Yen Zhaoge. As such, when Yen Zhaoge, Gaohan, and the other descendants of Taoism faced them, they still retained the last bit of their relationship. Even if they were to fight, they would still leave some leeway and not completely fall out with them. Fairy Yun Zhao's elder brother, Zhao Gongming, and her sisters, Qiong Shao and Fairy Bai Shao, had all died because of the Great Calamity. Yang Jian's master, Perfected Yuding, had also perished. The incongruence Divine Mother had lost her personal disciple before. To them, the impact of what happened in the past was probably even more painful than others. However, over the years, they might have felt resentment, but they didn't lose their rationality, become deranged, or undergo a great change in temperament. Compared to them, Neza's state of mind might not be as peaceful, but it was still surprising that his resentment and evil thoughts were so strong. Yen Jiaoge could not help but suspect that there was some special reason behind this. He looked at the Tai spiritual master, then at Mu Jia, and asked straightforwardly. Heavenly King Li was one of the top figures in the Heavenly Court's divine palace back then. He didn't suffer any calamity during the Great Calamity and joined the Western Pure Lands. But apart from that, did he do anything else? It was not that Yen Jiaoge was always speculating about other people's ill intentions. Instead, it was because the father of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing, had a criminal record. Like Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, Yen Jiaoge had also heard of the legend of Neza wreaking havoc in the seas quite a bit. Some of the versions are different. In some stories, Neza wreaked havoc in the sea because he was a naughty child. In some stories, he saw injustice on the road and helped to save people. Let's not talk about that first. After Neza injured the Dragon King, the Fong family's elder Dragon King came looking for trouble. In some versions of the story, in order not to implicate his family and the local people in the secular world, Neza sacrificed himself and severed ties with his family. He cut off his flesh to return to his mother and bones to return to his father. At the same time, he said that he would take responsibility for what he had done, and at the same time, he gave the dragon race an explanation. In some versions of the story, his father, Li Jing, wanted to kill him in order to avoid trouble. Therefore, Neza cut his flesh and bones to show that the two of them had severed their blood ties. Whether it should be said to be fortunate or unfortunate, as Yen Jiaoge knew, in this world, the relationship between the Li father and son was the latter. This was the first time Neza had been killed. Later on, he used the treasure Lotus immortal body to resurrect and obtained a great opportunity. However, during the revival process, he was obstructed by Li Jing many times. After Neza resurrected, he wanted to take revenge on Li Jing, causing Li Jing to flee everywhere. Even his eldest son, Jinjia, and his son, Muza, couldn't stop him. Later on, Li Jing became a disciple of the Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was still a Dipankara Taoist. He obtained the Ru-Yi golden pagoda that specifically countered the treasure Lotus immortal body, which allowed him to fight against Neza. Under many people's mediation, the two sides reluctantly stopped fighting and made peace. After the ancient investitures of the gods' era ended, the two even entered the Heavenly Court's divine palace together. However, from what Yen Jiaoge knew, the relationship between the two had always been bumpy. Even if they worked together, it was only because of their errands. With this in mind, Yen Jiaoge wasn't afraid of using the worst of intentions to analyze the situation of the Heavenly Court's divine palace collapsing and Taoism collapsing during the Great Calamity. That Heavenly King, Li probably didn't just leave and join the Western Pure Lands. According to his previous conversation with Yang Jian and the others, Yen Jiaoge already knew that the Western Pure Lands played a significant role during the Great Calamity. This made Yen Jiaoge's imagination run wild about Li Jing and Neza's matters. Moreover, from Yen Jiaoge's current knowledge, Neza's fortuitous encounter with the Lotus Incarnation and Li Jing becoming a disciple of the Dipankara ancient Buddha and obtaining the Ru-Yi golden pagoda weren't as simple as they seemed. After all, there were rumors that Neza's roots were actually in the Unrivaled palace. The Li family he was born into was already special. When he was just born, he was almost killed by Li Jing. Yen Jiaoge couldn't help but think about the intricacies within. However, to the youthful and straightforward Neza, what was more important was what Li Jing did. To a certain extent, he's similar to the great sage. Yen Jiaoge sighed in his heart. My disciple's tribulation was all thanks to Taoist Li, said the Tai cultivated deity slowly after glancing at Muza. Yen Jiaoge smacked his lips and didn't say anything. To Li Jing, Neza was the number one dangerous person. Without an expert stopping him and the Ru-Yi golden pagoda, he wouldn't even dare to show his face in front of Neza. There was no longer any meaning in arguing about who was right or wrong. In Li Jing's heart, the father-son relationship between him and Neza was long gone. It was hard for him to let it go. He was constantly on guard, as if there was a thorn on his back. Of course, it didn't feel good to be on guard against such a dangerous opponent. If there was a chance to remove the thorn on his back, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King would be more than happy to do so. During the Great Calamity, Taoism had almost been annihilated. The three altars, sea-meeting gods, fought against the enemies and protected Taoism. In the end, a Ru-Yi golden pagoda flew over from afar and restrained his treasure lotus, celestial body. As a result, he was surrounded by enemies and almost died on the spot. If the Tai cultivated deity hadn't helped him break out of the encirclement, he would have died for sure. Regardless of whether Neza's dissatisfaction towards Li Jing had faded after so many years, his old hatred was even more unforgettable now that he had a new enemy. Under the intertwining of old and new hatred, the resentment and hatred within the three altars, sea-meeting gods, had really broken through the horizon. Muza's expression had already calmed down completely. He said mildly, "There's no lack of parents in the world. Third brother has always been disobedient and offended father's dignity. It's fate that he met with a calamity. Father is just cleaning up the family." The Tai cultivated deity said mildly, "Don't argue with me." "Why would I argue with you? I'm suppressing my disciple now for his sake, lest he sinks into the sea of blood and can't turn back. If he can retract it freely, I'll let him go now. You'll be the first to suffer. You can escape this calamity because you're not the key person." The Tai cultivated deity suddenly smiled. "However, you're a pretty good catalyst." Yan Zhaoga's heart jolted when he heard this. He recalled some rumors regarding the Tai cultivated deity. Chapter 1641. Yan Zhaoga looked at the Tai cultivated deity with an air of sage-like Taoism and thought of something else. In the Taoism's jade, clear, direct lineage, there were actually many vicious and merciless people. After entering Buddhism, the wise and compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva was one of the best when she was still the Zihong Jinren. Heavenly Lord Guangqing was not inferior either. However, the most outstanding person was perfected Tai. Apart from being ruthless, this senior mighty figure of the Tao sect could probably be described as thick-skinned and black-bellied. Sometimes Yan Zhaoga felt that this bigwig of Taoism was truly a role model for his generation. Hearing Taoist Tai's words, Yan Zhaoga's heart jumped. He looked at immortal Tai. "Are you going to sacrifice the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King to the three altars so that the great god of the sea will be reborn?" Mu Zha's expression changed drastically when he heard that. Perfected Tai smiled. "The one who tied the bell has to solve it." The corners of Yan Zhaoga's mouth twitched slightly. Neza was infected by the resentment and hatred of Bao Lianxian. Although he was revived, his mind was still affected. If he went on a killing spree, it might be completely out of control, and his vicious nature would become thicker and thicker. At that time, it would truly be the birth of a new god of slaughter. He would not recognize his own kin. He would not be a monster nor a demon. He would only be a bloodthirsty killer. However, there might be an exception. It was none other than Heavenly King Li, who had caused all of this back then. He would first transform into a bloodthirsty killing god and then kill Li Jing to take revenge. The hostility would become stronger and stronger, and it might even reach a new peak. On the other hand, if the first target that Neza encountered before he sank into the sea of blood was Li Jing, the source of his resentment and hatred back then, it might be a different scene after killing him. Although it was also a slaughter that triggered the bloodthirst and ferocity, Neza might fall into a state of blankness for a short period of time. At this moment, he actually had a chance to regain his clarity. However, he had to be careful not to continue to be stained with blood before he returned to normal. The above was merely Yan Zhaoga's conjecture. He did not have complete confidence in whether or not this method would definitely work. However, based on the methods that could be thought of so far, this was the most feasible one. Yen Zhaoge believed that with the Tai cultivated deity style, he would also make the same deduction and definitely intend to put it into practice. Of course, that was only from the perspective of solving Neza's problem. There were many difficulties. For example, how to ensure that Li Jing was Neza's first target after he escaped. Buddha once said, if he doesn't go to hell, who will? Indeed, perfected Tai smiled and said, fellow Taoist Li Jing, you have been in the Buddhist sect for so many years. You must know this principle very well. I think you will be willing to sacrifice yourself. Mu Jia's expression was ugly. Don't even think about it. I've already said that I'm not interested in arguing with you. I don't need your permission to do whatever I want to do. Perfected Tai said calmly. Yen Zhaoge crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked at the Taoist deity speechlessly. Perfected Tai had used a trick to seal Neza. However, after a long time, Neza would eventually break out of the seal. At that time, the great god of the 3 altars of the sea, who was filled with murderous thoughts and murderous aura, would be unconscious. Perfected Tai might be the first to suffer. He was in a stalemate with Neza, but he was unable to get away to contact the others. At that moment, Muza and the rest chased after Ing Longtu into the great wilderness origin residence. To perfected Tai, it was undoubtedly a blessing from the heavens. Separated by the great wilderness origin residence, Muza didn't dare to confirm who was inside. However, perfected Tai could easily confirm Muza's identity. Although he wasn't sure if Muza would summon the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, he was much more reliable than the others. Taking 10,000 steps back, the ones who came were other Buddhist bigwigs, and not the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing. After the seal was broken, Neza went on a killing spree. The Western Pure Lands would suffer the most. Although perfected Tai was also in danger, the situation was better than him wasting his time here with Neza. No matter how bad the situation was, it couldn't be any worse. Although perfected Tai's sealing of Neza had almost failed because he helped Ing Longtu and chased Muza and the others away, the situation couldn't be any worse than before. Muza looked at perfected Tai and the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud before looking at Yen Zhaoge. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time he had contacted his father, Li Jing, and a few other Buddhist bigwigs to provide reinforcements. Only the Western Pure Lands were delayed due to some matters. In the end, Yen Zhaoge was 1 step ahead of them. Yen Zhaoge had either captured or killed Muza and the others. Without anyone to lead the way for Li Jing and the others, Li Jing and the others wouldn't be able to find the great wilderness origin residence. Some of the perfected Tai's plans had failed. However, without Yen Zhaoge's arrival, the perfected Tai wouldn't be able to continue suppressing Neza in the great wilderness origin residence due to their interference. When Neza escaped, the perfected Tai would definitely suffer. Those who were chasing after the great wilderness origin residence would also have to face Neza, who had already transformed into a killing god. Now, with Yen Zhaoge's help, the perfected Tai could continue sealing Neza for a long period of time. They could even think of a way to leave this place and carefully plan their plan of using the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King to attack Neza. They wouldn't have to gamble like the perfected Tai previously. Muza also knew what the perfected Tai meant when he said that he was the bait. However, he didn't intend to cooperate with them to lure his father, Li Jing, here. Muza was very grateful to Yen Zhaoge for capturing him. This way, Li Jing and the others wouldn't be able to find this place. You don't intend to listen to me? Don't worry. The perfected Tai saw Muza's expression and guessed his thoughts. He immediately said plainly, with little friend Yan's help, I can bring my disciple away from the great wilderness origin residence. Let's just wait at the place where little friend Yan captured you guys. That place could also be considered as the place where Muza and the other Buddhist bandies stopped before losing contact with the Western Pure Lands. When Li Jing and the others arrived, they would most likely find the universe. I'll let Senior Apprentice Uncle Tai know that my father and master wouldn't be so careless Musa replied, Senior Apprentice Uncle Tai must have learned about the immortal extermination formation and the current situation outside from Little Friending. The three clear lineage isn't the same as before. Of course, my father and the others would be extremely careful. How would they step into the trap so easily? Speaking of this, Musa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was truly unpredictable when it came to fortune and misfortune. If they can't find me, then don't even think about finding my father. Musa snorted. The perfected Tai didn't argue with him. Instead, he looked at Yen Zhaoga. Little friend Yen, I heard from Little Friending that he came here with another fellow Taoist. I wonder if you can contact him? I received a message from that fellow Taoist. Only then did I know that junior apprentice brother Ing had gone missing. That's why I came here. Yen Zhaoga smiled. The other fellow Taoists will split up with me and search for junior apprentice brother Ying's whereabouts. If we spend some time, we'll be able to contact him. The perfected Tai nodded. That's for the best. Musa's heart sank as he watched the two of them conversing. Chapter 1642. After hearing the conversation between Yen Zhaoga and the Tai cultivated deity, how could Muja not understand their intentions? He contacted the Tao sect cultivator who had traveled with Ing Longtu previously and used him as bait to lure Li Jing and the others. From the words of Yen Zhaoga and the others, it could be seen that the cultivation base of that Taoist martial practitioner was most likely similar to Ing Longtu's. Even if he had already pushed open the gate of immortality, he wouldn't exceed the tranquil, profound, immortal realm at most. It was very likely that he would be a leakless, true immortal. Li Jing and the others could not find Mu Jia and the others. They were naturally wary of the top mighty figures of the Tao sect. However, in order to figure out what had happened, they had to spread out and investigate. A perfected immortal or a mysterious immortal was undoubtedly much less threatening to Li Jing and the others. After all, not everyone was like Yen Zhaoga. Before arresting him, they might not have been sure if the Taoist martial artist knew anything about it. But since he appeared in the vicinity, he was a potential source of information, and there was a possibility of following the clues. Even if they tried their luck and did not let go of the wrong person, Li Jing and the others would not ignore it. This gave Yen Zhaoga and the Tai cultivated deity a chance. Mu Jia sighed helplessly. He was really a catalyst. It didn't mean that he would be fine as long as he didn't give in and cooperate. As long as he lost contact, he would be able to play the role of a primer. The helpless traveling monk Huiying could only hope that the people on his side would be as careful as possible, as cautious as possible, and as attentive as possible. He hoped that they would be able to see through Yen Zhaoga and the Tai cultivated deity's arrangements and not step into this trap. Looking at the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield that was filled with milky white flames, Musa felt gloomy. Yen Zhaoga nodded towards the demon monkey that Pan Pan had transformed into. The demon monkey's figure shrunk slightly, still holding on to the divine metal treasure and suppressing the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud. The demon monkey himself also stood on the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud, standing beside the Tai cultivated deity. Perfected Tai formed a seal with one hand and pointed in the air. The great wilderness Yuan residence that everyone was enchanged. Streams of desolate qi circulated and gathered toward immortal Tai and the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield. Perfected Tai had used the power of the great wilderness origin palace to seal Neza. At this moment, talisman inscriptions appeared and transformed into chains that wrapped around the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield. As perfected Tai moved, the chains formed by the desolate qi broke one after another. The 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield seemed to be unstable again. However, perfected Tai and monkey were already prepared. With the help of the divine treasure iron, they suppressed the transparent cover again. Rise! Immortal Tai called out softly, and the 9 dragons' divine fire shield flew out of the great wilderness Yuan residence under his guidance. Yen Zhaoga exhaled lightly. Around his body, streaks of transparent, thin thunder light surged, resembling the shadow of a bubble. However, although every bubble of lightning seemed to be feeble and weightless, they were in fact extremely heavy, as if they were stacked on top of each other. The thunder light expanded outwards and gradually formed an independent world, containing Yen Zhaoge, the Tai cultivated deity, the monkey, and the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud within. Let's go. We'll talk about the great wilderness Yuan residence later. Let's focus on the present first, said Perfected Tai. Yen Zhaoge continued grabbing Mu Jia as he made a please gesture. Grand Unity Grandmaster, please follow me. Although you're of the Jade Clear lineage, you can skip the title of Grandmaster. I'm not worthy of it. Perfected Tai turned his head and looked at the world created by Yen Zhaoge's grand illusory spatial thunder. He felt the profundities contained within and praised Yen Zhaoge's age. With such a great talent like you, it's no wonder that my Taoism would rise again. You're being too polite, Perfected Tai. Yen Zhaoge exited the great wilderness Yuan residence with Perfected Tai and re-entered the void's boundless outskirts. As he walked, he searched for Long Xingquan and Taoist Miaochen. It wasn't easy to contact them within the void's outskirts. However, they were here to look for Ing Longtu. If they were to get separated from Long Xingquan and the others, wouldn't they become a joke if more and more people went missing? As such, Yen Zhaoge, Long Xingquan, and Taoist Miaochen had specifically agreed on a location to reunite before splitting up. Moreover, the interval between their meetings was rather short. After Yen Zhaoge arrived, he saw Long Xingquan and Taoist Miaochen appearing. Yen Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief upon seeing them unharmed. When Long Xingquan and Long Xingquan saw that Ing Longtu was fine, they were delighted. When they saw Perfected Tai, they were extremely surprised. However, they quickly became happy. The more Taoism bigwigs and experts that were still alive, the better it would be for the 3 clear lineage. After listening to Yen Zhaoge's brief explanation and arrangements, Long Xingquan nodded. Indeed, there's an unusual commotion nearby. For the sake of caution, we tried our best to avoid it. From the looks of it, the Western Pure Land's reinforcements have arrived, and they're currently searching for traveling Monk Hui-en and the others. I have no objections to young Heavenly Venerate's plan. We can begin at any time, Taoist Miaochen said. Yen Zhaoge nodded. Since that is so, I will have to trouble you, fellow Taoist Miaochen. You can rest easy, fellow Taoist. We will be nearby, and we will definitely not let you truly suffer a loss. You're too kind, young Heavenly Venerate. Taoist Miaochen cupped his hands at him and Perfected Tai, then turned around and left. Yen Zhaoge and the others waited for a moment before following suit. The great god of the 3 altars of the sea is still alive. Congratulations. Long Xingquan looked towards the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud. It's a pity that such a calamity befell upon us. I only hope that we'll be able to turn this calamity into a blessing. As long as that heavenly kingly arrives, it wouldn't be hard to resolve this calamity. Yen Zhaoge said, if we can't wait for Heavenly King Li's arrival, we'll have to continue troubling the great god of the 3 altars of the sea for a few more days. We'll slowly make our plans. Rage appeared on Muza's face. Unfortunately, he was captured by Yen Zhaoge and couldn't struggle at all. Oh, plotting to kill someone's father right in front of them? Aren't we going overboard? Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. Only, despite saying that, Yen Zhaoge didn't feel any psychological burden in killing the Western Pure Land's Heavenly Kingly and saving Neza, one of the few experts of the Taoism lineage. Even if he wanted to reflect, he would reflect on how to achieve the best results. After a short while, Yen Zhaoge and the Perfected Tai's expressions changed slightly. They could feel that something had happened on Taoist Miaochen's side. The fish has taken the bait. Yen Zhaoge and the Perfected Tai looked at each other and nodded. Then they immediately stopped in their tracks and started making their own preparations. The boundless darkness was filled with the grand illusory spatial thunder's interior. The entire world's aura instantly became gloomy. Yen Zhaoge and the perfected Tai didn't even release their spiritual senses. Instead, they quietly waited there. Only Long Xingchuan didn't conceal his tracks and continued advancing forward calmly. Very quickly, Long Xingchuan sensed the activity of a Buddhist expert from afar. He didn't immediately stop. Instead, after getting closer, he turned around and retreated. However, the other party's speed suddenly increased. Buddha lights flickered. In an instant, a few green lotuses appeared in front of Long Xingchuan, as if they had always been there. Chapter 1643. A green lotus appeared, with lights faintly flickering on the lotus platform. A powerful and lofty aura permeated the surroundings, suppressing Long Xingchuan's will. A group of Buddhist Bhantis appeared. Moreover, there were many grand, heavenly realm experts among them. A majestic Buddhist chant resounded, and a fragrance permeated the void. Within the glass-like Buddha light, the pagoda and the Bodhi forest were faintly discernible, as if a Buddhist country had descended upon the world. However, in the next instant, the scene of the blessed land of joy was destroyed. Two powerful auras approached from afar. Under their attacks, the glass-like Buddha light was no longer pure, and the pagoda and the Bodhi tree collapsed. Yen Zhaoge and the Tai, cultivated deity, appeared and calmly looked towards the green lotuses. Under the influence of their auras, the Buddha silhouettes on the green lotuses became clearer and no longer ethereal. The person in the lead was none other than the renowned great Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra. During the ancient era, the Samantabhadra, cultivated deity of the Taoism's jade, clear lineage, and the Tai, cultivated deity, was a veteran, grand, heavenly immortal. After the ancient era, he abandoned the Taoism and entered Buddhism. After attaining enlightenment, he transformed into the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Before the Tathagata Buddha had transcended, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Manjushri Bodhisattva served as the Tathagata Buddha's attendants and guarded the central blessed lands of After that, Sakyamuni Tathagata transcended, and the future Buddha Maitreya was born. The central blessed lands of Saha underwent a huge change. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva left and entered the western Pure Lands. Ever since then, he lived in seclusion and rarely appeared. During this era, during the Great Calamity, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was still rarely seen. Only in the recent few hundred years, when the entire western Pure Lands returned to the world, did the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva reappear. After receiving Musa's report and the western Pure Lands mediator, Musa's master, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, led the team over. Beside the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva stood other Buddhist Bhantis. Among them, there was the Luo Yen Buddha, who had also attained enlightenment. However, the first person that attracted Yen Zhaoge, the Tai cultivated deity, and Long Xingchuan's attention was a middle-aged man. Although the man's body was also surrounded by a pure Buddhist aura, he was not dressed like a monk. Instead, he was wearing armor and a golden-winged crow crown on his head. He was holding a pagoda in his left hand and a sword in his right. He had a dignified demeanor. It was the pagoda-bearing heavenly king of the heavenly court's divine palace, Li Jing. When Yen Zhaoge and the Tai cultivated deity saw him, joy appeared on their faces, and they both let out a sigh of relief. This action confused Samantabhadra, Narayan Buddha, and Li Jing. However, there was something else that attracted their attention. Perfected Tai sat on his 9 dragons' divine fire shield. The 9 dragons' divine fire shield was clearly extremely restless as it swayed. There seemed to be something suppressed beneath it. On top of the transparent cover, Yen Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage was even supporting it with a Ru-Yi golden cudgel. He was very curious about what was under the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield. Suspicion appeared on the faces of the Buddhist experts, as if they had thought of something. Back then, perfected Tai seemed to have helped that evil creature break out of the encirclement. Heavenly King Li felt his heart skip a beat. Although that evil creature is seriously injured and cannot be treated, so many years have passed. There might be other possibilities. The bewildered heavenly king Li looked at Mu Jia, who was captured by Yen Zhaoge, and became even more anxious. Taoist Tai. Just as Samantabhadra spoke, Perfected Tai smiled. Don't be in a hurry, Taoist Samantabhadra. Let's catch up later. Let's settle another matter first. As he spoke, he released the suppression of the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. The demon monkey that Pan Pan transformed into also lifted the Ru-E golden cudgel and leaped away. The 9 dragons' divine fire shield was almost instantly overturned. As the flowing fire spread everywhere, a silhouette rushed out from within. He seemed like an Asura that had returned from hell. His malevolent intent permeated the air, making it hard for others to look at him. Samantabhadra focused his gaze and saw that the silhouette belonged to the 3 altars' sea meeting's great divinity, Neza. However, compared to before, Neza was different now. The surface of his skin that was originally as white as a lotus root was now blood red. Even his face looked mournful, filled with resentment and malevolence. The 3 altars' sea meeting's great divinity stood on the wind-fire wheels. After he appeared, his gaze immediately locked onto the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing. Seeing that, Li Jing felt that something was amiss. Without waiting for him to speak, Neza let out a furious roar. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of him. He held the fire-tipped spear horizontally and stabbed it towards his chest. Samantabhadra sighed and did not directly help. That was because after Perfected Tai retracted the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, he had already rushed towards him. Fellow Taoist Samantabhadra, we can catch up now, said Perfected Tai with a faint smile. On the other side, the monkey also held the Ru-E golden cudgel and attacked the Buddhas of the Western Paradise, not giving them a chance to help Li Jing. Yen Zhaoge made a move and saved Taoist Miao Chen, who was captured by a bodhisattva. On the other side, Neza was like a mad tiger. His fire-tipped spear was deadly as he pointed it at Li Jing. Li Jing hurriedly took out the Ru-E golden pagoda. Although this treasure was sharp and specialized in restraining Neza's treasure lotus immortal body, Neza, who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, was different from him when he was at the grand virtual realm in ancient times. Although the Ru-E golden pagoda was good, it could only play a decisive role when others were fighting against Neza. When facing Neza alone in Li Jing's hands, he couldn't suppress him. He could only resist for a while. Just like how Neza was reborn in the form of a lotus after his first death tribulation. He chased after Li Jing until there was no way out. Today seemed to be another reincarnation. Samantabhadra glanced at Muza, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. However, he could only try his best to shake off Yen Zhaoge, Perfected Tai, and the others along with the other Buddhist bandies to chase after Neza. At the same time, someone chanted the Buddha's name in the faraway void. A green lotus appeared within the dark universe, and a Buddha sat on the lotus. His body was blue, and his right hand held a treasured pennant on his left shoulder, while his left hand held the Dhyana Mudra. He was the red Inferno Dvajra lord that Yen Zhaoge had interacted with before. After he appeared, he attempted to receive Samantabhadra and the others. The Western Pure Land's Buddhist bandies were extremely careful when they came over. They specifically made many arrangements to prevent anyone from ambushing them. Although they were still affected by Yen Zhaoge and the others, they had their own backup plans. However, their efforts were futile. Amidst the deafening roar, a golden violent ape leaped out from another void and disrupted the Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas and the red Inferno Dvajra Lord's arrangements. After Yen Zhaoge exited the great wilderness origin palace, other than contacting Long Xingchuan and Taoist Miao Chen, how could he forget about his North Ocean clone? His North Ocean clone manifested another golden body of the great sage. Demonic chi surged into the skies, and he attacked together with Yen Zhaoge and the others, instantly dragging the group of Buddhist bantis into a chaotic battle. Chapter 1644. Killing one's father is unethical. You all are simply committing a sin by allowing this to happen. Musa said furiously. Yen Zhaoge curled his lips. It would have been fine if I had said this in the past. Now that the 3 seas gathering divinities have suffered their first death tribulation, I think it's better to forget about it. Moreover, he nearly suffered his second death tribulation because of pagoda-bearing Li. Musa took a deep breath. I won't beg you to let me go. I just hope that you will allow me to face this calamity with my father. Don't be hasty. We still have to wait for Pagoda Li to become the first soul of the 3 altars of the sea's great divine spear. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Hearing this, Mu Jia felt rather anxious. Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva, scanned the surroundings and let out a long sigh. There will be this tribulation in Li Jing's life. It can't be resolved. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Bodhisattva, please do not misunderstand karma. During the great calamity that year, the 3 altars of the sea meeting divinity suffered a tribulation. Now, Heavenly King Li is merely repaying his debt. There are many disturbances in it. It has been going on since the ancient era until now. How can it be explained in a few words? Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva, shook his head. Yen Zhaoge nodded. These words are indeed true. However, the 3 altars of the sea gathering divinities do not think so. Sigh. Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva sighed, but his expression quickly returned to normal. Being held back by perfected Tai and the others, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva simply stopped and ignored Li Jing. You've contributed greatly to the 3 clear lineages' current achievements. However, it's hard to imagine that you were nurtured by the sect you were born in. His gaze now fell upon Yen Zhaoge. Although the sect is called the Broad Creed Mountain, we all know that it's just a fake name of the East Peak of Taoism before the Great Calamity. Instead, with your rise, the new generation of the East Peak of Taoism has gradually become worthy of the name of a legend, said the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Yen Zhaoge pointed at the unstoppable Neza who resembled a mad tiger. You should worry about yourself first, Bodhisattva. If you don't leave now, not to mention the others, once the 3 altars of the sea's gathering divinities are free, it would be hard for you to leave even if you want to. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's finger emitted a white light that looked like a thin thread. Gradually, a cloud appeared from the light. It was several zhang high, with octagonal corners. On the corners were golden lanterns and hanging pearls. The cloud protected his head and first blocked Perfected Tai's attack. Then it covered Perfected Tai. At the same time, he released a golden lotus of the 3 laws. Wondrous truths overflowed and confronted the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield, isolating it from the milky white flames. After blocking Perfected Tai's attack, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva said, "Helpless, helpless." Looking at Yen Zhaoge, he slowly shook his head. Divergent, the tide rises and falls. Fellow Taoist Samantabhadra, why sigh? Perfected Tai pointed in the air. As streams of light intersected, space-time seemed to have become unfathomable. The octagonal cloud formed by the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva could not land on Perfected Tai's head. You're right, fellow Taoist. As Bodhisattva spoke, the golden Buddha body suddenly changed. He manifested his Dharma form, which was specialized for battle. Its face was purple, and its mouth was huge with fangs, looking extremely ferocious. In a split second, the clouds turned red, the golden body was covered with auspicious colors. Pearls hung all over the body, and the lotus flowers supported the auspicious clouds. At the same time, the 3 heads and 6 arms wielded a sharp weapon and a demon subduing pestle. At this moment, the wisdom was restrained, and the fierce and violent Vajra subduing demon technique was displayed. The huge demon subduing pestle was strong and indestructible, but it also seemed to be nimble and untraceable. Even Perfected Tai found it difficult to defend against it. He knew that after his fellow disciple of the same sect entered Buddhism, he possessed the strengths of both sects, and his techniques grew even more powerful. Compared to him, he was already inferior. Moreover, he had been suppressing Neza with all his might previously, which consumed a lot of his energy. Now that he had just unsealed himself, he had to fight against the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, which made him feel even more powerless. However, perfected Tai was very experienced. He wasn't in a hurry to fight against the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. He was only fighting against the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. He only hoped to delay the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's footsteps, preventing him from interfering with Neza's pursuit of Li Jing. Although the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva had the upper hand, he felt like he had stepped into a swamp. By the side, the Luo Yen Buddha and the other Buddhist experts were all obstructed by Yen Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage, which rendered them unable to do anything. Yen Zhaoge grabbed Mu Jia, and suddenly a rain of fire descended from above. It was the treasured banner of the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha. It was hovering above, and countless crimson flames were raining down. The Buddhism's red lotus, cleansing, fire seemed illusory. Although Yen Zhaoge was enveloped by the rain of fire, he didn't feel any burning sensation from his body. Instead, he felt anxious and his soul was trembling. If I can keep you here, then everything wouldn't be in vain. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha put his palms together and chanted. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, "The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha had already said the same thing the last time we met." As he spoke, Yen Zhaoge swung his hand, and Mu Jia was tossed out like a paper plane, landing in the monkey's hand that was holding the Ru-Yi golden cudgel. Within his eyes, a jade-green radiance flickered. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge straightened his back. As he stood on the void, his figure seemed to be swaying slightly. The splendor of divinity condensed above his head, and the 5 Chi's unifications appeared. Strands of immortal essence transformed into blurry streams of Chi, which circled around his body and gradually condensed into a form. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge's entire body seemed to have transformed into an object that resembled an axe, yet was an axe and a banner. He raised his right hand upwards, as if he was holding up a piece of creation. As he flipped his palm, the entire world of creation seemed to be overturned, and the heavens and the earth seemed to be flipping. Facing the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha's all-encompassing red lotus cleansing fire, Yen Zhaoge didn't evade it. Instead, he raised his palm and struck it head-on. Within this palm, the jade-clear primordial heavenly scriptures Origin, Heavenly Scripture, Heaven Opening Scripture, and Cyclic Heavenly Scriptures Profundities were contained within. The primordial early heaven, 3 scriptures combined into one, displaying the profundities of the primordial chaos from the very beginning of the world. Boundless profundities and peerless power were manifested at the same time. The void beneath Yen Zhaoge's palm seemed to have returned to its original state of chaos. There was no front, no back, no cold, no heat, no beginning and no end. Then it was split apart by the bigwig's divine ability. The chaos shattered, and the earth, water, fire, and wind surged in chaos. Then everything stabilized once again. The 2 polarities circulated, and the principles of all existences manifested at the same time. The world of creation had its initial appearance, and it had the principles to deduce its trajectory. From then on, it continued forward, and the sea changed. The jade-clear primordial early heaven, 3 scriptures combined into one. Primordial chaos! The red lotus cleansing fire wasn't an actual fire. Instead, it was an illusory fire that targeted one's heart. However, at this moment, Yen Zhaoge's palm seemed to be reenacting the opening of chaos and the concept of creation's beginning. The flames had already lost their definition of illusory and actual. A grand heavenly realm jade, clear lineages, comprehension of the earlier heaven 3 scriptures is only this much. The Red Inferno Yamada Buddha was shocked. Where Yen Zhaoge's palm reached, crimson red fiery rain filled the entire sky. As if it was real rainwater, even though it landed on his palm, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. The flowing fire overflowed and scattered to the side. Yen Zhaoge's palm continued moving upwards, slowly approaching the Yamada itself. Chapter 1645. The Red Inferno, Dvajra Buddha, took in a deep breath as he saw Yen Zhaoge's palm seemingly opening the heavens. He was already mentally prepared for Yen Zhaoge's counterattack. Initially, he planned on suppressing Yen Zhaoge with Buddhism's profound profundities and subduing him. However, upon seeing Yen Zhaoge's chaos origin opening strike, the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha stopped his previous thoughts and switched to attacking Yen Zhaoge with Buddhism's profound profundities. He no longer had any hopes of subduing or capturing Yen Zhaoge alive. Defeating Yen Zhaoge was already enough. The profundities of Buddhism's profundities merged and transformed into a profoundness that was neither pre-heaven nor post-heaven, clashing against Yen Zhaoge's chaos origin opening strike. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha didn't hold back at all. The golden lamp and saraira on top of his head shone brightly. Green lotuses, accompanied by fragrance, filled the void, filling up the space opened up by Yen Zhaoge's palm intent. The Buddha arrived beneath the Dvajra and extended his palm towards Yen Zhaoge. When the crimson flames touched the green lotuses, they instantly started burning. No ashes could be seen as the flames burned. Instead, they transformed into true red lotuses that descended from the heavens, forming an ocean of lotuses. The blessed lands of the Red Blaze Dhamma, Lord, manifested as the Red Blaze Dhamma, Lord Buddha descended here, wanting to bury Yen Zhaoge within. Upon seeing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Yen Zhaoge's mouth. His right hand continued moving upwards, and a treasured hammer suddenly appeared in his left hand. Chaos Origin Hammer. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha's eyelids twitched, and he knew that something was amiss. That treasured hammer was the Black Clouds Immortal's personal treasure, the Chaos Origin Hammer. The Black Clouds Immortal had gained fame with it, and its sharpness in killing wasn't inferior to the Lord of Broad Accomplishment's cyclic heavenly seal. After the Black Clouds Immortal's death, the Chaos Origin Hammer fell into Yen Zhaoge's hands. All these years he had been carefully refining it. When the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha approached, Yen Zhaoge took out the hammer and smashed it towards the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha was caught off guard and was instantly knocked down by the hammer. Yen Zhaoge didn't show any mercy and continued smashing the Chaos Origin Hammer towards the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha. Namo Amitabha. Cracks appeared on the chest of the Red Inferno Dhamma Vajrayana golden body. He endured the pain and chanted the name of Buddha. The saraira above his head shone brightly. Numerous red lotuses gathered and surrounded the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha, Lord. The red lotuses bloomed one after another, blocking the primeval hammer. However, the primeval hammer still managed to break through the encirclement and continued to strike at the Buddha. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha, Lord, had no choice but to dodge to the side. Even so, he could not prevent the golden lamp on his head from being knocked over by the treasured hammer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yen Zhaoge's figure rose higher and higher, his palm flipping upwards as he instantly overturned that treasured banner. With the collapse of the treasured banner, the rain of fire was immediately extinguished. The pure land of the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha, Lord's Buddhist kingdom, also began to collapse. Yen Zhaoge grabbed the treasured banner with his right hand, wielding the chaotic origin hammer with his left as he continued smashing down towards the Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha monarch, causing that Buddha to only be able to flee, evading in all directions. Not only was it difficult for immortal essence to break through immortal splendors, but it was also difficult for grand virtual immortals to injure grand heavenly immortals. Grand heavenly immortals often found it difficult to even touch grand heavenly immortals. However, even if Yen Zhaoge only had a condensed flower above his head, most virtual immortals couldn't compare to him. Now that he had the primeval chaos hammer in hand, even the Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha, Lord, would find it hard to block his sharpness. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva Narayan Buddha, and the other Buddhist bigwigs frowned when they saw this. However, they each had their own difficult opponents and had no time to deal with them. Moreover, compared to Yen Zhaoga's red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord, Li Jing, who was on the other side, was clearly much more dangerous. Although the wishful golden pagoda restrained Neza's treasure lotus immortal body, Li Jing's strength was still much inferior to Neza's. Without anyone's help, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king could not escape misfortune. A universe ring descended from the sky and smashed the wishful golden pagoda down, freeing it from Li Jing's hand. The terrifying spear pierced through the universe and came out of nothingness. It pierced through the heart-protecting mirror in the center of the armor's chest, and then pierced out from his back. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, lowered his head and looked at the spear that was exposed outside his chest. He wanted to say something, but in the end he only said one sentence. "Master, you've misled me!" As his voice echoed, Li Jing's eyes widened and his aura disappeared. The wound on his chest that had been pierced by the fire-tipped spear began to split open continuously and spread to the surroundings. His entire body was gradually turning into ashes. Neza looked at Li Jing in a daze and subconsciously let go of the spear in his hand. The hostility between his eyebrows became even more solemn, but his expression was a little blank. The sanguine color in his eyes became even stronger, but his eyes were empty and lifeless. Neza, who had been filled with killing intent and looked like a god of death, stood in the void like a statue. Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva, waved his demon-subduing pestle and finally forced perfected Tai to retreat. However, it was already a step too late. When he saw Li Jing and Neza, he sighed and continued to walk towards Neza. Perfected Tai pestered him from behind. "My disciple was just momentarily distracted. Fellow Taoist, you don't have a chance to take advantage of him. If you go forward now, you will immediately wake him up. Although you have defeated me, you are not my disciple's match. I naturally know that your disciple is better than you." Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva, said calmly. "However, I can also tell that your disciple has sunk into the sea of blood and will not be able to extricate himself. At that time, he will definitely become everyone's public enemy. Not to mention the direct disciples of the three pure ones, even the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and the 9 netherworlds might not be able to tolerate him, right?" Of course, Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva, didn't intend to fight Neza to the death. He was aware of Yen Zhaoga and perfected Tai's arrangements. He knew that they intended to use Li Jing as a backing to resolve Neza's killing intent and hostility. If he was disturbed and his plan failed, Neza would turn into a bloody god of death. By then, no force would be willing to see such an existence being active everywhere. In the end, he would definitely be annihilated together. Even the Taoism's 3 clear lineage might not protect him. Fellow Taoist, you've become a Buddha and you're being compassionate. However, are you going to obstruct my disciple's path and personally create a blood Siajura? Naturally, perfected Tai wasn't willing to let Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva, ruin his plan. He hurriedly chased after him to stop him. "Bodhisattva, please wait." At the same time, Yen Zhaoga wielded the chaos hammer from afar and slammed it down. Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva, was helpless. He could only stop and wave the demon subduing pestle to deflect the chaos hammer. After pausing for a moment, perfected Tai immediately chased after him. The other Buddhist banis had their own thoughts. However, they were all obstructed by the 2 golden bodies of the great sage, Long Xingchuan, and the others. Predestined fate, predestined fate. Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva, suddenly stopped and no longer approached Neza. Instead, he changed his direction and pounced towards the golden body of the great sage, transformed by Pan. He finally gave up and changed his target to saving his disciple Muzza. The demon monkey, transformed by Pan, was fearless. With the Ru-E golden cudgel in his hand, he swept it in all directions. Even Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva felt a headache coming on. Perfected Tai ignored Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and flew towards Neza. When he was near Neza, he carefully stopped after some distance and took out a lotus seed pod.